Welcome to TopstepTV. Up next is that Hogue guy and that other guy. Oh yeah, Horn. Hogue and Horn.
Hogan Horn. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back here. I thought it was Monday. Oi, it's Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday, so I'm going to warm up some beef and beans, and we're going to have a party. So, welcome to Topstep TV. Yes, Topstep TV, the only internet educational trading show that you want to be at, and you're at the right place at the right time. So grab yourself a seat, get comfortable. Today and every day, we're going to be your trading mentor, your trading buddy, your good friend, best your best fan, your neighbor. And hey, even in that voice in your head that keeps telling you success isn't always about greatness. It's about consistency. Consistent hard work does lead to success. So remember that. And let's get ready here for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how with our good friend, John Hoagland. Good morning, John, a.k.a. the Hogue, Hoagland.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday, September the 3rd, Tuesday. Yes, it's kind of synthetic Monday, but it is Tuesday. I'm very happy to be here with everybody. Very excited about today. We have Linda Raschke coming to chat with me at 11 o'clock right after Fast Markets. That is hopefully going to be something that is going to be fantastic. You're going to get a lot out of that, I hope. But as always, our focus on the opening call is accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Good morning to my friends. Command is number one in the room. Tony, Ezra, Dan Trader, Ruben, Mike, Louie with one lot, C. Walsh, Rita, John Jones. Hey, my good friend Nick, you dude, Nichols, it's good to see you. And Shifton, as always, welcome to all of you. We're very happy to have you here. And again, a very exciting day today with Linda Raschke joining us at 11 o'clock. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, we've been sort of asking her for a while, and this is going to be good. So get ready here. Oh, and by the way, this is opening call. He's Plant, I'm Paige today, and we're going to rock your world. So let's get ready with some news here. Stock futures on Wall Street point to a lower start to trading in September following that volatile month of deal making in August. So we did see U.S. stock futures pointed lower today a little bit here. Well, actually, not a little bit, more than usual. They're set to begin a new month of trading following that roller coaster August. Welcome to the rodeo. Well, we did have the Dow futures down 0.5%, S&P dipped down to 0.4%, and the NASDAQ moved down to 0.6%. So we did see those U.S. stock futures following that downtrend. Tesla set to produce a 6-seat version of the Model Y vehicle, targeting a large launch in China by late 2025. Move is part of the company's strategy to refresh the growing competition of the domestic EV in China. Brazilian President Luiz Inacio Inacio Lula da Silva, let's just call him Luiz da Silva, has thrown his support behind the controversial decision. I don't know if you heard about this already, but Supreme Court upholding a ban on social media X, Elon Musk X. The left-wing leader told CNN Brazil that the world's not obliged to put up with Musk's far-right ideology just because he's rich. Huh, okay. And then, Johnny, that's what I've got so far. What do you got here for today?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers today and throughout the week, today at 8:45, we got the U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI final number coming out. 9 o'clock Central Chicago time, the U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI coming out, as well as construction spending. We also have the U.S. ISM manufacturing new orders number coming out. 10:30, there's a 6-month as well as a 3-month bill auction. 12 o'clock, there's a 52-week bill auction. And looking forward to the rest of the week, most of what we are going to be dealing with is about employment. We've got Factory orders and jolts tomorrow, job openings and labor turnovers. But at 7:30 tomorrow morning, we also have international trade numbers due out. And tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central, the beige book will come out. Maybe we'll send Andre to go pick that up. But that always is like a 2-week warning shot. It's 2 weeks from the next FOMC meeting, and lots of anticipation going on about that next FOMC meeting. On Thursday, ADP employment report, jobless claims, productivity and costs, PMI composite final, ISM services index, nat gas report, and the EIA petroleum status report is due to come out on Thursday at 10 a.m. Central. Looks like 10 a.m. Central because of the holiday we had yesterday. So the EIA petroleum status report due out on Thursday this week. And then Friday, the employment numbers, employment situation, non-farm payrolls, the unemployment rate all due out at 7:30 a.m. Central Chicago time. We do have a couple of talking Feds near the end of the week. I'm seeing John Williams and Chris Waller both due to speak on Friday, but that's really the only talking Feds that I'm seeing. And of course, after this week, there will be in their quiet moment. In other words, before the FOMC announcements. Yesterday, yes, trading did occur. It is not a settlement day, so settlements are all going to be based off of Friday's settlement. When you look at the volume that occurred yesterday during the regular trading hours and then again in any extended trading hours, it was extremely low. Extremely low. This is something that I always like to warn traders about because it does sometimes throw a little bit of a horseshoe into some of the things that I might be thinking about doing, knowing that the settlement price is based off of Friday's activity and not yesterday's activity. The VIX this morning is up sternly here at up about 9.7% last I checked. 1647. It was 1557 last Friday at this time. The dollar index 101.74 was 101.41 on Friday at this time. And the yield on the 10-year is a little bit lower this morning at 3.88%, and that is exactly where it was Friday at this time. So we are getting ready for an interesting shortened trading week. Remember that yesterday was not a settlement day. It's make a little bit of difference in some of the things that you're looking about doing in trading, and make sure you stick around for 11 o'clock today. Linda Raschke is going to be fantastic. She's got a little bit of history with Topstep. We've done a few events with Linda and her husband Damon, and her daughter Erica worked here. We actually got one of our risk managers, Mick, the risk manager, used to work with Linda. So we got a lot of really kind of history with Linda, and it's fantastic to have her with us today. Hopefully it's going to be a lot of fun and really informative for all of you. So again, very excited about that. Eddie, back to you.
All right, crude. Dude, where's my crude? Wow, this thing is just falling out of bed. Earlier we did see crude. It looked like almost a normal day. Sellers came in here pretty big and took over the day here, but crude's down. I was looking earlier. It is down 3% now. We do have a high of 74.29 for the day and overnight 74.41. But we're all the way down here. We just made a new low here, 71.28. So definitely gravity has picked up here in crude and pulling it down. Regarding crude, China's purchasing manager index hit a 6-month low in August. Data showed over the weekend, pointing to likely weakening demand of the world's biggest importer. However, oil exports at major ports in the OPEC member Libya were halted yesterday, and production curtailed across the country, providing some support for oil prices. As John mentioned, yes, Linda Raschke is going to be with us, author of Trading Sardines. Linda is going to be joining us later this morning, 11 a.m. Central. Mark it down, 11 a.m. Central. She will be with us. Market maker for 40 years. Her hedge fund was ranked 17th out of 4,500 for the year's 5 best performances by Barkley. Barkley is big. Barkley. So Linda coming up at 11 o'clock, and we're all really looking forward to it. So excitement at its finest. All right, let's get to our top step tip of the week. Tip of the week. Network. Learn from others. Are you learning from others? Are you learning from us? All right. Join trading communities such as TopstepTV, forums such as our Discord, our Facebook. Share your experiences, participate, ask questions, give levels, share ideas, share a sandwich, whatever you got to do. So that's, I tell you, learning from others. I learn from John still. Been in the business since 85. I learned from our community still. There's no end to learning in this business. Trust me, I'm still learning, and I thank you all. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, yeah, I mean, networking and learning from others. That's what we did on the trading floor, especially. We had people around us that were very good at what they were doing, professionals, and you had to ask questions. You had to work your way up by getting to know these folks. And we don't have those trading floors anymore. So the best place that you have right now to network and learn from others is Topstep TV and our Topstep Discord. We're bringing, fantastic professional traders. Case in point, Linda Raschke today. I mean, this is a place you're not going to get that kind of stuff. And so we're really happy to bring it to you. And yes, Eddie, this is a lifelong learning opportunity. I learned from Eddie. I learned from all of you. There's always more to learn. So make sure you keep your eyes and ears open and learn from others. It's a great way to learn. Love this one.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Let's get ready for. Hey, John, you got charts, right? You do that thing.
Yes, I do.
Charts, right? Yeah. All right. Without waiting anymore, as they say, without further ado, let's get to the charts. Johnny, what do you got for our traders today?
All right. Well, we're starting off a new month today, as far as trading is concerned in real regular trading hours. In the S&Ps, we've got 11 days trading in balance. The extremes of this balance are very well defined. Basically, weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low are enveloping current 11-day range. Balance to breakout guidelines apply. We're right in the middle of the weekly kickoff range here. We're pretty far from either extreme of the current area of balance, so maybe try and stay a little bit patient with that. We do have a 11 days in balance. There's always markets are seeking information, and that is what these markets are doing. At least mostly the equities and gold. Crude obviously is working on some new information, but we're very, very range bound here. And my bigger opportunities I see at the extremes of the current area of balance, and basically that's weekly kickoff high 56.72 and weekly kickoff low 55.77. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Here's where things get a little bit dicey because yesterday was not a settlement day. So here's Friday's range. We did put a late spike up to the upside here on Friday. Well, what did we do on Monday? We basically hung right inside of that late spike. The base of that late spike is 56.46 quarter, when the market was ranging and then broke out and put in a new high at the end of the session and closed up there. So the base of that late spike, again, 56.46 quarter. Well, yesterday we stayed up there all day, but look at the volume. Absolutely no volume yesterday, just like it was like an overnight session. So that's going to leave our settlement price up here at 56.61. Well, are we holding some overnight inventory to the short side? We may have, but this consolidation probably did a pretty good job of evening out that inventory. Looking like we're continuing to push to the downside, but where are we? We are basically right in the middle of Friday's area of value. I'm going to loosely say value is 56.42 to the upside, 56.09 to the downside. And we're basically right in the middle of it. So try and stay patient. There's very little change into the perception of value. We are going to be opening below the base of the late spike from Friday. So that indicates possible rejection of higher pricing. But again, because there was no settlement and no volume yesterday, it's very difficult to read that. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. All right. So NASDAQ had been more pulling off than setting up balance. Well, and I think it's pretty much set up an area of balance now. Where we've got our weekly kickoff high 19,906, weekly kickoff low 19,070. Those are just outside of last week's high and low in the extended trading hours, and we're again right smack in the middle of it. So balance to breakout rules apply, but we've got to get to the extremes of the area of balance. And I think, again, we're a long ways away from that here, even in the NASDAQ. One thing I forgot to mention about the S&P is let's take a look at what we did on Friday. Okay, we broke. The highest volume was when we started to push to the upside. We added 30,000 in open interest. Okay. Value was actually lower. I think we tried to get short into this, and then all of those shorts just really ran for the hills on Friday. So that additional 30,000 in open interest that we saw come in on Friday is a little bit difficult to read. Similar sort of in the NASDAQ. So now we're basically range bound. These markets are always seeking new information, and there's plenty of new information coming as the week goes on, particularly with the employment situation. Here's Friday's range. Here's Monday's tiny little range. There was no late spike to the upside on Friday in the NASDAQ. All we did was take out the high by a little bit and come off of that. So settlement from Friday is 19,623. Where are we now? Overnight inventory, maybe holding a little bit to the short side, but again, in the middle of value. Friday's value, 19,560, let's call it. Value low, approximately 19,419. And here we are, right in the middle of it. This was an afternoon pullback high. We ran through it a couple of times. I'm going to take this off my chart. I don't think it's necessarily all that valid anymore. So, poof, there it goes. The profile and normal variation, somewhat extreme. Points of control were very low in the profile, indicating that there was more volume at lower pricing on Friday than over time than the fact that we did have that big spike to the upside. But again, it's not a true late spike. This market is opening in the middle of range, middle of value. Try and stay patient. In my time frames, I would probably have to sit, relax, and we'll just see what happens on the open. Let the initial balance play itself out and look for opportunities as the day goes on. Here's crude oil, which we've seen is cruising to the downside. So we've had the same weekly kickoff high and low in crude oil for the last 2 weeks. Finally, we're getting a chance to see whether the market is going to fail below the weekly kickoff low, which is 73.30, or if it is going to succeed in a downside auction below that. If I had to say, I would say right now the market is really succeeding in this downside auction. We lost 36,000 in open interest on Friday, maybe a little bit of short covering, and that takes buying power away from the market. So if we got a bunch of short covering at the end of the week last week, a lot of what's coming in is those shorts saying, oh man, we covered, it was a long weekend, maybe we should have held it, and now they're starting to get back into it. This swing low here, 71.46, already targeted in the regular trading hour session. Let's see if we can find any more momentum, volume, participation below that level for continuation, or if we start to kind of create a little bit of structure there, that might be something that we will maybe be able to use as the day goes on. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. This is going to be a little bit ugly. So here's that weekly kickoff low, 73.30. Settlement is right above that, 73.55. We had last week's low just in that area, 73.36. And now we're continuing to see this market. The market has grown. It has busted out below the weekly kickoff low and is finding a successful auction to the downside. Be cautious today. Try not to fight anything until you can find some sort of day time frame structure. If you're going to be looking for any kind of longs, the profile, long excess on the profile on the high, low excess low excess on Monday's profile, Sunday night's profile. There's a lot of unfinished downside auction in the hints here, and we're already seeing a continuation of that potential failed downside auction. Not necessarily failed, unfinished downside auctions from Friday, the Sunday night, Monday's session. We're just seeing this market continue in that direction. So again, try not to jump in front of this. Gold. Gold
Ooh,
remains somewhat range bound. 11 days in balance. Sounds familiar, right? Kind of like the S&Ps. Weekly kickoff low was tested in an extended trading hour session. Weekly kickoff low 25.19 even. As far as balance, balance to breakout rules apply. We've got pretty defined upside extreme of the area of balance, using weekly kickoff low as the lower extreme, and it is already rejected below that. If we continue to reject below that 25.19, the market is likely to just kind of rotate back in and maybe go back eventually at some point this week and recheck the upper extreme of that. We need to hold here in order to continue in this move. It's going to take new business. We lost 5,300 in open interest on Friday. So we have kind of slowed down our jumping and increasing of open interest in either direction here. Friday's open interest loss, kind of looking at that as long liquidation. So long liquidation, if you're long and you have to get out, you have to sell. That long liquidation took selling power away from the market. So we need a lot of new business in order to break this trend, this weekly kickoff low here, 25.19. The next stop would be 25.07, which was a previous weekly kickoff level that has been proven to be still valid because the low on the 22nd was right on it. So we're going to take a look at the 30-minute chart here. We're going to get down to business. I'm looking forward to having a good trading day and a good trading week today and this week. Overnight inventory, kind of mixed. There's settlement, so we're basically trading right around settlement. We did open with a gap. That gap has now been closed, so now it becomes maybe value acceptance if we're going to continue to the upside. I would love to get another look down here at the weekly kickoff low, which is also a naked point of control from the past. Just taking a look below it, the 7 o'clock bar, took a look down to it. Buyers keep coming in there in short time frame. I would like to see a nice look at that for a potential opportunity. Monday's profile, very narrow, very low volume. Friday's profile, a trend day to the downside, where we lost 5,300. Long liquidation, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of folks decided, it's a long weekend. Let's just get out of these longs. It's not looking good anyway. So now all those longs are available to impress the market in some way. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is Tuesday. Let's take our deep breath. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, pray for peace. Pray for us all. Let's have a good day.
Thanks, Johnny. I'm with you on that one. And coming up here in just about a minute or so, I see him pulling up.
There he is.
In the creator and star of Market Clubhouse, the man with the golden tan and the voice from the gods, trying to bounce back from his red day. Live funded account from Friday. We got Rips with us here. Good morning. Good morning, Rips. How are you?
Hey.
Welcome back.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, John. How you folks doing this morning?
Doing good, man. Nice long weekend. Ready for the week.
Oh, yeah. It was a good long weekend. I enjoyed it myself. Did you folks do anything fun out there? Did you guys have any barbecues or hang out with some friends? What did you folks do?
Both.
Nice.
Everything.
Everything all at once. I love it.
Yeah. In about 15 minutes. Yeah. Quick as we could.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's also nice too when we have a nice long weekend like that. We have a very shortened week of trade, so it makes everything just great. I don't know. I love the long holiday weekends when we have that. The short trading week, it creates some interesting bouts of volatility, which I think that we'll be seeing this week, especially with NFP on Friday. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get back into these markets. I didn't trade at all yesterday, so I'm excited to see what we can pull out of the markets today. And speaking of, I do have my chart up on the screen here. Let's go ahead and load that in. The areas that I'm watching here of interest, probably similar to what John was looking for here. But right now we're kind of bumping up against it. It's 450 level and all the way up to 644. We have a big range right now in the NQ. So I'm wanting to see us break down or break out of that range. Now, there's a couple different areas that I'm watching. We break below these 450s here and we trend lower. We're going to be tagging that 375. If we do break that 375 level down to the downside, I do see us potentially auctioning all the way down here to 285. To the top side, if we are breaking above that 450 testing and holding, I do think that we'll auction back up here to around 645 and then potentially have two breakout areas, one at 695 or so and one at 760. So if we do get up and above those higher levels, I do think that we have that potentially being on the docket today for trade. But if we're looking at this, from a broad scope here, I think that we'll be constrained in between somewhere in these levels. It's a very wide range that we can be taking here. Since we didn't have really much of a Monday trade, it was a lot lower volume because of the holiday. It is pretty likely that we'll see a lot of order matching here today on the open, which is in about 3 minutes time. I do expect all of that order matching to influence the price action in the index futures because they're laden with all of the equities, the popular equities. So we do have triple witching. It used to be called quad witching when we had single stock and index futures, but we do have triple witching coming up on the third Friday, which is going to be on September 18th, which also means that we are going to have contract rollover. So the September contracts will be expiring. Those are the U contracts. We're going to be rolling into the Z contracts. Remember, it's HMUZ, HMUZ. We're going to be rolling into the Z contracts, the December contracts. So I do expect quite a bit of volatility, some positioning before that, probably some folks coming out of the September contracts, rolling into the December contracts. So we'll be seeing a lot of that liquidity, and most of that liquidity is probably going to be hidden during these news event moments. So NFP on Friday. We also have the change in payrolls on Thursday, ISM services as well on Thursday. And then today, of course, we do have the ISM manufacturing prices paid and new orders for August. That's going to be due out at 10 a.m. Eastern time, 9 a.m. Central. So we're going to be watching all of these things unfold today. I'm prepared for a very fun day of trade. I don't know about you folks out there, but I'm ready to get back in the saddle and see if we can nail this. But I'm going to be patient on my entries today, given that we will have probably a big mix of volatility here off on the open. Would you agree with any of that stuff that I just yammered on about there, John?
I most certainly would. Where the market is opening in the equities, it's right in the middle of value from Friday. I'm not even thinking about value from Monday. It's value from Friday, that where the volume was and remains is in the regular trading hours. So I'm thinking the same thing. There could be some pretty decent moves beginning of the month, and just opening in value usually says, hey, let's be patient and wait for better trade locations as the day goes on. There you go. Loving those levels that you were just putting out there, Rips.
We've got about a minute here left before we open up. Let's get our starting lineup in, ready to go here. We're also going to, here it is, Star of Slow Markets. Yes. Coach Dakota going to be with us here. Made 4,100 in each of his 5 XFAs this past Friday. Let's see what he can do again. Let's get our positive trades in the gates. And say good morning. Good morning, Andre. How are you doing today, buddy?
I am doing excellent. Let's get our positive trades in the gate. Indeed. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. You just heard Rips about a couple minutes ago. Up right, you got Coach Dakota and the man embroiled in a Twitter beef, kind of, sort of, upper left-hand corner, Mr. Michael Patak in the house. What's going on Twitter, Michael, before we open? A lot of stuff.
Yeah. My holiday weekend.
Just we are open. We will catch back up with you. John, talk to us about this open. Let's go.
All right. So here's the profile in the NASDAQ. Here's what we were just talking about with Rips. And let me get this reloaded here.
Yeah,
so here's Friday's profile. Value high TPO 566. Value low 434. Where do we open? Point of control from Friday. So we're really just showing the market is remaining somewhat in balance. I mean, the market is really just kind of opening in range and in value. We're seeing a little bit of volatility here. We've got see these profiles get messed up when there's a holiday because there's no settlement day. They run Monday into Tuesday. So we don't get really an opening range per se. I'm just kind of looking at it here. We're still inside of the opening range, but where we're opening at the point of control, inside value, I'm trying to stay patient. Friday was a perfect repair day. Thursday, we had a distribution of time and volume. The market opened, traded to the point of control in the upper distribution of time and volume, then traded to the lower distribution of time and volume. And we're still inside that range. seeing a little bit of volatility to the downside. I'm going to turn this over to you guys so you can take a look and see if Rips is seeing any early opportunities. It's great to see Dakota. It's great to see you, MP, and great to see you, Andre.
Oh, well, John, I appreciate it. All right, Dakota, welcome to Top Step TV. It's Fast Markets. The fall trade is underway. Dakota, what are we looking at today?
I mean, it's like a Monday. It feels like a Monday, shortened week. I'm not too inclined to be forcing trades. I think I've seen you, Rips, I think show the best and exhibit the best level of discipline where no trading is an option. However, we've been consolidating here just below 400. If we are able to gain some ground, I love to see a break back above 500, and maybe we could start testing the upper end of this range. We did find a lot of buyers just step in right there at those 425s, 428s, pushed all the way back up to 464s. So kind of just wait, let's watch, see what this market does, see if we can find any opportunities as we develop. I'm not too inclined to jump into the market right away after a long weekend.
Dakota, if we can get your screen shared, we'd be happy to take a look at that for you.
Man, Dakota, it is a Monday for some, huh?
Hey, it's not a $5 fee to forget to share your screen yet.
All right, we got the house account open. MP locked in. Lloyd's got the keys to the Ferrari. So we will, we're looking for levels, talking to our levels teams right here, right now. As you see, pinned to the top of the chat, you'll see Top Step Daily Levels. I got mine open right here. Make sure you have some real estate on your screen to keep those open because we'll be referencing those all morning long. Last trade in the NQ 19,440. That coincides with zone 3 on the levels 19,440. Well, we're right in the middle right now. We got support of 380. 380 support in the NQ. Look for check marks from Dakota, from Rips. Got E-Money, got Hoax Heroes, got Bulldozer, got everybody. Far and wide, high and low. We are pulling levels left and right. What's up, MP? How was the weekend?
Doing okay. I got level 1 on my screen because it's over the weekend, and maybe I didn't. My credit card
level
didn't
2.
go through. I don't know.
Let's get that level 2 data off for MP. All right,
production team, get on those guys to get it. Well, I thought we had it all going, but John, you got your level 2?
Yes,
I got level 2.
Yeah, I put that in yesterday. I saw that it was down to level 1. I put it in there to get everybody up to it, but it's all right.
Damn wife maxed out her credit card. All right, 415s. 19 415s are trading. Or that was
we got 380. We got support at 380. We got support at 380 from Coach Vince. We're still selling off here. Dakota Rips, what are you guys seeing over there? We're trying to pull some check marks here.
I do like what the market's doing right now and rolling over here. I'd like to see 375 trade. So 375 is the level that I'm watching for the downside move here.
Yeah,
we have millions talking about 350s as taking a breakdown short from that level to see profit, take profit down a little bit lower. We've got some good levels here from Rafa in the S&Ps.
Whoa,
we have Rafa levels.
Whoa. Yeah, what's Rafa saying?
Mm.
All right, so to the downside, we're already through a couple of these levels, but they're kind of stacked up pretty close. I mean, he's looking at 56 below price right here, 19 quarters, 16 even, 0875.
Wait a minute, more time.
0775. They're really tightly packed in here. Let me see if I can line these up with any of the profile levels. Give me a second.
Ooh. Yeah, Rafa in the house. Wow, you guys asked. We got Rafa.
Nvidia's down almost 5%, so that's something to watch.
Rafa, huh? Wow, sweet.
All right, so his 5616 level is the point of control from Friday. Is 560875 is the value area low from Friday. So these are relatively tightly packed. If the market starts heading to the upside, I'll come up with some confluence with profiles off of the upside numbers he's got here, but those are a little bit further away. So we'll take a look at that in a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Togue. 5608 3/4.
So I would like to add on that real quick here. We got Brooksy and RS Rafa with a lot of the same levels. I think when we get there, we'll be talking about these 5608s, 5616s, 5561 downside. So a lot of it here in the S&Ps, we've got some decent levels.
Cool.
There's your 75s, 19.3, 75s, 76s traded out as a low. Rips, go ahead. You're going to say something?
Yeah, no, I just closed that opening short that I had. I made $6,092 in my XFAs. So I'm probably going to take that actually as a payout because I was intending to take a payout last week. So I was kind of looking at today because I'm trying to build a balance here in my XFA accounts. I said, whatever I make today in today's session, I'll probably just take as a withdrawal today. So I'm up 6,000. We'll call it $6,100. So I'll probably take out $6,100 from my XFAs tonight to pay myself and then keep on stacking.
No, you already made 13% more than the trader that's challenging you in 2023.
When that person can afford my marketing fee, then I'm willing to talk about them. But they don't even have seven figures in cash.
They made 46 grand. They 45 grand. I remember them saying that. 45 grand.
Yeah.
Gee, Twitter beef, man. Just stoking the fires over there.
45 grand.
Here in the
Bouncing
chat,
right off those
Coach
70s.
Vince wants to tap real quick here.
What
ES
up?
is super thin today, so be careful.
I noticed that. Very thin. NQ very even thinner than normal. In the
A lot of folks still on vacation, it looks like.
Must be nice.
Yeah, I know. Andre, what'd you do for vacay? Labor Day?
A little golf. What else I have? Spent some time with some fam and chilled. It was nice here in the city. Went to the river.
Ran out of balls yesterday, golf course. Hey, trading 19.397.
All right, we're keeping an eye on 5608s, Michael, and the ES. That's what we're pulling. We got two checks right there. Brooksy Rafa. 5608.
5608. So I'm going to work.
Value area low. Value area low.
It was a great long off of the area that I closed my trade. I mentioned it earlier. The only level that I was looking for my check mark was 375, and so that's come and gone. And again, any of my trades, I'm looking for shorter term scalps, especially when we're this far off the open. So the opening area there. So
375 is really close to Friday's low of the session.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
NVIDIA is still almost down 5%.
NVIDIA getting hammered.
Yeah, they're down, I believe, 2% since the opening of trade here, not including the pre-market trade. So NVIDIA's having a day here.
19.393.
Just beneath 08. Probably somewhere we got risk beneath 08's 55 somewhere. But we'll keep an eye on that as we approach. You're working the 08 3/4 MP?
Yeah, trying to get a hold of the funding team or risk team about my level 2.
Funding team.
You guys, production, you guys
We're working on
reach
it.
out to via
We're working
phone. They should
Yeah,
via phone.
they've been alerted. We're trying to get it.
Okay.
I even see if you just say refresh, Michael, they said you should be good to go.
Oh, short. Looking to cover shorts 56.15. Oh, nice. Well,
Get out of the car and get back in. Wow, look at that. Snap, snap. Snap, snap, snap. Thanks, guys.
Snip, snap.
Get the car. What did you say? Get out of the car and get back in. What is that? What is that? All right, we got. I took a look. I heard Rips going over earlier before the bell, and I'm taking a look at the calendar. We got some stuff on the docket today. My main man Eddie Horn in the house. Good morning, Eddie. What do we got on the calendar today?
Beep, beep. In 40 seconds, I'm going to give you a 5-minute warning. We do have a Chicago PMI coming out here. I'm sorry. Did that come out already?
No,
They're showing that it did.
What?
It says 8:45 came out 46.1. We'll check on that. It's only 8:40 here on my clock. Well,
same man.
Well, it's got to be 8:45 somewhere, Eddie.
Wow.
let's go changeo. All right. Let's
Sure did come out.
hold on
didn't
a
it?
second.
What the hell is
Yes.
that?
We've got I'm sorry, in 4 minutes it's the global US manufacturing PMI.
See that one?
My boo-boo. Okay.
Oh.
Coming up here. They're looking at 48 prior 49.6. Yes. And there's my alarm saying get ready. We got 5 minutes there. Also going to have construction spending in about 20 minutes. Scrolling down here, another big number, ISM manufacturing PMI in about 20 minutes. Looking also in about 30 minutes, we got the IBD tip economic optimism. We'll have a 3-month, 6-month auction 10:30, and that's going to be it for today.
Ooh.
So coming up here in about 5 minutes, let's get ready. Check your position.
Wow.
Back to you, Andre.
Cool. Thank you, Eddie. All right, Dakota. Rips,
Yeah, we
you
are-
guys see anything? We're still seeing a bit of sell-off here. Now last trade in the NQ, 19,000.
I think we just tagged Friday's low or close. Yeah, we just overshot it
Yep.
almost by a little bit there. So, yeah, I think this is a good area potentially to wait for a retest of these lows for a move lower down to 316 or looking for some bids to show up. But right now, NVIDIA being in a free fall leads me to believe that we will be trading 50 points lower at 316.
360.
yeah, we have a
Quimby.
possibility to
You like a check mark for
Even-
a short then? Can we get a check mark for a
Maybe
short
we're-
down to 360?
Yeah, if we retest anywhere between 80s and 400s and we're showing heavier offers, then I'm check marked for a short.
Excellent, Rips. Thank you. Check mark for shorts, 380 to 400 MP. Dakota, what say you?
80 to 400.
Short 380s, short 380s.
I mean, I see room down to 200 if this thing just
Well,
falls off a cliff.
There we go,
Nvidia's down
380s,
almost
380s.
5.5% now.
So let's get this. How's it come getting with the trend? I like
Good
this one.
indication.
We do have number 3 minutes though, MP. We
390.
got-
Oh, we do. You're right. Tom Quimby,
Yeah.
we're super stoked about Linda Raschke coming on. She's
Oh,
awesome. I don't know why anybody watch anything else. These are futures traders that come on here. Short
Yeah.
5 from
For
80.
five.
Short 5 from 380.
80 risk above 400. I take risk above for the 401s, 403s.
Yeah, 411, 412 is
411.
the risk on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Rips. Good stuff. Yeah, Linda Raschke coming up later this
got short
afternoon.
there.
Or this, yeah,
Very
Short
nice
30,
pre-shoot
right?
there.
Do we get short 30?
That would have been nice. I had 5 at 80, 5 at 90. I was going to average into that on a 10.
all right. 315.
We're short
downside
5
target.
from 80. 5 from 80.
Nice entry. Yeah, we got a number in 2 minutes.
Coming up.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that 2 minutes there.
Tilt 50-50.
We had,
50-50
we
cross
had
them.
what's the target on the 80s? 'Cause we already
I would target the initial target should be right around 340 or so. So about 40 handles there.
340.
And you're looking, I mean, this news is kind of spicy. So you got to be looking for exhaustion into this news here.
Yeah, we're short 10 right here,
What price?
right now. That's 83s. Average price 83s.
Risk at
It's a little
411?
nerve-wracking. Yeah, stop is 11.
Still got 60 seconds. Still got 70 seconds.
Yeah, it's tough to do this during when you're having a news release as well. Makes it a little
Yeah.
bit spicy.
How much of this is would you cover or flatten?
It's best to just wait for that news to come and then get into the trade. So if you can flatten anywhere close to that 83, I think that's fair.
You got the ES chart up. If you want to switch over to NQ chart.
Yeah, I learned
We're out.
too well by
We're out.
experience holding a
Yeah.
position into news.
Bad
30
time.
seconds.
We're out.
All right, cool.
$500 look. We're out.
Yeah,
Right.
just drop. That's a little bait in the water. MP, no big. All right, is that trade idea still valid, Rips, going into this number? Do you want to see how the number comes out?
I want to see how the number plays out first.
Roger that.
You got
MP,
73
are
on
we
tilt percent long. 73%
still-
long going into this number.
Are we still working the 08 3/4 in the ES?
We are
10
not.
seconds.
Okay, everything's pulled flat. Everything's flat and flattened off.
Everything's flat.
Looking at 48.1.
Why do we get flat? Why do we get flat? Who
That's
wants
Eddie.
to-
News.
why do we
I'm
get-
sorry.
Coming out right
Yep.
now.
Thanks, Eddie.
All right, coming on at 47.9, so lower than expected. They were looking at a 48.1 prior,
Again.
48.0. Hey, in 15 minutes, we got USA ISM manufacturing PMI, so don't go away. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Rips. You still have the check marks. The check marks still hold here, Rips. The number came out worse than expected.
Well, because it came out a little bit softer, I'm going to go ahead and remove my check mark, and I want to wait. I'm happy to wait here, especially since we have that news coming out in 15 minutes. I think the better trade is going to come after that news release.
All right, very good.
I do see that there could be a 3-bar reversal if we break above 405.
S&P
love
is
the
holding up
three-bar
much better than the
reversal. I love
NASDAQ again.
Mm-hmm. Rebar. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, on the 5-minute.
Yeah, what do you do it after? Do you do it after the first What's considered 1, 2, 3? Just so everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, you pull up my chart. I could explain it. So
this is trying to hold on. Bids or buyers are trying to come in
over here on the
Yeah, they are.
5-minute chart. There's bar number 1. This is bar number 2. And then this is bar number 3 being made. And so technically, if we break above 405, then we could see a continuation. Some traders I talk to like to wait for this third bar to be closed. So at the close at the end of this 5-minute bar, myself included, I like to be a little bit more aggressive. I like to get in early and either predict and try and get in before it is a reversal, or I get in as it's starting to reverse. But
you're predicting a probability or hypothesis, whatever, gut or feel.
Yeah. I like to jump to like a 1 minute chart or a smaller time frame and just try and preempt it, looking for a breakout or reversal. But so far, nothing's really happened. I actually like ES a little bit better. Like Hogue said, ES is holding up a bit better. But
you start thinking about that on the third bar, right? You start thinking about that on the third bar.
Yep. So we're on the third bar right now. We still have like 3 minutes till it's finished.
All right. If we were holding those 83 shorts, we would not be in the money quite yet. And Dakota would be talking about the 3-bar reversal, and we'd be trading 01s as we're trading right now.
Yep.
Good risk management.
399.
Yep. Long 99s. 3-bar reversal. Dakota in the house. Thank you, Dolby. Our boy Carlos. 90,400.
Who's running the 3-bar reversal in chat, Andre? Who's running it in chat? 3-bar reversal. 78% long bias.
78% long NQ. 78% long.
3-bar reversal. Anne Marie Band says, I like the positive retest of the 3-bar reversal.
Oh, 3 bars, huh?
All right,
Andre, you usually go to 4, don't you?
I knew there was a joke in there somewhere. I couldn't figure out where it was. I knew there was a joke somewhere in the 3-bar reversal. I couldn't figure it out. Hey, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter. MP is the man of Twitter, just absolutely crushing Twitter this weekend. Hit us up. Hashtag Fast Markets. Show us your stats. Show us your swag. Show us your funded live share certificates. Anything you think was cool you want to share with the community here, we'll turn that around to you guys in about a couple hours. Again, hashtag Fast Markets at Twitter, at X. Thank you very much.
And here's your 3-bar reversal.
Yeah, I'm out. That was just a quick scalp for me.
That's your 3-bar
reversal.
Got an update from Carlos here. NASDAQ point of control flipped to the lows at 19,385. 19,385.
Right. Let's see. All right. S&P's still selling here. Still finding some sellers.
80% long.
80% long. And do we have anything? We got shorts. We got shorts at 380.
We have any short plays up here or no? The 3-bar reversal you got out of. 23.
And Q. Took a look for levels here. Pierre, I don't know. We're looking for levels. Hit me up. We're standby. We're looking for levels. 80%.
Dre, ES is really 52%. So you really got NASDAQ folks are really heavy long here at Topstep. But not, ES is 50-50.
Still selling. Hey, Eddie, talk to your man Brooksy and Rafa and see if they like the 08s in the ES still.
I do like that lower 5,600 to that zone, like 5,600 to 5,609 is a pretty good zone if we could find some type of a way to get into a long.
We got 3 check marks down there, 5,600, 5,608.
Still holding that 3-bar reversal on the NASDAQ, right?
Yeah, P, if you want to be sweet, we can scale in.
Yeah, it's still holding that.
That's ES. Watching IQ, right? IQ 75% long right now. Don't have the check marks at the moment.
You got 5,608s. Are you guys talking about?
Yes, zone from 5,600 to 5,608. We scale in perhaps.
That's a check here with Rafa.
Sweet.
Right below that 55.98, 55.94 quarter.
Okay, so let's drop it down.
He's keeping it tight here. He's keeping it tight.
55.98 to 650.
I just said 80% up there. It's now, that was trading 15s. It's now 65%. It was just 80% long.
5608 is coming into plays on ES.
5608 again here for a check.
Check. 3 checks.
Value low from Friday.
3 checks.
Some pretty decent excess below 5,800 from Friday's session. Got too cheap. Buyers came in and took over there.
I got a 5608 coming in.
Yeah.
Coming in.
98
Got a
risk.
lot watching this 08s here.
Lot. Okay, cool.
Say a handful I can
All
see.
right, we're
some
in at the 08s, 75s. We got an O. You said down to even. You said long, right? Around 5608s? Okay.
Yeah.
Dakota, what do you like the
Yep.
risk down here? What do you like risk? I'm seeing 55.98s.
93?
93 risk.
94.
Cool. Thank you.
This could be a 50 lot banger. This is one where this is a major support. If we could get the check marks and we could get the market.
I got
structure
three.
too.
Rafa, Brooksy, Dakota.
We've got
We're going to take heat.
Coach K, 5605 is the July CPI anchored VWAP from the 14th of August. Anchored VWAP could come into play for this.
It's 05s at
right, see-
Hogue.
605s, yes, sir.
Thank you.
We're long 10 from 08 right here, right now.
Very low. We got
And
check
then-
marks. 55.93 risk.
I got 55.95s.
Money. We
Good
are
for Paul.
in concert today. I like it.
Is that a risk? That's a risk.
Roger that.
Entries from eights to evens.
Yeah.
Can we?
We're long 10.
Long
50
10 right
lot?
now.
Is that what a 50 lot check mark looks like?
It's feeling like it, Dakota. What do you think?
I mean, we're in at 08s, right? And maybe if we get a higher low on a smaller time frame, maybe if we get some market structure, we could add to it instead of just trying to buy it as it's going against us. I mean, it would be nice if we were in 50 lots now, of course. That
Well,
you never have
nice.
enough on when it's going in your favor.
that is very
Come on,
true.
Dakota.
And wisdom.
Come on. I should have bought Nvidia 10 years ago, huh?
Oh shit! Right up to 13.
But-
All right, what are we
It's gonna
taking? What are we taking target wise?
619s.
619.
So 619s thus far.
Yeah, we
Maybe a
got the
pushback up to
619s, 624s.
Wow, we
Mhm.
got good stuff.
All right,
today.
there's a push.
Ooh, sellers came right.
Damn, what was that? That was
70s, 370s. Was that the flush out of all those longs in the Nasdaq? Nasdaq just
flipped like a mug.
puked.
06 got about 150 bid there.
that was on all markets that we just flushed.
Uh-huh.
All right. 06 traded. Did it? Yeah. No, it's still there. 150.
Done.
ES is tanking.
Traded again.
Hey, I like that. What we got
So
now?
we got five more. Five more at 03.
Average price?
06.
Okay.
Half.
6 half. Rest of 93s.
Did you see anything on that, Rips? That was something
Yeah, I mean, I still like the original trade idea, but yep.
NASDAQ, 78% short. Tilt. S&P, 56% short. Tilt.
All right, along 25 from 0575.
Like,
We have the 98s in, but you also talked about the 93s.
yeah. 575. All right. Risk 93s. Target 16s to 24s upside.
Crude traders hanging around the lows here. Long, 64% in the
Whoa.
tilt. Last trade here, 78.94.
Just took a look at crude, hunting for beneath the 70s. Can we do it? Getting the 60 handle.
All right, kids, got about 5 minutes here. Our next number.
Another number.
Another one. Yes, another
Get away this
number.
trade. Get away this trade. Get out of here, number.
Let's
Yeah.
have it, baby.
No, I shaved it. There's a number coming up.
Number 5. Number 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's our scratch price.
We're keeping 15. We have 15 on now.
All right.
Saying the average price at 04.
Right.
But that's because I got in at 04 is FIFO first.
What is it? Let's FIFO.
Like a deli.
Yeah,
That NQ short played out so beautiful.
Fade that tilt.
Remember when I said it was 80%? Everybody at Top Step was long and their sister?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Everybody. That's a lot. 80% tilt, guys. If you don't have Top Step X, you're missing the tilt data because what's on top of your screen is delayed.
Delayed.
It is not reliable for real-time information, as one would say. There is the L4s. It's not showing us too much strength.
MP, would you go to the ES chart?
Building?
MP, they say you got NQ up. Can you go to ES full screen? All good. Thank you, Matt P.
Nice
Matt P in the chat. Thank you.
Nice catch,
We're not
guys.
seeing any divergences in delta. We've got negative delta in the S&Ps, 3,000 negative 1,200 in the NASDAQ. So direction is congruent with delta.
Yeah. And anybody out there that's about house account opinions or not, if you want to fade it, fade it. If you want to go with it, go with it. This is the name of the game. If you think it's always going to be a loser, fade it. That's a good strategy, right? Wouldn't you think so? Or would just be talking about it, put money in your pocket? I think the former would probably put money in your pocket. So that being said, do what you want to do. We're talking trades out, and it's just really helpful for us. And this is actually how I like to trade anyway, with the team. So or how about this? To each its own. Don't. Oh, it's whatever. Fade it.
Well, how's this saying go? What's that saying?
To each their own. I learned that.
I thought there was more to it.
I learned that in Renaissance camp.
All right, Ribs. You like the short. The short looked like it was profitable. We're taking some heat. You don't have to get back in. You still like moving to the
that
downside.
short was money. That it was a short at the 380s, and the target was 340s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Two on the call.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Yeah, the damn number got in the way. Uh-oh.
Damn that number.
No. People are watching,
Well,
I guess.
mean, I took off 5. I got a number in 3 minutes. I really don't
you have.
want to be holding that.
Minute and a
You
half
guys can-
about.
90 seconds.
We'll keep 5 on. We're in the money on the 5. Would you put a break even on the 5 or just leave it exactly where it's at for the number? The number, guys, we're in the money on the number. There's any a time that I would say is okay, even though I think, still think it's a total crapshoot, would be when you're in the money, pretty healthy. But as I say, this can do.
I mean, yeah, it's really up to the individual trader. I prefer to either flatten before the news. We know how that worked out for me when I slept in.
All right.
Or
no, I flatten. It's just smart, guys, to lock it in.
Going to be having construction spending also here in about a minute.
Okay. Always fade MP, killer. I hope you're making lots of money. I had a bad January. You could have crushed it. Guys, those we lose, that lose.
MP, how's the count flat? Can we get if how's the count's flat? Can we get a P&L update? Oh, we got it up there on the board.
Yeah, 29.62 half.
Thank you.
All right, 30 seconds.
everyone's flat.
Check your platforms if you want the position on or off. Better safe than sorry.
Okay, see how thin the market's getting right now? You can see it on my ladder. See that? See how wide that is? Come on. Cancel all, cancel all. Click it again, click it again.
All right, here we go.
Very thin in the S&Ps as well.
Use my hotkeys.
Go.
There it is.
All right, U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI coming in at 47.2, little lower than the 47.5 they wanted. And construction spending, they were looking at a positive 0.1%, coming in at negative 0.3. So there you have it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right. Looks like most of the numbers are out of the way for the time being.
Killer trades, nice trade of 4.4K. Excuse me, sorry.
All right, let's trade into the 5601 level, the 19,330. Rips, any levels of interest, any prices of interest you're looking for here in the NQ?
Retest of 332 if we have heavier offers to the downside.
There's your retest.
Mm-hmm. Nipper right there in the 330s, 340s.
Sheesh. Faction, Michael. Faction wants to know, why would tilt date on Topstep TV be delayed 10 minutes? WTF is that?
We're not going to give you the good stuff until you're actually on Topstep X. That's where we have the conversations.
Yeah, because the good data is on
We have
Topstep
people that are
X.
in here
That's
that
exactly
may not be even trading. Yeah, we have people in here may not be trading with Topstep. Well, I'll delay that even more. I'll tell them 20 minutes if you want. It's still very good data just to understand the sentiment. But really, it's not. We're not giving away the farm here. This data is pretty damn important because it's our community data. I really want to share our community data with people that aren't in our community. And there's people that aren't, excuse me, not in Topstep at all or trading with Topstep at all that tune in. So that is a little bit of keeping the cards close to the chest. How about that?
Yeah.
Trade's still valid on the ES as well. Getting along in this area.
Okay. Dakota?
Anne-Marie Band in chat says she's looking for a reversal to potentially build here.
Okay.
In the end,
perhaps we, yeah.
07 quarter, 5 lots. Is the stop still 93s or 95s or 97s or 8s?
Yep. Got 93 risk. We'll adjust accordingly. Dakota?
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
All right. Plus
Long 10 from 06, half.
56, 06.
We do have long starting to show up in NASDAQ. There is a slight.
Ooh,
that's
76%.
NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's going higher, though. NASDAQ catching a bid here, pushing higher. 19,380 last trade. Bottomed out
80%
around those 80% long, pushing higher. There's a divergence right now. S&Ps and NASDAQ. I'll go first.
Got Coach Vince. He's got a support level at 55.97 half. If we can manage that risk somewhere below that, and then we do have Jay saying at 55.87, there's a buy side imbalance down below that. That's a little too rich for our risk on this, I think.
Yeah, we're long 10 from 06. He's saying 97, 97s, 55, 97.
300 lot upside here. 300 lot
is a support area. But now,
not getting any help at all from Delta.
I want to add. I would just wait.
NASDAQ. What is it? Well,
where's the stop? The stop I had 95s right now.
Yeah.
93.
Yep, that would be.
Coach Paul is looking for the ES to break to 95s.
400 at 97 and a quarter. NQ bounced up to those 80s and started to sell off again.
But there's somebody else thinking about the quarters 300 times. That just ripped through them.
Saw that.
All right. So here is the
I just closed my trade in my live account for $3,500. Shorted that from 385.
Yeah, Rips, you got to let us know because I would not have been long. Just not a. But I'm not going to be long and fade you guys. But nice trade.
Thanks.
You shorted when the NASDAQ bounced back up to those 380s, right?
Yeah, the data was not particularly good for the market, so I was waiting for that bounce up to 385, and yeah, just got the short there. It took 5 contracts.
I just don't want the house account to be competing with our traders. The house account is supposed to be backing all of the consensus when it kind of merges together into a trade idea. So if it does change, guys, just quickly say, hey, I'm getting short or long. It helps the team in the background know. And then the same for the folks in chat. If you change your on the fly consent or deal.
See if the buyers want to step in here. Tilt flattened out 50-50 in the NQ. 67 long in ES. 67 short in crude. Gold 80% long. Gold 80% long. Last year in gold 25.12. Nice. Push here. Think you find some buyers? At least trying to. Last trade 19,003.
Yeah, we might sell through this level here on the NASDAQ. I mean, if we do, could we see 200s today?
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby. I do like the fact we took profit before the number. We would have ended up getting stopped out
Agree.
So this does give you a cushion. I hope the folks that faded did well and got out. I hope the folks that got long managed their position.
Yeah, I had that same level that we've been kind of tracking at 332. So I was just waiting for weakness for that bounce to send into it. We had a triple top at 385, and that's what kind of got me into that trade for that short there. So I'm probably done now for the day because that's $10,000 in profit on the day. And I didn't really expect to trade all that much of real funded accounts today. So between the XFA and the live account, we're up about $10,000. I'm probably going to lock it up there.
Yeah. Andrew Kim, hard to get consensus for so many people just to blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. We're working on it. We're doing something nobody's ever done before. So give us some grace as we learn to build the plane in the air.
Andrew Kim
we have levels. Yeah, we have levels team. We have on-air guys. We'll get the on-air guys so we're all on the same page there too. That'll be good. And then we're going to get the levels teams data that you're seeing or information that you're seeing coming in there. Pick and choose what you want or do nothing. Be a fly on the wall. Does not matter.
Yeah.
You're on your own journey. We're doing it together. We're not on the same road. Path.
Captain's got a comment here in NASDAQ. He said, hit my low of the day to the tick, 19,309. I'm looking for confirmation for the long, but we'll be patient for a cheap long building. What this long will look like now. He said ceiling 393. I got to break that or we go lower.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Nvidia is still pushing towards minus 6% on the day. I mean, yeah, this is a rough market to trade unless you're just shorting it like rips. And, that's. I don't follow social media, everybody, but I will say this. And
no, you don't.
You missed out on a good weekend, Dakota.
You know what? I had a great weekend at Lake Powell. Okay, I went down to Lake Powell, houseboat, jet ski. It was so amazing.
How was the scenery? How was the scenery in Lake Powell, Dakota?
Second to none.
The cliffs and all that.
You guys have to go out there, but
no pictures.
Leaderboard's been there for for a while, and traders who are out there, I see traders all the time talking, and it is not just influencers, just traders in the community. I love the leaderboard. I mean, it's there for a reason. Just come through, trade XFAs, go through the whole entire process, get into a live account. Rips has been killing it. XFAs and live. I've seen. I think it was last week or the week before. It was almost daily. You're on that leaderboard from yesterday's best in a live account, live real money. You're seeing those orders go through. So it's not a joke, and it's not just hearsay on who's better, who's this. There's a leaderboard for their reason. I was going through, and it was kind of like that hold my beer moment. Everyone talked about okay, you know what? There's a leaderboard. Let's go do it. And I was on the top 10 for half the year.
Hey, did we ever find out how long you held it? The longest I've ever seen a first place hold it.
I'm not.
I don't know if there's math.
Sure.
I think it was over a month or two. No, month.
All of spring.
Yeah.
Into the summer.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was February through July in that.
I can't even keep up.
And then I took out.
It's like.
I took out a lot of money, and yeah, if I still had that account open, I'd be at right around 200K.
I mean, it's just like golf. I don't know who's at Andre used golf yesterday. I'm sure before you went, you checked the leaderboard to see if you could compete with those guys. Is Scheffler still up there? I mean, it moves around, right?
He won again. Yeah, he won. Scheffler won again. Yeah, he did shank. You see that? You see how he recovered though?
Out of the on social, right? Man, all that shit pops up.
Yeah.
Crude hit it. Yes. 44. Taking a bounce off. Nicky's sitting on his hands right now. I'm sorry, Captain sitting on his hands right now.
NQ finding some buyers sitting on his hands. Okay. How's the count flat right now, MP?
Yeah, house count's flat. Down 3,880 even.
MP NQ. Seeing some sellers come in here.
The only trade I see is a potential long on the ES, but not yet. We haven't had any reversal on the ES. We've had some buying come in every once in a while that we've just sold off. But it'd be waiting to see if we could break back above 55.99. So 55.99 would be a long and a 3-bar confirmation on the ES.
We're seeing Nvidia
What
having a lot
again
of
gives you confirmation on a 3-bar reversal? When it breaks the high of the second bar?
Yeah. What are we getting on NVIDIA?
We're having trouble breaking over the VWAP on NVIDIA, and we're also at these lows in Apple. So if we do continue to see this to break down, we could be trading in the S&Ps. The target would be 55.80 to the downside.
280.
But of course, contingent upon these retests.
Cool. All right, take a look for a second. We're going around the horn here. Let's try to find a level here.
55.77 is the weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps if that comes into play today.
55.77.
We're still seeing massive sellers on the tape, and we haven't seen any buyers really stepping in. So until that changes, I still think that the short is valid. We are breaking down here in Apple as we speak.
Yeah, Microsoft just turned red as well.
I mean, every pullback it gets bought in the tech industry.
All right, we'd like a short of 5600s here. If we can get a rip back up to a retrace back to 5600 in the ES, perhaps with the downside target of 77s. Stop at 6.
Well, you just had Dakota talking about above the 99s, 5599.
Yeah. Nasdaq selling off here.
I mean, to me, it's no trade. I mean, maybe we wait for a decent pullback to get short, but trying to short it down here is kind of like shorting in the hole.
Good. Thanks, guys.
Shorting in the hole. Nvidia is already down almost 6%. Like we're talking about, Microsoft turned negative. And Rip said, we're struggling to even hold VWAP, and so it's just a trend down day. So
I think we're going to get a dunk through 300s. A lot of stops are going to pop through those 300s and then get closer to our 285 target to the downside. Jay in chat also targeting 85s to the downside.
Yeah, I like NASDAQ 200.
285 downside. We got to get an entry.
I see what you guys see. Yeah, the 285 to 280.
On the daily, I do have on the daily, just to let you guys know, I have a 100 period moving average at the 145 area. It did bounce off that back in August 29th. Then I have some top step levels that are down there in the or in the 07.
Rips Dakota, talk to us when you do like a level for a trade.
I mean, if we popped back up to those 340s, I mean, I just don't think we're going to get there. We're going to be We're going to be testing those 300s and probably popping those stops to the downside. I don't think it's a momentum trade. There it is. There's a 300 break. Stops getting popped, and we'll see if we can get that meandering down to 285 or so.
Yep.
Coach Paul's got a check mark selling ES covering 55.77s.
All right.
Tilt, gold 69 long, crude 70% long, tilt. Watch this NASDAQ. Sellers are picking it up here a bit. 69%
here they go.
short.
Yes, just took it. We get this.
Yeah, so Coach Jay in chat also saw the same thing that I was looking at there, which is just that blow through 300s and then probably going to get that potential touch on that 285. We're testing potentially 290s here to the downside. There are some buyers that are coming in, but I don't think that they can hold this back. It's just too strong on the sell side. We have too many large positional sellers here.
A little bit of influence with that 285 level. Mm-hmm. 295 support from Coach Vince in the NASDAQ. And then there's really nothing on the top step levels until we get down to 1902, 19203.
19203, man. All right, looking for a pull. Where do we get in? What do we get in?
You just don't. You don't. Like you just wait and watch. Unless you have.
Why don't you just like I started trading yesterday. Why would I?
From the way I view it, I mean, it was you find a way to get short this, but shorting this market, you could see it rip your face off to the long side, like maybe we just did, right? You could have just a 20-point bounce randomly. And then it continued to the downside. And so essentially, if you are going to trade this, you wait for those bounces, like Rips did to those 380s during the news where we had that little bit of bounce. You short it, looking for that continuation, or you're playing a breakout trade. A breakout trade is very, very difficult to play in the house account where you're just getting in short as we're breaking down, where we're looking for a break of 300 and then looking for, the market to move now and looking for just a quick in and out, which is also very difficult in a house account environment. So, From
Yeah, it is.
my point of view, it's very difficult to put a check mark on anything that's happening in the market right now.
We're seeing that in the tilt. Basically, all four here, 50-50 on the fence. Really no lean right now.
Too. Speaking of tilt, Eddie, remember?
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about the 80% up there? Kept getting long. The folks that are trading here at Topstep, again, data that we share in real time on Topstep X. If you like to get that, go to the Topstep X platform. That will be in there in real time, right in the corner, and all that kind of stuff. So you don't have to look at the very top of the house account. Sorry, of the stream.
Hey, MP, if we see like 80%, if we see 80% tilt, can that just be like an automatic 5 lot or something like that? You know,
it's a checkbox.
It's a check.
It's supposed to be a check box.
It is. It should be. It should be.
We made it a check. We made it a checkbox as we did. We did the chat. So we need to be pulling the chat to bring them in. They are a part of the trade, whether you like it or not. No.
But if we see 80%, that's instant check. We call it instant check. Instant check.
You like instant coffee?
Well, I mean, if you see, well, all right. Last trade 55.86 in the ES. Tilt 50-50 up and down.
So there's that 285 target tagged. Coach Jay was looking at the same trade. No surprise that Coach Jay is a coach here at Topstep. Seeing that trade play out almost picture perfect there to 285. So really, really nice to see that.
Dre, can you explain the check marks? I got some people asking. We have four or five of them.
What is a check mark? Check marks, so we get a thumbs up, thumbs down from our trusted traders like Rips, like Dakota, like Coach Jay, Rafa, Captain, all the guys and gals that we trust, Anne Marie. Looking for confirmation for a trade. We're looking for certain prices at certain levels, and the more check marks we get, the more we increase the size. You ever take, general rule of thumb is each check mark is worth about 5 contracts. So that's what we look for. Check marks equals confirmation or a thumbs up. More thumbs up we get, the bigger size we go in the trade. Yeah.
Sort of like ordering a pizza. Everybody wants sausage? Yes. Yeah. No. Mushrooms? No. Okay.
All right, we're ordering two sausages.
P loves sausages.
Yeah, I love it.
And you guys end up
some ranch dressing on the side.
Oh man,
you guys end up getting hamburgers.
Michael.
Yeah, exactly. P loves.
Me and my kids, they picked up that habit
already.
Not a bad habit. It's pretty good. You turned me on to that, Grant.
It's a college. I mean, I don't know if
it is.
You know, in Jayhawk Nation, Kansas Jayhawks, they put honey on it.
They do put honey on it.
Not a bad deal. Dip it in honey.
Hey, Rips, can we get a P&L? Oh, we got Rips P&L. Yep, it's up there. What else?
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay, now we're good. Yeah. All right.
10K over.
All right, remember we went to that. Remember we went to that hipster pizza joint Peace, and go to Peace. It's great. North Avenue in Chicago.
Oh no,
they don't serve ranch. They have a big sign, no ranch here. So I ordered Caesar.
Not bad. I like Caesar.
Dip it in anything.
Caesar salad. Sure.
Jack, if you're ready, come on in. We're
always ready. All right, someone who's not getting chopped up. It's our boy of Miami, formerly of Chicago, Ken Griffin. So the market making activities at Citadel Securities, about $4.9 billion in the first half of the year, which is an 81% increase in their net trading revenue there. So they're doing well flipping those stocks, aren't they?
Oh, their house account's crushing it.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, their check marks. Their check marks. They get a bazillion check marks on every trade.
Millions of check marks. And Jack has worked for them, and I've been in their office meeting with kind of the right hand guy. I won't say his name, but they have groups in there, and they have traders that all work. I know Kai, he was my neighbor, and he talked about he worked at DRW. Yeah, he's a cool cat. He doesn't live there anymore. He would talk about the team he was on. They're all on kind of teams, and I don't know what they do exactly, but it isn't just individual discretionary traders from what I gather.
Yeah, no, at DRW you had the trade on teams, like you shared one pooled account, so it was a little bit different. It was like Survivor basically. But if you need to get some anger out on anything, cardio drumming is the hot new exercise. So if you got a garbage can and a flexibility ball, MP, get some drumsticks and just whip it out.
Look at MP. MP, what are we doing here?
I mean, there's drum circles that I remember that are out in California. There is.
Oh yeah.
Hippies. Not hipsters. I'm a hippie hipster. I don't. A country kid. I don't know.
And lastly, we featured a very naughty aquatic mammal last week.
This one,
the dolphin. So I figured I'd give some respect to one that's doing better. A beluga whale suspected of spying for Russia was found dead in Norway. Whether he was a spy is up to debate. He was found in, I believe, Finnish waters with a collar that said property equipment in St. Petersburg. But he seems to have been pretty chill besides that. So RIP to this possible Russian asset.
Also on the collar in parentheses, it said not a spy whale. He left that part out of the story.
That's a Kremlin can get to anybody, man. Anybody.
Choking.
Oh.
Yeah.
5590 in the S&P, 5590 half.
Nice trade.
Man, is there a trade if we break above 319s in the NASDAQ? I just don't know. It's just so hard for me to buy this.
Yes, it is. All right, let's go around the horn here. MP,
look at that break at 319.
There's your 318s, 319s, 19.319s in the NASDAQ. Now trading 22s, 20s.
Yeah, I want to see what happens up here at 332. That's kind of the level that I'm watching for.
332
on this bounce on NQ. If we get up to 332 and we start to perk above that, and we see some heavy offers, there's a potential that we could short back down to 285. So a little bit of a range there, but volume is getting tremendously low here, and that's no surprise because we don't have much news that is going to be left moving the market. The only event that I'm going to be watching for the rest of the day is coming in the form of an auction from the Treasury, and that's going to be a 52-week bill auction at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central Time. So outside of that, there's really not much that's going to be directing the moves of the market for the rest of the day today. Most big traders are going to be concerned about roll and the contract roll that's going to be happening in the next couple of weeks, and to get out of their positions and lower their size, get better in their hedges. They're going to be looking for these news-driven trades to kind of hide or disguise their size. And what they'll be waiting for primarily this week is probably going to be NFP on Friday.
As you guys see, there is no longer tilt at the top of your screen. But there is tilt saying 70% long in some market that you can check out on Topstep X. So those that are saying, hey, tilt's working really well today, you need to be trading on Topstep X. Because again, that's information that we want to put and funnel to one area, not the whole planet. I'm not here to, it's not the charity event we're a part of.
We didn't even get to those 330s rips. We might sell right back through those 300s. We failed to break above and hold anything above 20s so far.
If you're watching the time and sales too, during this kind of bout of trading right now from that bounce of 285, you can see how awfully thin it is in both the S&Ps and the NQ. And it's going back to tell the story that, liquidity is tremendously low right now as people are waiting for things. I saw Short Life Hacks in chat talking about the 52-week bill is a non-factor. That's correct. These things are not going to move the market tremendously, but it will give some players an interesting opportunity to possibly reduce their size in the September contracts and roll over into the December contracts, which is just something that you're going to see during these next couple of weeks. Again, the big move that we're looking for, the big amount of draw of liquidity is going to be happening towards the end of the week for NFP.
Yep, non-farm payroll. All right, see if we get pushed into these 332s. In the NQ, got a check mark for a short, perhaps, Rips?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see 332 interacting first before I make a decision on that. But with liquidity being this low, we're perking up to that level right now. I mean, it's a big range from 332 up to 356 is where we have liquidity. the trade becomes completely negated above 370, which is close to be where session VWAP is if we're doing the session VWAP reset at like 8:30 Central. So, there's a lot of different things on the table right now because liquidity is much lower than it was even 30 minutes ago. It's a hands-off situation for me. Otherwise, I'd continue trading this.
Direction-wise, tilt. We got the S&P 76% long, 72% long in NASDAQ. Crude oil and gold around that 66% long. Everybody looking long here across the board.
I wonder if the longs come in right now again, and these are the ones that get paid. Have you guys ever gone to where your move finally materializes after you've been stopped out for the day? DLL.
Oh yeah.
Blowing out
Oh
your
yeah.
No
yeah.
longer
Oh, yeah.
margin, no longer have initial margin in your personal
trading.
Yeah, and then it goes that way. Those are like what I've always learned is the smarter ones that stayed more patient. Somebody said in here, patience is the hardest thing ever. Yeah, it is. And waiting for the market to come to you is smart.
We saw that last week with the house account.
All great dad wisdoms there. A lot of good dad wisdoms there.
Yep.
Patience pays.
Patience pays. We got tilt 76% NQMP, 76%. Waiting for a confirmation from 332 from Mr. Rips.
Yeah, on the other side, maybe I do see something setting up on the ES, and it's going to be to the long side. We might not get it. I was looking for ES to come back down and test 93 and see if we get a continuation to at least test 5,600 evens. Maybe see if we could break back up above 56 evens.
That gets my check mark.
80% long.
There we are.
Tilt NASDAQ.
That's pretty damn long. 80%, guys. We were trading 30s, 33, 30s up there. Yeah.
I'm thinking I think 80%. We might be thinking just insta check.
Pull back a little bit. 76 right now.
Don't change the game until you guys stand up.
Yeah, we had that nice draw of liquidity above 332. If I was momentum trading that, I would have taken that pop up 337. We had a big reject on the order flow. I would have been taking that as a momentum trade back to the downside. But now
we need that in real time, guys. We need that. Yeah, we need that in real time when we're doing these check.
Yeah, the 30s were good. All right, Dre,
19,315.
I'm long ES from 92 evens.
Damn. Okay.
What do we have around here? You had the S&P and the NASDAQ both in the, as Eddie says, it was Eddie and 80s. Eddie, like how I did that? My brain goes 80s. So
you mashed it.
You mashed it, yeah. So that was a pretty big long up there. Already 20 handles in the money if you would have wanted to take the Rips 32s, which was also heavy long NASDAQ and S&P.
Yeah.
Smiled. You're not an idiot. Anybody that looks that way, it's not helpful. And I'm gonna the negative talk. I'm gonna try my best on here to change it. Whether it's fade out, turn it into money. If it's you should fade the house account, turn it into money. If it's like I'm stupid, I'm on tilt, blah blah blah. We're gonna try to lift you up. And if anybody's having a really really bad day, we're gonna get into this where we're gonna send you a laptop. I'm just working with our HR to see how many we have before I start making this open up the floodgates. But then you can smash this. You can make it target practice if you'd like, all that kind of stuff. And it's for those that go on Super Tilt. Did we have an email last week on anybody who? I kind of threw it out there on a
Office
whim.
What was the name? What was that movie?
Office Space. They take a baseball bat.
So what's your thoughts on that long on the ES? Hogue, I heard you said you had a check mark. What were you looking at on the ES, Hogue?
I mean, I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. It's looking like there was a little bit of a bear flag there. I liked it because it was cheap. We don't have to spend a lot to take out the low. But my real focus for today is going to be on weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps, which is 555.77.
Yep. My check mark's still on there. If we consolidate and break above 94, then that would be valid.
No, I don't hate it.
90.
Till took a swing
But-
here to the short side.
Sure did.
60% short NASDAQ.
NASDAQ whips on them.
Yeah, it is.
Those longs are getting beat up today, big time here at Topstep.
Those longs, what do we see it up to 80% almost?
Yeah. Eddie, I can't even say Eddie. Tried to do it, Eddie. My brain smashes him. Yeah. He was talking 80s, up at the 30s. Very confusing. 19.330s. 19.330s is when Eddie was talking about so many people long.
Yeah.
Yep,
It's
I'm
just
out-
a
I'm out
healthy.
on
It's
that.
an
Yeah.
indicator. It's an indicator that is an indicator. Choose what you will. That was a great short up there in the 32s reps. 19.332s. If you would have got short,
Yeah,
in the 32s. With tilt
All right.
going your direction.
77%
All right, Ho,
short.
you want to jump in here? MP, I'll be back. I got an appointment downtown. I cannot miss for later. But yeah, Ho's gonna do the driving. But we did like those shorts at 332 for a minute. Yeah, we gotta get those check marks in real time.
All right, ready to turn this thing around here.
All right, we got it.
Video running.
All right,
Go.
see you guys this
Yeah.
afternoon. I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you, guys.
This is
All
good.
right,
NVIDIA might be seeing -7%. We're at 6.5.
Every time it sells off, it gets bought right back up. What does it make
New
up
low,
for?
yes.
20% of the market cap? More than that?
It's heading right towards some of my bids.
Yeah.
You have some NVIDIA bids, huh?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I've missed enough really great tech opportunities in my day. I'm taking this one.
Ooh.
I like to sell cash secured puts to get me into this position. So I have some at 110.
I got
So
some
yeah,
bids there.
246 and 3/4 here is a big level on the NQ. If we do bounce above this level and struggle to find any kind of meaningful bids, there's definitely a short opportunity down to 200 evens. So that's another opportunity. A fade back up to 285 would be nice as well for a reject there. We had a big stop run below 280s. That's what we're experiencing right now.
So you like a pullback up to 285 for a potential short up there?
If we do get there, yes. I think that's definitely something we could be looking for. Again, we have to see the interaction, the interplay like we saw above 332 there. So a breach above 285 doesn't mean the trade is off, just means that we're pacing ourselves.
It's the IB low, so I do like that. I mean, we've taken out the IB low in the S&Ps. That is now back inside the initial balance for a potential failed downside auction, but we've got to do a little time. We got to wait a little bit for that one. So let's see what we
I'm
have.
coming in here with some strong bids in the ES around 50-80. I'm seeing some big size here.
Westy, great trading today. Been short, calling it a day. Lock it up.
Mm.
Topstep X, you can lock up your profits. Oh, yeah. We also have a release coming tonight, which is going to be very cool when we talk about it tomorrow. It is about locking it up. It is about locking it up.
Tesla's
So
way
in
off
this
the
short
size as
again
well.
here, looking for this break now of 246 and 3/4 to the downside.
So you're short again. Where at?
Average price is at 270.
270, close to your 285 rejection if we get there.
Correct.
Ooh, let's see.
Gabe, we don't have and Leno in the chat, we don't have the range lockup for manual lockout. This is a cool feature that we enhanced the personal daily loss limit, the personal profit target, personal profit limit, or whatever, to make it so you can set them. And it'll do nothing but notify you, or it will do a liquidation, or you can set it to liquidate and block you, like a manual blockout. Sweet stuff. So that now you can be like, hey, I'm looking to make 500 a day, only risking 500 a day. You can set your own brackets for the day We have simple brackets within it, but you can do it for the day. And how nice is that to get auto liquidated from a profit that you set for your day? And you're like, oh, it's going to keep going. Well, you don't know that, and it could
Nice trade,
go
Rips.
right back. Yeah. 70s to 50s, 53s.
Mm-hmm.
It's like boxing.
Yeah, it looks like we're
getting
going
the
to
decision.
we might just break through this. We could definitely break through these 40s. 200s are looking a lot more attractive. A test of 200s, even something even further than 200, maybe 150s.
Is that just because like it's kind of a psychological, a bigger, fatter, rounder number, 19,200?
Yeah. And then we have that big low from August 28th is like around 150s. I'm looking at this as a big zone. 200 is just the round psychological number. And then below that is like 142, 141. So.
Rips, are you flat now?
Nope, still holding this, looking for that break of 46 to the downside. I want to see how we get down there, if we are slamming this to the downside or not. Definitely want to see what the interplay is on those 46s. I think that, like Dakota said, if we do slam through those, we have room down to 208. So that's what I'll be looking for if we can get down to those 246s again.
5580s, we're showing a 480 lot there.
Yep, I see that.
And
that's looks to be a real bit. It's not the bookmarkers. It's not the algos.
Right under that, yeah. It's another 250 lot.
We're seeing delta just continuous with direction. So no divergence, anything of divergences. No nothing on that. Just going with the delta. We're really kind of struggling to hold below the initial balance here in the S&Ps. The initial balance low is, where is that? 55.84.75. NASDAQ is holding nicely now below the IB low, which is 19.283. We're going to take care of a little bit of housekeeping here as soon as Rips, as soon as you're out of this trade, we're going to bring up the top 5 P&Ls from I'm thinking Friday.
Faction, you're short 9. Nice job. Rocket, half profit target from Jamaica. When I say Jamaica, nice. Man, is that as bad as saying put another shrimp on the bar? Because Australians hate that. I was in Cairns in Melbourne for a little bit with some buddies.
Jamaicans say everything I read, man. Yeah, man. Still running that, huh, Rips?
Yep, looking for these 46s to retest and blow and go.
Nice trade.
There's your 49s. 19,249 trading for all the long-haul truckers listening in.
Okay, there's your 46 flush. We tagged it. My order did not get filled, unfortunately. So looking for that second shot there.
It bounced off. It ripped through it and then quickly firmed up.
Yeah, it bounced right off my order, unfortunately.
It knows it's you.
Retest rate below 50s.
Matt Rad putting up 1150 on the day and locking it up. Good job, Matt Rad.
Here we go.
There we go. Beautiful.
Nice trade, Rips.
Thank you so much.
Nice trade. Conviction. Got in, got out. Guys, that was Rips talking out his trade. He talked about the 46s when we were trading 55, 60s. Talked about the 80s coming up there as a place to short. You got in a little early. Why was that?
Well, because we started seeing heavy offers coming before those 80s. I got in tried to get it 72, got a fill lower. I averaged in about 68 in the contracts that I took. So ended up averaging a little bit lower. And now we are definitely carrying this lower below these 46s. But it gets a little precarious down here, which is why I covered. I want to get my points. 68 to 46 is still a decent trade in my books.
Hey, Funding Team, that's a dollar cost average, and he didn't supply a video, so we're gonna have to do. First, we're gonna wait 1 month before we let you know. Just jab, jab, jab. We're having fun. Even what I was doing with PW over the weekend. If you ain't having fun, we're all in the same industry. Don't bring my wife into it. Come on. Brought my wife. She actually thought it was funny. She's like, that's really a dig. Saying I was on the Basher. I'm like, well, you were. But yeah.
Rips,
I'm a firm believer that a rising tide raises all ships, and the ones with the holes in them will stay on the bottom.
Has been forever in this industry. Has been forever. And you can even go back to the pits, and Hogan will say this. The guys that were loose lips, fast ships, I don't know. The ships
Sink
and the
ships.
boats and the cars and all that stuff, and flashed them. Put them in your face or flashed them and all that kind of stuff. John, where are they?
I'm lost. I got lost in there somewhere. What are we doing?
Okay. In the pits,
Yeah,
the guys
you're-
I knew in the pits that were all flashy like that, it either went up their nose or drank it or sat on,
Oh, yeah.
or sat on and flashed it, and they are nowhere to be found. Not even
Yes.
in the industry, and not even can take that transferable skill anywhere else
Yeah.
to make an income. Nothing against them. They were entertaining. Get the point. They're entertaining, but they weren't a
Yeah.
good trader.
They
CDR
bought cars and big homes and big vacations and
blew out of
they
everything.
spent everything they made and they're gone now.
They're gone now.
Mm.
Now,
Too many nose nachos. That'll do it to you.
yeah, TSG, CDR. These are guys that I traded around that were good traders, kind of like family guys / just good guys. Marty, you were one of them too. MRX. These guys went on to take their one became a GC, a big GC, general contract, all that kind of stuff. So the grinders, the ones that jab away, those are the ones that typically.
It's the ones that treated it like a business. You know, there were a lot of folks that thought it was like high school with money, and you know, to some degree, I mean, it was, but it was the ones that took it seriously. You know, I had the benefit of my dad, who said, you know, if you start making a lot of money, don't think it's going to go on forever. You know, everything's change. Put it away. Don't overspend. Don't you know, buy the bigger house, buy the older car. Just keep putting it away because you're going to need it one day. And you know, he was absolutely right about it. So treat it like a business, sack it away, and survive. I mean, that's really the whole goal, right? You know, everybody wants to be here to trade, but if you can't stay here to trade, you're out. You know, it's a brutal thing. It happens to a lot of people, especially those that. Michael, you know, the guys that came on the floor, they never worked on the floor. They had their shiny badge and they stepped into the pit and made a bunch of money right away. It wasn't very long until they figured out that they were they weren't the big men on campus as they thought they were, because the market makes everything right. You know, if you're just getting lucky, eventually that luck is going to dry out, and if you spend it all and give it all away, you're going to be in trouble at some point.
That's one thing that really drew me to Dakota and why he's, you know, we're trading buddies together.
Example.
And one of the reasons why I was drawn to Dakota was not only because he's a humble guy and his attitude has always been top of class, but he's been consistent and he's not a flash in the pan. You see a lot of these traders that come in, somebody like Rafa, who's really, really good, right? Those are the traders that I latch onto that I think are very talented. If you're on the leaderboard one day and gone on the next, you know, it's like what Hogue was talking about. You probably got lucky, and that's okay. I mean, I'd rather be lucky than good myself, right?
Or rips. You got a glimmer of that skill that you need to hone, because it's there, and some people just get it, and then it goes away, and then they go into casino mode or get it back mode or whatever, which the psyche hasn't been conditioned, the mind and your emotion, managing your emotions, controlling your behavior, because that's the click of the button that's going to put you in a position or not. All that kind of stuff that goes back to the patience conversation. When you really get that in your discipline and order, that's the foundation of a house, and the house that you're building, that is your business, like Hogue said. So,
I mean, I can tell you from experience. I've been trading for. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Hogue.
I was just going to say, I mean, we have one of the best, most consistent and longest lasting huge futures traders coming on today at 11 o'clock. Linda Raschke is going to be with me. And that's exactly what Rips is talking about. Exactly what Dakota's, what Michael are talking about is you got to be able to withstand the longevity. And she has done a fine job at that. If you've never heard of her or seen her, you're really going to enjoy this at 11 o'clock.
All right, 55.80s is trading out on the S&P. It's the low 55.79. Anybody have levels down here? 19.210 half. 19.210 half. is the low of the day now for the NASDAQ. Rips was just short from the 72s up there, covered in around the 40 area. Now we're 30 more handles from the 40, 60 more handles away from the
I did like too, if we retest those 46s, which we did, and we find that weakness, the trade down to 200 is valid. I just didn't hold on for it myself. I got the points that I was looking for, and
no, you're fine, Rip. That was a great trade.
We're up, close to $11,000 on the day. It wasn't a big trade. I was looking for a few points, But just to echo what you were saying there, MP, I've been trading for a decade. In my first few years of trading, I was blinded by that euphoria where I was undoubtedly getting lucky in trades, making the right reads and then getting, very lucky in those trades and just getting the right reads through luck purely. And then that would create euphoria, and that euphoria would spur me to trade bigger size. And that bigger size would lead to outscaled losses. And I lost a lot of money in the first 3 years that I was trading because I wasn't trading on Topstep. I was trading my own equity account.
Same.
And it was expensive.
First 3 years, I got crushed too. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I absolutely love Topstep, is because it gives us all the opportunity to trade like the big dogs out there without paying that big dog price and losses.
Mm-hmm. And your downside's so damn small. Your downside, I mean, like what? You invest a bit to get the software, the stuff, the administration, the support, the coaching, all that kind of stuff, $49 a month. I lost $30,000 real money trading accounts from the age of like 18. I was 18 to 22. Then got with a prop firm. It says one lots only. YM, you're trading Dow, $300 daily loss limit. You want the job? We're not paying you. You got to prove it. And that was my introduction to the world of the importance of prove it on sim, where you put 200 people back in the seats behind you, just like a pilot would do. They got to prove it on a sim before you get the license to put 200 people in the back, so you don't kill all those people, and you can manage that plane, take off to land.
And that's why we do it.
We just tested down the weekly kickoff low in the S&P here, guys.
Right. Hitting a new low here.
Oh, I'm going to jump over to that one. Tell me about that, John.
Weekly kickoff.
My Nvidia puts might put me in a position. I sold some puts at 110. We're down almost 8% on Nvidia now. Now we are down 8%. We just pierced 110.
Nice. Hey, what do we like around down here? Anything? It has been a falling knife all day.
Weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. 55.77.
What level, John?
55.77.
That's the level that you and I were talking about, John, at the opening call there.
Yep.
Yeah, I like it. I do like it. I like to get in and build that position and then get in full position once we reverse.
Apparently we're
we got
already
15. We have 15 from the 77s. Were you talking about building a position or being in the position?
Well, Dakota was talking about building into a position.
Wait, did you say we're 50?
I guess we're long.
No. We're long 15.
15.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, man. 50, just boom. Yeah, I like it. I like building a position. For me, it would be a break above, 55.80. 55.80 is where we could start to see a lot of maybe a reversal signal. Yeah.
Personally, for this trade, I want to see more retests off of 77 myself before getting into a position. I want to see way more retests off of 77.
Rampa's got a 55.61 here bottom.
I would want to see more retests of 77 before we jump into anything.
Please.
So Dakota's not, I don't think either of these guys have a check mark on it just yet. They're looking for it to kind of come up and then retest the level before looking for the long. Am I right on that, gentlemen?
All right.
Correct. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we took a stutter step there, and we're just continuing to push lower. Delta's increasing.
And that's why I want to avoid jumping into a trade too early. We need to see clear retests, especially like what Dakota
so when
looks
we're talking about the weekly
reversal.
kickoff low, and we were down there, we did like it for a split second.
Correct.
But then we changed on that for a better price.
Yeah. Yep. I'm always for the camp right now. The way the price is buying it as we go back up rather than buying it as we're going down.
As we go down.
Up. Is that what you?
Which we do not have a check mark from the chat either. 72% say no.
72% no.
We see what happens here.
It's a big level.
Yeah, let's see what we
Crude
can
off
do
a
here.
new low,
We made a run.
78.44, long 67% tilt.
Yeah, let's see what we could do. For me, my check mark will be if we break back above, 78 and a half now, 78 and a half.
Rips, what do you think?
Well, we're still kind of seeing a lot of downside pressure. I think that maybe we'll have to see this come down to the 28th of August lows here, which are perched around 55.60. So I'm still patient in this. I don't like jumping into anything just yet. I'd rather wait until we get a burst of liquidity, retest lower, and then we take it higher. There's going to be plenty of room for that trade when it comes.
Coach Paul's talking about the 55.71 second level support. Says he's still not looking to get long. 19,190 is the 20-day SMA in NASDAQ. Thanks, Coach Paul.
19,190. All right. So, I think we're doing fine here. We've kind of stopped trying to jump in front of a freight train. We're looking for some sort of basing, some sort of structure to lean on down here before looking for anything as far as longs are concerned. It's really looking like we're going to be leaving single TPOs below the initial balance. And to me, that always says short.
Yeah, we're ripping lower on lower liquidity too in the NASDAQ here. We saw some bids firming up at our next level of 183 to the downside. Now we have 155, and I think that's where the party could probably start to see a reversal. So I like shorts from 183 reject and NQ down to 155 potentially. So again, being patient, waiting for trades.
Right.
It's very easy to get distracted by the movement of the market when it's single directional like this. We do have some omnidirectional movements if we're looking at the lower time frames, but overall, if you're looking at 15-minute bars here, it's pretty single directional to the downside. So being patient and waiting for a reversal is almost but guaranteed to give you a large amount of points. You just have to wait for confirmation on a reversal.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
it's easy to feel like you've missed out when you have moves like this. It's easy to feel like that, but I promise you, it's very easy to be patient.
We can go back to the Twitter conversation. Now, guys, I was talking to Rips in the background while this was all happening. Hey, you cool if I just go, hey, who's a better trader, you or Patrick? It's, again, this is guys in the industry, should be big boys and girls and handle it, which I hope we will. But it was a fun little thing thrown out there. We're looking into how we would do this. We're also looking into how to bring the CEOs on of other prop firms and host that. Austin Silver was kind enough to say he could moderate. Some of these things you can't just go snap, let's do it tomorrow. But we're definitely interested in both of these. Got to see how it happens. This is head to head. Whether it's Danny trades through his hat in there on PW. And Rips, you did a great job of managing your emotions when he was jabbing away. So I commend you on that.
Not that difficult.
You've been in the game too long.
I mean, it's just small fry stuff,
Yeah.
Well, Michael, we got a little
right?
house cleaning to do here. We've got the stats, 5 XFA P&Ls. And the hot streaks and top 5 payouts we can do at the same time here. If you want to do that, Robert, that'll get us caught up.
Well, thank you very much, Hogue. Hope you had a great weekend and hope everyone else did as well. We're going to start off. I'm going to push the overlay for the top 5 live. And you are correct, sir. These are from Friday, August 30th. We had that holiday yesterday. So, let's get to it. Samuel B. at the top of the list on a live account, $7,000. He's actually trading Topstep X, which is great. Jules P. 2,300. Arjun is up there at number 3. Daniel G's got 1,900. The bottom 3 all around 1,900 up there. Landon M. making the list. This is a whole new list we have going on here. So we'll actually be, right back in just 1 minute. We'll switch that overlay and we'll get the other ones brought right up with the hot streaks and the top payouts as well. Be right back in 1 minute.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert.
Hey, real quick here, while we're talking markets, Hobbs had no reason to get long on anything down here right now as we see it. Says that we still need to see aggressive buyers and a shift in market structure. Holding the bottom at this range is still now completely out of the question, but way too weak. And we've been talking about how weak these markets are coming into this week. Thanks, Hobbs.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks, Eddie. Good stuff. Hobbs. Everybody's yeah, not seeing any longs here. Music Man is saying these my next level lower is 118 in the NASDAQ. 118.
I have a similar level to that, 122. We have to get through 155 first, which I think might be the area where we get a lot of bids showing up. We are currently retesting those 183s as expected, and we are trending lower. So 183 targeting 155 would be a nice trade the moment we ping pong back up to 183. But the probability of these trades gets lower and lower as the day goes on because liquidity is drying up rapidly.
We've got last week's low in the NASDAQ, 140 and a quarter. Certainly looking like it could test down to that level.
So on that note, I did get long ES at 76 and a half.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
And then who else is liking that, John? On the horn.
I like it as long as we hold the low of the session. I want to see it get back up over about 83 for a possible addition to that, but we're still really struggling and wrestling with this 55.77 level.
Yeah, this is a smaller trade for me. I'd like that 77 is the weekly kickoff low, right? And if we can get consolidation and the break above maybe 78, 79, then I would like it even more as a breakout trade for that reversal. But until then, just small, keeping it small, keeping the stop loss tight, seeing if we could get a cheap trade here.
Yeah, Michael, I think we're still looking for some sort of change in structure, some sort of confirmation for a bigger trade here. So it sounds like to me.
I'm gonna hey guys in the production, I'm gonna reboot. I keep getting cut out. So
okay. Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, let's take care of a little bit more housework here. Robert, are you going to come in, or Gabe, are you coming in with the top step next?
Who's in next?
Robert, good for it. Go for it.
All right, here we are right now. We're going to go with the XFAs, the top 5 XFAs. Excuse me. Again, these are from Friday also. And again, we have 5 new names up here. Casey on number 5, 15,165. You can see these on the screen. Bar Yohi is, or Yohai, excuse me if I pronounce it incorrectly, $15,502. Number 3 spot, Richard M, 17,200. Nicholas W, 21,688. And then taking the first spot is Deontay D, and this is $27,410. And Hogue, one thing I noticed on this, as we get our hot streak slide ready, one thing I noticed is that the top 5 XFAs are generally 3 times larger than the top 5 live accounts. And I think that is just due to the live traders. They have that live account now, and they're managing their risk a little bit better than just going through the XFAs.
Interesting. Very, very cool, Robert.
Let's pull up the hot streaks right now. Get this one out of the way. And there they are. Dilesh still holding that top spot at 40 consecutive. He's up to $570, taking those couple of micros that hold on to that hot streak. I can tell you what, if that breaks, we're not going to be doing that again. The remaining ones are all eligible for payouts, and that's the standard going forward. So we have New at 25 days consecutive is trading a 150K XFA, $4,845. Nabil, new on the list, of 24, $7,900. Shrikant R, 20 consecutive days. This one is a 50K XFA, doing very well, actually. And Chinghan L, 100K XFA. We don't see too many 100Ks, but it certainly is. It's a 100K XFA. It's usually 150s or 50s. 19 consecutive days, $3,838. One thing I want to mention on Shrikant. Shrikant is scalping the ZB, which is a 30-year bond, and also the ZN, which is a 10-year note. When I say scalping, it's about 169 trades per day. And that's pretty tough on ZB and ZN. Wow. I'm sure Jack will have something to say about that.
It's like putting in a bid, putting in an offer, and getting both of them filled at the same time.
Based on the P&Ls and based on the trade sizes, it looks like he's playing the spreads.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Robert.
Where's Jack?
Awesome.
Where's Jack? He'd love it. He would love
Yeah.
that.
So there's the, I don't know if anybody took that trade in chat, but there's the 183 retest down to our target of 155. Anybody in chat catch that trade?
Getting very, very close to that last week's low there on the NASDAQ.
Here we go.
S&P is
I like this
some
one.
bids here.
There we go. Yep.
I
Broke
right.
did
below
also say
78.
that I think 155 is that line in the sand there.
What do we got, John?
I'm
Around the horn?
driving. You got a check mark from Dakota. Rips, you got a check mark for long in the S&Ps here. It's kind of getting away from us.
No, you can count me out.
No check marking. Okay, from Rips. What about the chat? Does the chat like a potential long here in the S&Ps? If I had a check mark, being the driver, I would have one in. Yes.
Eddie, you navigate then. If we need to have a navigator.
I got a check mark from Coach Paul. Let's put another check mark there.
Check mark. There you go.
Guys with the chat, poll. Get the poll on there.
For you're talking long ES, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can make an argument to get in long on the pullback and the test of 79.80 right in this area.
Seeing a potential 3-bar reversal in the NASDAQ as well here, right? The 5 minute.
The NASDAQ for a minute. I do know it's just been so heavy.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, I can see a potential for a 3-bar reversal on the NASDAQ. Okay. I mean, especially that we're down to the kickoff low and down near that low makes it a little bit more powerful.
All right, so looking like we're pretty much back to 55-45 yes in the ES. Nothing decisive there from the chat. That's with 256 votes.
So tell me what the summary of this is, just so I'm clear.
Well, we've got me, Dakota, and I think it was Coach Jay with the check marks.
Coach Paul.
Coach Paul
with what? With risk?
As close to 55.77 as we can possibly get it. And if it takes out the low of the session, then we're out. Low of the session is 55.72 half. So maybe about 6-7 points risk if we can get it right at 55.77. In a way, though.
Yeah, that pullback to 79, I think, was that pullback. And here we are. Maybe we see a test of 5,600 evens. Maybe 5,600 evens.
So if we get that pullback back down to 78, you like it there again?
Yeah, 80s, 78s.
80s?
I could, yeah.
You got 3 check marks on that, Michael.
You got somebody at the 81s too.
Yeah, I would be okay with 81s possibly. I mean, it's making higher lows. I see that order that came in at 81s.
All right.
And, we only got long 81s because I was looking to average in on the 80s and the 77s if it was going to retest. We are sitting with a 5 lot, which we try to get to the 20 at least to start. Quickly, 76% long. Bad phone. 76% long ES and NASDAQ right now. Bad phone. Sorry.
If we
like it.
if
We're
we
now
get
getting it. Go ahead, Rips.
If we get over 208 and then retest 208s, that would be a strong signal to take this all the way to 246, but it's contingent upon showing strength and a balance at 208.
All right, so the
Millions
S&P
is talking about an X for him. He thinks that we can drift higher, but looking for short to add to the short on the bounces. Also, Hobbs only likes shorts also until the market shows us the uptrend. I got to check.
Tell me what's up. Tell me, check mark to the short side. That's what I'm going to need because we're long. So I do want, if you get somebody that's against that, whoever they are, Hoagland and Navigator, Eddie.
Okay, so
how do you guys?
The low of the initial balance, we just traded right to it to the tick, 55.84 half. Low of the initial balance is 84.75. I want to see us get back inside that initial balance before we peel off too much of this profit, or before we peel off too much of this up move that we've had here. So it really just stopped at the IB low.
So these longs are 5 lot. Is still a play?
I believe so. Dakota?
Yeah. To me, it's we've now made that 3-bar reversal, and then possibly looking to make higher lows and lower highs. And so for me, it would be trying to find a way to buy these pullbacks, having a stop loss in place, keeping your stop loss tight, and then looking for that continuation. Because now the market on a much smaller time frame, we fell to, the 77 was weekly kickoff low, and higher low. Now let's see if we could continue to build some bullish market structure. If not, then obviously the trade's off. That's why you have a stop loss to invalidate a trade.
I'm with you. The
music's talking about an X for him, not a check. The 5-minute movement tells him it's going to continue selling.
That's what makes the market, right?
Yep. Lots of opinions. That's what makes a market.
I'm going to say here in our levels, elite, we're like a 50-50 right now. 54-50 against.
All right. So we got it going our way. We can monitor this while we take a look at the top 10 funded P&Ls when we're ready.
Yes,
still
we
want
can.
To stop. You guys still like all the stops around the new lows, correct?
Yep, 72.5 is for me.
All right, you got an echo, Robert. I'll be right back.
Shizzle my nizzle.
Okay, I am back. I'm going to kill this game just a little bit. Just a reminder, I'm in a temporary office, so I'm trying to do the best we can with it. Hang with me. We will get that figured out and straightened out. But let's run through those top 10, starting with 6 through 10. We can pop that up right here. There we go. Boy, this production team is right on the ball. Number 10, Brady B at 87,203. Now, I said this on Friday, but I'm going to repeat it now, that we do have all of our top 10 over the 100K P&Ls. It's just that some of them chose to be anonymous and not have their data or name shared on TV, and we absolutely will honor that. There are several more above the 100K mark, but I just want to make that very clear. So as soon as we get one more live on air, we will definitely have them up there, and we are excited to see that. One thing I really want to talk about is Marcel P. Marcel P was 420 on the previous rank, moved up to number 9. Only been trading that XFA, believe it or not, for 2 days, but they are copy trading. So copy trading one account across a total of 5. Let me pull up that information right there. The tip on this one, I want to talk about the tip of the week. Network and learn from others. Maybe we can learn something from Marcel P on this, going from place 420 up to 9. Gotta love that. Nick for a tick, holding steady, dropped down one spot, not due to him. Someone just pushed in front of him at 103,000. That's a live account for Nick for a tick. Brian P at 119, and we have Richard M at number 6. Now we have see if we can get that drum roll happening. Now we're ready for the top 5. Boom, 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 boom. I'll do it myself. Here we go.
Come on, let's
So finish 18.
Oh, here we go. We'll run through them quick here.
Emma, hey, how about a little something, for the effort, And he says, there won't be any money. When you die, on your deathbed, you will receive total consciousness. So I got that going. Just nice.
Well, there we go. There it is right there.
Right.
Top 5. I'm going to go 1 through 5 in this one. Rafa holding that top spot. That's quite a bit ahead. But look at Chung L catching up. Those are the 1 and 2 from last week also. They're battling it out. Hopefully they're both going to stick with it and just take some payouts and keep moving on. Those are 2 live accounts. Marco C moving up from 34 to number 3. That is in the XFA account as well with some copies.
Big day for Marco.
Yeah, very, very good days for Marco, for sure. Absolutely. And then number 5 spot, we have Atul. Atul is always up on that board up there. And Samat H, they just switch places. Samat and Atul, 4 to 5 and 5 to 4. Those top 5 are really hanging in there. So stay tuned. We'll be back a little bit later on with some payouts.
Let's go!
Wow, what amazing. What amazing.
Awesome.
Over 300, almost 350,000 for both of them in a live account.
Huge.
It's
Huge.
beyond. It's amazing. It's amazing. And that's continuing to grow. Like, you always get that feeling like, how long are they going to do it for? And he's been on the leaderboard. They've stuck to it. In a live account is the most impressing thing.
Yeah. They fill up 2 months without a free reset, fire drill. MP says that October, while the other prop firms continue giving offers, Topstep's going to be left behind. Well, to each their own. I'll go back to that line. If that's what you'd like, then you can go to where they're at and you can bet on them, trading with them. We're not doing these wild promos. In October, we'll start doing them a bit, but we're not going ham like we did on them. It's not good behavior. We get a lot of people in here that start asking for it a ton. That's not here. We prune that. And we are not a discount prop firm. They market themselves as it. You want to go to discount prop firm? Like, hey, like fast food through McDonald's, eat that every day. See how that's good for you. We're trying to develop traders. And we're not starting them off. We're not starting them off on FOMO or get it now or whatever it is. Go to there if you'd like to go to there, and we'll see you in 6 months.
Have you ever seen the show Super Size Me? That's made me just fear. Like, but anyway, you're still in the long. I'm still in this long, and if we look at this 100 tick chart, I'll kind of show you exactly what I was talking about. Take a look. Nice little reversal on a 5-minute chart over here on the left-hand side. And then over here on the 100 tick, this is what I'm referring to is that bullish market structure. We're making these higher lows, and then we are also making these higher highs on this lower time frame. And so to me, it's just long. I'm going to wait and watch to see how this market's going. Looks like we could very well make another higher high on this lower time frame. See if we can make a run back up towards maybe something like a 96s, 5600s. And I'm going to start to trail my stop loss below each one of these, smaller pivots.
Just going to ask you that.
As you guys see me do. Yep, Hogue. I kind of heard you, like, just that feel. My ears were ringing. You can see it pretty clear and obvious, right? When it's like this, it's not always as clean, but when it is, it gives you great areas to say, if we do break this pivot, we could see a reversal. And I closed one for profit. I closed one at, I think, 87 for profit.
Okay. Michael, you still have all 5 on, right?
We still have all 5 on. We got 81s, and I know we were looking at 80s, and I know we were looking at 77s. I was going to scale. I'm not apologizing for being a 5 lot, but at least we're in. But it is a 5 lot. That's the lower size that we traded today. Usually try to get to the 20 and the start.
Oh, no reason to apologize.
No. Pretty heavy longs in the NASDAQ and the S&P. Guys, this is on tilt.
Like to see the S&Ps hold 85s here. That's the low of the initial balance.
Hey, you say you're trailing. Now, Hogue, when he said he's trailing, I put it at a break even, but I am not the trader here. I'm the executor. Believe in new lows, higher highs and higher lows probably mean we get stopped out if we were above 80. If we're above 80, 55, 80.
I'm looking at this last pullback here. I'm thinking that Dakota has put his risk now at 55.83 below that last swing low. Is that about right?
Yeah, 83 is about where I'm going to close it out. I have my stop loss at 78, but if we do break 83, I might just close it. I just don't want to get stopped run. I do so many times to where it just peaks down there and reverses. I want to see it. But if we break above 90 right now, then yes, I'm going to move it. Actually, I'm going to move it right now, right at 82 3/4. So let's see if we could break above these 89s.
trailing stops is an art form, isn't it?
Oh, it's not as mechanical as you try and make them. It's an art form, man. And you guys see it all the time. We've experienced where the markets came down with one tick, turned around, and we made 11,000 by one tick.
I haven't seen it. It's 80% long, NASDAQ and S&P tilt. That means a lot of folks are getting in long. At Topstep.
Lighten up if you want to.
I mean, it's 5.
Yeah, longs are big here across the board. 81% long crude, 67% long gold.
If you want to hear my 2 cents, and most people usually don't, but my 2 cents on this is the pattern that we're making right now, trudging to the upside, is extremely difficult, and we're seeing a lot of heavy offers. I think this is going to lead to a break to lower lows today.
Go around the horn, Hoagland, so we can get an idea.
All right.
Or if you know the horn.
Yep. Eddie, what are we seeing as far as team members in here? Zerk
Last thing I got was the 50-50 on the X's and the O's.
Okay. Yeah, Music Man at 10:05 was saying he doesn't like it. Zerk was a plus. Millions,
yeah, that's
no.
what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm fine with trailing the stop.
I just took
Dakota's
2 off.
still in it. He did take one off.
Yeah, I'm out now. I'm out. I'm flat.
We have a break-even stop on just 3 of them. 81.
Here's that 83. So you only have 3 left on right now?
You see rips.
Yeah, we took a couple off. 2 handles higher.
Yep, this very well could be a nice little pullback, and we could very well see a continuation to the downside.
Do we break these 83s? Is that kind of a structural break? Do we take a short there? Rips, it sounds like more of a momentum play for you.
Yeah, we're rejecting those 208s. That was a key level that we're looking at. And the fact of the matter is that we had a miniature blow off top about 2 minutes ago into those 230s. So again, it's a momentum trade. If we retest 208s and we show a lot of overhead supply showing up, I think there is a trade there. 208 down to 183 per chance. But yeah, I'm pretty much locked up for the day myself.
When you say blow off top, can you also, is it possible to even say that run of liquidity? I think I see it from basically 24 to 34.
Correct. That's the same thing. We're looking at the exact same thing. You can name it anything you want. At the end of the day, it is a bunch of stops that are getting ran and popped. And the reaction of what happens after that is generally what you're looking for. The fact of the matter is that we had a huge drawback today. We had a 50 handle bounce, and then that continuation after the 50 handle bounce was somewhat precarious and did not lead me to believe that we have any strength in the market that would give us, 100, 200 more points to the upside. So we are starting to roll over as we predicted here. And that's why I think it was nice that MP did trim that trade a little bit. I saw you got out of that in the profit too as well, Dakota. Just very prescient move there. Even if it's temporary in a pullback, you're still sacrificing the broader trade idea to get your points here and now.
Nice. Long bias was 80% on both of them up there. Again, tilt hits. I'm delaying tilt on the very top of the screen tomorrow or this week to 20 more minutes or 15 minutes. I'm doing this because it's information is being shared that you could be trading with other prop firms. I value this information. We value this information big time, and we want to provide it to those that are trading on Topstep. You might roll your eyes to it or whatever, but we may be removed. I said we were going to remove it on the top, but they wanted to put it back in there with a delay. So just it's been fairly good information today. You can decide how to use that.
I do also want to bring up that if we are eyeballing market internals today, we are seeing that the NYSE is trading 22% above its 1 month average in volume. And in congruence with what John was talking about, seeing that Delta is confirming that we are dropping lower, we are congruent with Delta. If we're congruent with Delta as well as size, and we have an outpaced size day, even though liquidity is somewhat low, it does confirm that unless we see some type of tremendous bounce, we should probably go a little bit lower. We are seeing advancers in the NYSE leading decliners by 2.5 to 1, which would also lead me to believe that we are seeing somewhat of a sector rotation out of tech, which is why we're seeing the weight dropping in the S&P and the NQ. So all of these things lead to that confirmation that make this a little bit easier to muster up the strength to take a short.
Looking at the dome here, we got size downside bid S&Ps around the 78, 79s.
Well, they came down and got our break-even stop on that there, didn't they, Michael?
Yes, it did. It did.
I'd be happy if NVIDIA stays above 110.
It already looked down there a little bit below that, didn't it?
Yeah. I have some calls some puts that I sold that are expiring today for 110. I don't mind if I get filled, but it'd be better if I don't.
I just bought more at 110.
You did?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I just like to buy selling puts, get paid to own a stock.
I'm accumulating a position. I don't think I necessarily have a big enough position to hedge on puts.
We were down 8% at one point on NVIDIA. Nothing. I'm not seeing much. Everything is just red. Tesla was up 2%, and we're now in the red. We've been down, 1/4 to 0.5%. And now it's all quiet, patient. Wait.
And we did hit another retest of that 208 level. We are doing the classic London Bridges pattern here, of course, on the 30-second bars. But we could see this. It's again, we're building a sort of point of control here at the 200s. So there's a lot of interest here. If we have those sellers still on the tape, they can take this much lower. And I would be expecting that we do have a retest of 155 on a lower move, on a lower confirmation. And this is all NASDAQ talk only.
What exactly is the London Bridges pattern?
Well, it's sort of a blow off top pattern. If we're looking at my screen right now, it creates sort of the arches of the bridges, and then London Bridges, as you know, go falling down.
Yes,
that's good. That's good. I'm gonna.
It's the classic London Bridges pattern. Everybody knows.
I love that. To heck with Head and Shoulders, London Bridges.
London Bridges pattern.
It's a 30-second chart. My goodness.
Yeah, it's when we want to get eyeballing super deep in that liquidity. It's like bringing a magnifying glass into the patterns and what we're looking at.
You're gonna have to take.
You don't recommend trading that to find. You don't recommend trading that to find like setups that are happening. It's more about
no. It's the same as when Dakota's looking at a tick chart. You should not be looking for setups in a 30-second bar chart. It's just, I wanted to illustrate the London Bridges pattern.
Can we do a poll real quick?
Also known as Head and Shoulders. I know.
Dakota, what's your P&L now?
About $7,500 on that today so far.
Beautiful. All right. Well, we've got Gabriel coming in with an update here on the platform. Gabriel, you ready?
I am indeed. Good morning.
Awesome.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
I'll be right back.
All right. So we have a couple updates on Topstep X. I wanted to get you guys kind of just up to gear, up to speed here. We have 3 things on the checklist that I want to communicate and make sure you're well aware. A couple things that happened at the end of last week and one thing that happened last night before the open. So there's 3 major updates. The first one being that you can now change the selected display setting when you're adjusting your take profit and stop losses on the chart. So let me go ahead and just buy one at the market real quick so you guys can see what I'm referring to. I'm going to set a bracket down here at the lows of last week, move my take profit up. And as you can see, they're just dollar values currently at the moment. That's the default. You guys have been requesting the ability to change this to percentage or ticks, and they have now introduced that. So let me point you out to where that is. In the platform settings, you're going to go over to the charts and data tab. And then on the right-hand side, it's this chart value display type. I'm going to change that to ticks and then just hit save. Go back to the chart, and now we have ticks that have replaced the P&L. Now, Now, you do still have the unrealized P&L floating at the top. So, just be aware of the fact that you're still going to be able to see the P&L, but at least on the chart, you now have that customization to be able to go from P&L dollar value to ticks or percentage. That's better for you and your trading style. So that's update number 1, being able to change from P&L to ticks or percentage on the chart.
4 minutes on the London close.
Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate that. Now, the second one is being able to show the executions on the screen. Let me go ahead and close this position. And I'm going to go back to the chart settings or the platform settings. We're going to go back to the charts and data tab. And then when I go to show chart executions, you now have a color box that you can select what color you'd like those executions to be. So if you are using a dark background, of course, the white executions are probably going to be preferable, but you can, of course, change that. If you are using a lighter background chart, that's going to be very helpful so that you can choose a darker color, whether it's black or you have full creative freedom to choose what makes sense to you. But that's the second update. So a couple quality of life enhancements so far. Now, the more important one that was released last night is going to be affecting the personal daily loss limit and personal daily profit target. So let me go back over to the platform settings. And on this default tab, which is your risk settings, you're going to go to your personal daily loss limit. Let's go ahead and say I want my personal daily loss limit to be 500. And then my profit target, let's say I want that to be 1,000. Now, the first thing that you want to make sure is after you set the values that you always check to see whether you have this as do nothing, which is basically just going to let you know that you hit your loss limit or your profit target, but it's not going to do anything with your positions. It's not going to do anything with the account. It's just going to notify you. You now also have liquidate, which is to liquidate all your positions, but keep your account active to trade for the remainder of the day. Or you have liquidate and block, which is going to be liquidating your current positions that caused you to reach that threshold. And then in addition to that, it'll disable your account for the remainder of the day. Now, previously, when you selected this, today is Tuesday. So if I save these settings on Tuesday and I hit one of these 2 thresholds, typically the next day it's going to be reset back to doing nothing. So that was a little bit of, we'll just call it a bug. And what they've done is they've fully fixed that. So now what happens is these settings carry over into the next trading day. So it's a little bit more peace of mind, and it allows you to just, not have to worry about adjusting things on a daily basis, right? Just you set it once, you're okay with that, comfortable with that risk tolerance or that profit target. It's going to save through the remainder of the trading week and so on and so forth until you change it again or disable it. So once again, most of these updates this weekend and the past couple of days have been quality of life enhancements, but I think they've been very needed. And just once again, continues to sharpen and get more confidence in the platform that you're using. And that's why we love Topstep X. So stay tuned. As Michael said, we have a lot more coming down the pipeline. I believe there's another update coming out this week. And we'll be back with more soon. But in the meantime, Hogue, back to you.
Thank you, Gabe, and appreciate that. Yeah, that's a really cool thing. You don't have to reset those parameters every day. When you set them, they're going to stay there until you change them in that account. That's I think a wonderful addition, as well as being able to change your positioning on the charts to ticks or percentages. I think that's a really good one too. You are so, like Gabe said, you're going to be able to see your realized P&L and unrealized P&L at the top. If that's going to bother you, we used to do something back in the day with a little bit of a trick. You take a sticky and put it over those if that's going to bother you while you're watching your trading. So great stuff. Thank you, Gabe. And we are still kind of hanging around here, kind of consolidating in the S&P and the NASDAQ and holding above that 55.77 weekly kickoff level, at least for now. We seeing anything that we like here, gentlemen?
Same from me. Rejection of 208s leads us lower, but liquidity is definitely dying down really bad right now.
S&P tilt 70% long. NASDAQ tilt
peeling a lot of
50-50.
I'm trying a small long in the Nasdaq. Just see if we could just make a run back up into like the 216s, 220s.
Just a little scalp.
Yeah, nothing too amazing. Just playing some chop.
Still seeing S&P is holding above the initial balance low. That's what I was looking for, to be looking to stay in longs. An initial balance low again, 55.8475, and the S&P is this next 30-minute bar has held above that. That I think is a bit of a positive for maybe some more price action to the upside. To seeing very wicky on the 5-minute chart on both the S&P and the Nasdaq. Seems like every little pop is getting sold into.
So you would have taken 5 handles of heat on that top step level that we have on the charts that we update every day. John's weekly kickoff level.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a big level. It's always kind of farther out there. And it was 77, 55, 77s, traded down to 72s, up to 89s at the high ish. You would have got 10 handles out of that. All right, we're back down here in the 82s. Now we're at the 80s. Oh, sorry.
Anybody in chat catch that beautiful short off of 208 in the Nas there?
There's the London Bridge. It failed. Fell down.
London Bridges.
It broke.
It works 60% of the time. It works every time.
Well, iSim is talking about looking at the 188s for a short if it breaks through that. Now it broke through the 88s, looking for new lows here. This is coming from our Discord level team.
Dakota, are you still in that position?
No, I closed it. That was a small loss.
What's your overall P&L again?
5,000 plus 5,000.
5,000. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Well, just a little bit of sitting around here. If you is that your live account, XFA accounts, Dakota?
For me, it's XFAs.
XFAs, got it. All right. If you guys are up for it, we do have a little bit of a potential quiz going on here.
Oh, it's never potential. It's always
never potential.
Death, taxes, and the Series 3. Here it comes. Today,
all right, here we go.
Question is:
see how good?
When a customer buys or sells a futures contract, the customer is contingently liable for A, only the original margin, B, not more than 70% of the cash value of the futures contract, C, the full value of the contract, or D, none of the above.
I've been a victim of this before, so I'm pretty sure I know.
You want to arb it to me?
I'm just going to straighten my hat here.
Arbitrage is using your hand signals, as we did on the floor. We called it arb.
There's weights in the fish on this one, looks like.
Well, when you sign a contract, you're kind of obligated for the full value of the contract.
Looks like we're leaning towards C. Well,
I mean, if you keep a one lot on the entire time, you keep a one lot and it goes to zero.
It's C, in my opinion.
Yep.
All right, let's see the answer. It is indeed C.
The answer.
You're on the hook for all of that, and sometimes more, as we saw in crude oil a while back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
It's a negative $40.
I remember watching that because I flipped over my ladder or dome over to that, and it was evaporated, and I saw the negative number. I know a lot of firms, a lot of platforms are not built for negative. Just so we can talk about that later.
Mm-hmm.
I got in long Nasdaq.
We had
187. Closed off one at 208.
97.
187.
187. Just little scalps going on, huh?
Yeah, I might hold this one for a little bit longer. There's a potential. not great, but there is a potential that was a higher low on the 5-minute chart. And then over here on the 5-minute chart, we had a nice little 3-bar reversal that happened right down there. Or not 5 minute, 1 minute. I'm looking at the 1-minute chart. So
1 minute.
Maybe this can be a higher low, and look for potential. Like I said, this is all potential. It's not guaranteed. Oh, wow. There we go. For a higher high.
20s.
Dang, that happened pretty quick.
Tyler, you're right. Interactive Brokers almost went in Sullivan, I believe, from that negative 35 or whatever it was, crude oil. Yeah. A lot of firms they do not have their risk management in the background, from what I heard, set up for a negative price. Therefore, what does that do to your margins and all that that cobweb of risk management that goes in the back of initial margins, original margin, or maintenance and all that kind of stuff. So 76, 78, 79% long in the NASDAQ right now, right here.
Crude,
Right, average price
81% long.
Yep, average price is 03.
Dakota is long and a runner.
Beautiful long trade there. Absolutely gorgeous.
I have a runner. So let's see if we can make
some in the profit there, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it was 2 contracts. I covered one at 208, and now let's see if we could have this run. There is, like I said, a higher low. Let's see if we can make a higher high. There is a potential to see if we could see 280s. 280s could be a good target for a nice runner. We have to get through the 250s, of course. There was when we were on the sell-off, we had some consolidation right there at the 250s, and then 280s would be the next step. But there's a lot of buyers that did step in there. Let's see if we could break through these 220s first.
I also think it's worth Dakota. Tilt is long across the board here. Nicely.
Yes, tilt is long across the board. Minis,
Eventually, they'll get it right if they keep trying, right?
Yeah. I've seen that happen.
Hopefully, it's this time.
Okay. I want to do a poll real quick, just because go back to the Twitter stuff over the weekend. Would you guys like Topstep TV to host futures prop firm CEO forum? Well, that'd be interesting. Again, this is all.
I don't think you're going to get participation from the people that most people in the community want to see. I think you're only going to get, some of the. But what do I know?
That should filter out the non-transparent, or that should filter out. That should prune the folks in the industry. There are newcomers coming up, and these are good firms too, from what I'm hearing. So discount away, grow at all costs, or pour it out, as some might say. I'm sorry, but that's true. The entire funding aspect of it, missing the forest through the trees, that we're actually here to develop traders into better traders and try to give them better habits through.
I'd love to see it.
Evaluation. Yeah, I would
in person, and then just in case we could bring a referee and some gloves.
I think it would be very interesting to see who would show up and who wouldn't.
Yes, it would be everybody in the future space is welcome. I know some great ones that would probably join. It would not be moderated by Topstep folks. We don't want to have bias there, but we would host it.
I would watch.
CNN, where they hosted it, but I guess they're moderators still. There's going to be another debate. Yeah. So that's
I think
one.
It's important to, just like any politic, just like any business owner. I mean, it's very important for the owner and the ones making the decision to engage with the community and to be out there in the public and have that transparency.
Nowadays, I think you have so many platforms that do it, and then if you don't do it, like why? But if you're selling crack, like they're trying to do, and I'm just using these bigger hyperbole type stuff, then like why are you doing that? Like you're hiding behind, and so that would be the questions. I would just ask a question on why the aggressiveness in the pricing over spending the time and the energy to develop. A lot of people would be like, hey, I want to make it a scratch card. Just come in here and hit it. If I don't hit it, I don't hit it. But I don't know. That's the only rub I have in the space. But other than that, I mean, like I get along and like a lot of other prop firms, or a lot of prop firms out there that are in the future space. I'm named them before. One other thing.
I'm out of my long.
Yeah, there was some pretty
Linda's
good
coming on.
songs.
She's been on Market Wizards, right, Hoagland? She was in the book Market Wizard.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. Another plug for Linda. She's awesome. She was in the book Market Wizard.
Yep. Yeah, she's
Edward, a form is not to prove you're the best. It's really to bring out transparency and have productive conversation.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. I'm sure I'll get tough questions. I got to answer them. You got to answer these questions.
You've been doing that since the beginning, though, Michael. We used to have Drill a Scout.
Remember, we used to call it Drill a Scout. Drill a Scout, guys. You're like, what the hell does that mean? Topstep was actually Patak Trading Partners when we first started, and we were a scouting agency for traders that we would back you. And we went from sim 2 steps in the sim environment to trading on live. And I would get on there every week, Eddie, and hit me with anything. Hit me with any question. Once a week. And that was the most transparent we could be without opening up ever. Here's what
you got to remember, Michael. These questions were never asked to anybody else. These were new questions for a new idea, and yes, we were under the gun.
It was our first time really shedding light that the failure rate in this business is very large. We get to see behind the curtain. We get to see how many people struggle. And then when they're like, well, your challenges or your combine's too tough, I'm like, yo, the combine is sitting right on top of the markets. That's all it is. They're like, oh, your daily loss limit's too tight. Then widen it up. Because if I give you more leash, we did say in a way, you can hang yourself. You want them to burn themselves, not hang themselves. And I say that in all like niceness. A guy even said it to me because my kids were kind of running by the sidewalk. He's like, you give them enough leash to burn themselves, but you don't want them to hang themselves. I'm like, well, that's pretty good. Okay. Kind of like teach you like burn your hand on the stove type deal. So that's what the daily loss limit is for. So back in the day, we had to answer all these questions. Why do you have these rules? These rules are stupid, blah, blah, blah. And we would get on and we let them throw whatever pitch they want at us and we would handle it. And if we didn't know the answer, we would say we don't know the answer. I think that Eddie did a lot of good for trust, transparency. It was kind of our first little shot at it in 2011.
Yep. Good stuff.
Yeah, and you always did a great job. I mean, you've always been transparent, and we didn't take like canned questions. These were questions that came right across the chat.
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
I don't think we had the option to pass either. Pass.
Yeah.
Next question. No.
No, we take them, but then in the end, it always comes down to this. Just like the individual that asked about like discounts, you're going to be beat because everybody's doing discounts. To each their own. Like we're not trying to be for everybody. So that was what we would say. Like, okay, I understand you don't want any rules and you want this. Okay, we're not the place for you, but we understand we're not all things to all people, and we will never be. But we do understand the core of trading, and you guys see it and hear it all the time about traders that get on here that we're proud to have rise up through the ranks or come on like Linda Raschke, and they talk discipline and they talk patience and they talk diluting the power of FOMO and all that kind of stuff. I mean, if it's a longevity game you want, great. If it's a short game you want, then you heard Hoag's story about those that got rich quick and what happens there.
It's a business. And speaking of business, we still have a little bit of business to go through, if that's all right with everybody. We get the top 5 payouts from Friday with Robert. We also have a VIP update. Robert, why don't we start with the top 5 payouts from Friday?
Yes, Hoag, we can certainly start with that. And hopefully my mic sounds a little better right now. I made some quick adjustments on the back end here. Top 5, here we go. Gauge K coming in at number 5, almost $11,000, $1 short of 11K. It's really good. Brady B was on the list before also, 14,292. Alu Washalat A, 16,000. Rihanna E at number 2, 17,000. Artem has been up there before, $23,500. And these are from Friday. That's what we have for you on the top 5 payouts.
Right.
If we want to jump right in, the team is ready for this, but we can call it out here. If we want to jump right into those VIP updates at the same time, we can get those out of the way and just hand it on over.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. How does that sound? Let's see. We are going to start with Coach Ray. I just have a little comment from Coach Ray while they get the Coach J visual ready. And here we go. Coach Ray, team higher highs. They had their first live session the other day. And some highlights were they were staying true to their own edge that they're focusing on. This is the higher highs. Looking at their trading opportunities, they're making them factually based and trying to take all the emotion out of their trading. This way they can hold on to their winning trades longer, and they're focusing on higher time frames. We are really interested to see how that turns out. Coach Ray, did I really have that wrong for the type of it? Yeah, we're going to get the visuals on that, MP. We have some more data coming out as well.
Thank you.
Coach J, when we go to Coach J, we want to focus on Matthias on this one.
Ooh.
Matthias is staying ready, he's staying steady, and they're picking their trades very, very carefully. There you can see the trade panel there for the report from TopstepX, and that is shareable. That's how we are getting these. The number of trades per day last week, get this, and this is what I'm talking about for Matthias staying steady and picking the right ones. Last Monday, 2 trades. Tuesday was 1 trade. 4 on Wednesday. Thursday was 1, and Friday was 1. That is not too bad. Walking with $1,500 P&L. You can see it up there on the screen. Rounding it out, we have Coach Vince. And for Coach Vince, we really need to highlight this trader. This is Board Yeti. Again, we have a trade report for this one also. Coach Vince's Market Makers. Here we have it. Pull this right up. Get my right screen on my back end right here. Here we go. Board Yeti. The interesting one with this is they have 100% win rate. 100%. 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right in a row. $3,700, almost $300 P&L. Isn't that amazing? Look at that equity curve. That is beautiful. We wanted to make sure that we highlighted Board Yeti on this one. Just to repeat one more time, that later on this week, we have a special data board for all of these VIPs coming up. We'll have it ready for you later this week. We'll have some great numbers, great stats to share for you, and we are really looking forward to that. Back to you.
Life change opportunities, slow, show some love to Topstep. Smiled about VIP. Hey, thanks, Smiled. VIP, again, is not a flash sale. It's not a, can I get... It is completely free, 6 months. I think we're going to shave it down to 3 months for the VIP invites. We're talking about if it needs to be 6 or 3. No activation fee, 2 free resets a month, a private Discord room with your team. You just heard the teams. Here it is right here. And you get that coach. So, and you're going to get shared on your data and or whatever, your trading performance here online. So you got to kind of sign up for that. That's what we're trying to do here. Again, we don't have to do this. This costs a lot of money, people, and all that kind of stuff to do. We don't have to do this. I made it up on a whim at Woody Creek Tavern when I was there. I'm like, anybody that knows what's in this picture right here, I'll start a VIP program. And I did. I only had 1 drink. Somebody's like, you've been drinking. I'm like, no, I only had 1. Got to get the Philly cheesesteak sandwich there. It's awesome. And that's how it started. But we've been talking about this forever. Eddie and Hoagland, you guys are probably the founding team. We've been talking about hands-on helping for a long time. It takes a lot of work, resources, but we're now getting off the ground. 150 people on it. Yep.
We have done a lot of it. Fantastic. All right. Eddie, I think, has a couple of announcements, and then we're going to do our appreciations and get ready for Linda Raschke. Eddie, are you ready?
Hi, y'all. How y'all doing? I'm ready here. Hey, if you want to be on Topstep TV, I do. That's why I'm here. We're looking for traders just like you. Yes, look in the mirror, just like you, that want to trade with us and share their story. Now, remember, everyone is welcome. Okay, everyone, yes, including you, if you're up for it. I've got a link here I'm going to share real quick here. I'm going to post it in the chat. Fill it out, and we'll get back to you. Get your name in and get your shot to trade live, yes, with this crew that we have here. So there's a link. Casting call. Want to be on Topstep TV. Also, We've been talking about this all day. Author of Trading Sardines. Yes, Linda Raschke. She's going to be joining us here in about 10 minutes. Linda has been in the market for 40 years. Hedge fund was ranked 17th out of almost 5,000 for the best 5-year performance by Barclays. Barclays is badass, big, big, big. Also, if you're using Topstep X, you could submit your performance dashboard to be reviewed by our risk team live on air during shoulder tap. And I'm going to let this link here for the casting sort of brew a little bit. I'm also going to add the performance dashboard, analyze my Topstep link also. And that's what I've got right now. I'm going to give it back to the Hogue man. Hogue, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, everybody's really stoked and excited about having Linda Raschke on here today. Hoping it's going to be just a top-notch interview and lots of helpful information for all of our traders here. And speaking of our traders here, in the chat, the end of every fast market section, we do appreciations. So if you would, in the chat, anybody that's watching, if you feel like putting an appreciation in there, please do so now. We love reading them and hearing what everybody else is appreciative for. And we do everybody on screen as well. So I'm going to start, I think, with the big guy today, MP. What are you appreciative for today?
I thought today was great. For one, I was appreciative for the 3-day weekend, doing nothing. We did absolutely nothing. Said no to plans and had the mother-in-law and the mother-in-law, grandmothers, both of them in town. So I'm appreciative of that on the family side. And I appreciate what we're doing here on the house account. You guys have dialed it in even more. And even on losing and winning days, we're learning. And hopefully people here are learning. So I appreciate that ever iterational improvement, or whatever you want to call it, that we're having live on air every day.
Thank you, MP. Ribs, what about you? What are you appreciative for, aside from that kick-ass tan?
Well, as always, I'm super appreciative for our community in here. Today I was reading through chat and we had so many, not only, it was really nice to see people positive, but not only that, we had a lot of valuable participation. And I think that, jokes aside, it's really nice to have a community that is watching each other's backs. I didn't see anybody getting in each other's throats today. I polled the chat a couple of times asking if they were looking at certain trades and taking certain trades. And I always love that type of participation. And I think that's one thing that we really need to exacerbate in the community. Something we really need to start pumping up more and more is the positivity and looking out for each other rather than cutting out and cutting down each other with negativity, because this is already a very difficult game. This is one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. And I've done some pretty hard things in my life. And I think that if we are all toxic towards one another, it makes the game even more difficult. So if we can all be more kind to one another and bring each other up on our green days and look out for each other on our red days, I think we'll have a much better community here. So I think that I want to give kudos to the community today because I saw a lot of positivity.
Day trading says amen. Hoop says amen. Whatever religion you guys believe in, I think the backing. And I think you're dead on with that one. I got to cut in there real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. We do
that was awesome.
We do appreciations even at Topstep. And it's a form of stopping, appreciating, and being on the positive side of things. So Rips, love it.
Yes, that was great, Rips. Dakota, how about you?
I mean, I can't really top that. That's kind of what I'm just echoing everything that Rip said. I mean, we're a community, and I said it earlier, a rising tide raises all ships, and that's what we're all here for. Like, regardless of all the fun banter and the competitiveness and all that fun aspect, at the end of the day, we are all humans, and we're all living in the same world. And, as much as we like to say we're the best on that, we're all the best, maybe for as good as your last trade, right? And the very next day you could lose it all. I mean, life is as short as you can imagine. Here one day, gone the next.
Thank you, Dakota. And as for me, as always, my God, my family, my friends here on screen, we got MP, Rips, Dakota, everybody in the back end. It was a wonderful weekend, very relaxing. The weather was fantastic. And today, specifically appreciative of the fact that we have Linda Raschke coming on. Really looking forward to doing a good job with this interview and providing as much information as we can have Linda talk about. And I'm really excited about it. If you haven't noticed, and be kind to yourselves, be kind to each other, blessings, and pray every day. And that's what I've got. And was that enough? There was a lot of appreciations, I think, but that's okay.
We had great ones in the chat. I love how chat. We just said, again, at Topstep company review meetings, the entire organization, 150 plus, ripped through the chat. And then that's how we end our company meetings. And that's how we end fast markets too. So hopefully you guys have a positivity glass half full going into the rest of your day.
Yep.
All right. On that note, thanks for joining us for Fast Markets. Stick around for Power Players. As you know, it's going to be a big one. Hopefully your trades went well today and continue to go well. And we'll see you in just a couple of minutes with Linda Raschke. So stick around. It's going to be a good one. Gentlemen, thank you very much for everything you did today.
You too. Thanks, Hogue.
All right. Thank you. And we apologize for the technical difficulties. Obviously, we have now connected with Linda Raschke, the legend, and we're looking forward to making the best time that we have left with her today. And we're going to certainly beg her to come back another time so we have a little bit more time with her. But if you don't know Linda Raschke, she started her career in 81, making markets and options as a member of 2 exchanges. Those exchanges were the Pacific Coast Stock Exchange and the Philadelphia Stock Exchange, both sides of the country. She became a principal trader for several funds before starting her own fund, and that fund was ranked 17th out of 4,500 for best 5-year performance by Barclays Hedge. And her early successes were recognized by Jack Schwager in his renowned Market Wizard series. Linda is largely retired from the CTA and fund management, but still trades her own account. Linda stands out from the crowd for 3 factors: performance, longevity, and consistency. Linda, welcome. We're so happy to have you here. How you doing today?
I took the time to sneak a shot of something into my Zip Fizz that I was drinking while you were having all those technical interruptions. So I'm doing just fine, thank you. I'm joking, of course.
Well, again, it's wonderful to have
stress eating with sweet potato chips, all the things that you're not supposed to do. So I'm fired up and ready to be, I'm refueled.
All right.
Quite the day too. You love it. Like Murphy's Law, right? Right when there's maximum movement and volatility and range expansion, you're going to have technical issues.
Of course. That's trading, right?
To be expected. Yeah. Expect the unexpected.
Well, I've been a fan, and all of us have been fans for many years. We've had some good conversations. We've actually did some meetups and did a lot of talking to traders. I've known your husband for years. Your daughter worked at Topstep, and we got Mick Hieronymo working with us now, who is somebody who worked with you and somebody who's very well known here. So you were featured in New Market Wizards, Jack Schwager. That's impressive. How do you feel, or what do you feel got you into that? I mean, you were a great trader, right?
Sometimes it's just being, I don't know, in the right place at the right time. I was very active in the technical communities, and I actually had some disagreements with Jack. I called him out on because he was saying that, at the time it was accepted that you could only predict the markets with a longer duration in mind. And I said, hey, that's not at all true. And so I had some friends in the MTA, and I was showing them my work and my performance. Performance speaks for everything. And basically my trading style at the time was in one day, out 1 or 2, 3 days later. So a little bit shorter duration there. And, I showed Jack my numbers and my performance. And at that time, I think I had been trading for 11 or 12 years anyway. So, it was pretty consistent, and I had done very well in the 80s, which were a completely different time. It was like the wild, wild west, in terms of option pricing, a new frontier where there was still a lot of arbitrage opportunity. Things were out of line, unlike nowadays where they are perfectly in line,
Right.
So there wasn't the opportunity to make money off the spread convergence or anything. It's a different type of game nowadays. So I don't really do options anymore. I stopped that long time ago, but I started trading the futures because for me, that's where you have the bang for the buck and the liquidity. And, over time I expanded on my models, and it was funny because I took a trip up to New York where I had this broker friend who had called me out of the blue, and I did not need to open up another account, but she was a very persistent woman. So in this business, as in with most business, persistence does pay. Just keep at it, keep at it. And she was one of those ladies, kept badgering me and badgering me to open up an account. So I finally did. And I went up there, and it was sort of funny. It was run by a fellow, and he had actually been a bodybuilder, a little short guy who had been a bodybuilder, but they were handling Liz Cheval's account. And Liz, as you know, was a money manager. Unfortunately, she passed, a couple years ago when she had a aneurysm in her heart when she was speaking in China, but just a lovely lady, and spent some time with me too. And I said, I don't understand it. Why would anybody want to trade money for somebody else when they're only getting paid 20%? Because on the trading floor, I had backed a lot of people, and over the years, and it was sort of a 50-50 deal. We were quite liberal in those days. And she said, it's when you're doing it on 100 million, I'm like, I felt like Steve Martin in The Jerk.
It's a profit deal.
Yeah, on other people's money. Sign me up, So they don't want to see performance initially on your own account. Okay, that's something that people forget. You have to start somewhere so you can get performance on your own account, but they really want to see how you manage money with somebody else's money, how responsible you are. And it's sort of an interesting thing because some people do very well just trading their own account. For example, Marty Schwartz is one of those individuals because a gal that worked for me, her firm, 6800 Capital, had set up a hedge fund for Marty Schwartz years ago. And he did not perform. The fund lost money, and he hated it because he hated people watching over his shoulder, people, being concerned about the risk and those things. And he liked doing his own thing. He didn't mind if he had standard deviations to his bottom line. It was just how he operated. And so he was one person that didn't do well managing money. But on the other hand, I've been to his house on Palm Beach Island on the beach with a basketball court on the second floor, and God knows how much other gushes, display of wealth. So Marty's done extremely well trading his own account. And on the other hand, there are people that do better managing money because they know that there's a check and balance, and they have to be mindful about getting reactive and not having a plan and not being organized and not trading a program. So I really liked trading a program. I liked the fact that there was models and structure. I knew that most of my clients ended up being fund of funds. All right. So those are people that have one large fund, and they pick a blend of 6 to 8 other traders, CTAs, funds, and they're non-correlated. And then they're mindful of the overall exposure in any one particular position. So, they were watching my stats unbelievably. This is later on. I mean, they always pay your due diligence, visits twice a year. And the guy walks into my office it was one of my clients, and he's like, now, I see that bonds were your best performing market last year, but why were you trading, the coffee here? And why did you hold that position for 6 weeks and it wasn't doing, in other words, I'm like, oh, I didn't know that, So, I mean, it's like they are watching eagle eyes, probably like you do a little bit with your format here, introducing people to the markets and having some type of structure and boundaries. And initially, when you are learning, that is what works best. Of course, I think it's very difficult these days to make money on a 100% systematic basis, especially if you're retail. Maybe if you're a trend fund and you have $500,000 under management and you're collecting management fees and you can afford the inevitable 40-30% drawdowns, because they all have those types of drawdowns. But, this is a different game here. So, the point being that if you're a newer trader, you're not going to make a lot of money trading a mechanical system. But on the other hand, the more rule-based you can be, the better off your chance for continued success going forward. And then as you gain experience, then you can start to allow a little bit more discretion and a little bit more, flexibility there. But it takes a long time to build up that experience. And that's really one of the most important variables. I would say that that's what makes my success now. It's not because I have any big secret or indicator or technicals. I've pretty much put out absolutely everything that I do. Every indicator, my process routine is all out there for free on YouTube. And at the end of this, I'll just show you, allow me like 2 or 3 minutes. I'll show you, my homework from last night and what I do. So, it's developing that routine, finding something that works for you, and getting comfortable, putting on the trigger. It's really a patience game. I don't think people realize just how much patience is involved in stalking the market. And with that said, the more conscientious you are about eliminating all these distractions and all this noise and all this sensory stimulus around you, do not have the TV on. Do not go seeking multiple blogs. Be very, very careful about the one thing that you can control, which is your own environment. Okay, shut the door if you have dogs or kids. Make sure that your phone is in the other room. You need to be able to have zero distractions so that you can eventually get into that state of flow, which is the thing that I love about trading. It's not the profits or the money. It's like anything. If you're good at playing tennis, or you're good at a video game, or you're good at one particular skill set, you've gone through the learning curve, right? Step number 1, which is trial and error and hit your head against the cinder block wall a number of times. You start to find out what's working for you. Think of yourself as a human AI, constantly training your mind with the pattern recognition. Do recognize that nothing repeats itself exactly. There's not one setup. There's a trillion variations on that, as to what a flag looks like, or how many little wiggles and jiggles it's got, and this and that and so forth, you see. So you're always training your own mind, and that's going to come from your own observations. And of course, it's helpful if you have somebody else pointing out things to look for. Like I could tell you, look at the first 5-minute bar or the first 3-minute bars. Do we trade above that 15-minute high? Are we in a gap and go mode? Did we have a previous NR7 or coil or something that could lead to range expansion? Is the market delivering what we were looking for? So you're looking for something, and then it's always, is the market doing what I thought it should do? So patience, then it's execution, and then it's all trade management. And most people don't really think long and hard about the process of risk. Your initial stop, at what point do you pull it up? Is it the type of market that you would scale out of? For example, today, we have an increase in volume, an increase in range, a serious breach of support levels. And if I would not say scale out. I would say stay with your core position. And if you want, continue to scalp in the direction of that trend. So we just had a nice little lunchtime consolidation where you could add to your short and then take that off if you want. And that effectively improves your basis or your initial cost point. Okay. So, but we don't get more than 2 or 3 superior trend days like today, even though we've had exceptional volatility for the past 4 weeks, right? I don't know. What did I say? Is that enough to digest right off the bat?
It's fantastic. And one thing I can certainly agree is there's no 3 or 4 setups. And once you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. So there's nothing that happens exactly the same way twice, ever. Linda,
you mentioned by Wyckoff too.
Pardon?
That was said by Charles Wyckoff.
Oh, okay.
Everybody should study Wyckoff.
All right. Well, that's a good, helpful hint there, right? Everybody should study Wyckoff. You mentioned showing us your homework from this morning. I think that would be really valuable for everybody to check out. Could we do that now, Linda?
Absolutely. And this is, by the way, something that I have done literally for 40 years. The nice thing now is that I can automate a trade sheet off of TradeStation. Let me see. I had this all lined up for you. I'll get it back up again. So I used to do this one trade sheet out by hand, and then I would keep a notebook, and there would be one page for each market, and on that page I would write down the closing price, the 2-period rate of change. I used to write down the high and low. I would write down, the pivot by which the 2-period rate of change would flip the next day. I had little notations for certain patterns. If there was a 3-bar breakout coil, which is really choice and sweet. And I would sometimes draw lines if we were going to be entering into a long seasonal period, green or red. I'd put a little thing if there was a full moon. Superstitious, right?
I look at that too.
It draws your consciousness to cycles. It doesn't, it's not like it's a magic indicator or anything like that.
Sure.
So this is the TradeStation sheet. And I just do this at home at night because it scans everything for me. So is that showing on your screen?
Not just yet. Not yet.
Let's see. Maybe we're on Zoom. I need to hit the share button, don't I?
Yes.
I'm a blonde here.
No.
Okay, now you can see it, right? So I print this off every night just in case I overlook something. I used to send it out as a paying service like 20 years ago. I had a partnership with Steve Moore, and he would fax this out. And it really forces you to do your homework on a timely basis because it had to be out by a certain time of the day. So it was my own way of setting up mechanisms for myself to be accountable. This is, before I was a CTA and stuff, because I'm not a detailed, oriented, anal retentious person. That's my weakness, So I have to set up structures so that I can, do what I'm supposed to do.
And stay accountable to it, right?
Absolutely. So I had to get this out by Steve at a certain time of day, and I would fill in the lines on each of these. What is the play for the day? There may not have been a play for the day on one or two of them, but I always identify the choice play for the day. And I'll show you exactly how I do that then. And then I would take this and I would translate it to another sheet. Let me just see if I can pull that sheet up for you.
Did you say Steve Lure?
Steve Moore, MRCI.
Oh, Moore. Okay.
Yeah, more research. I'll show you that other sheet in a minute. But I just translate all that down to my worksheet during the day so that then I'd write down my positions. I'd write down if I wanted to exit or enter, different things like that. So this is just the initial middle part of the homework. And then this is what I used to do by hand. Okay, so if you can see this, I used to go and write down each of these data points by hand. And what you're seeing here, this is the S&P and this is the NASDAQ, and it's not going to make any sense to anybody just looking right off the bat. But then I'll show you how I can make sense of it. And it'll be hopefully like a little light bulb jumping off. And where's my monitor here? Tricky, all these screens here. Let me just see here. I'll get it here because I did have this all set up for you initially. And there we go. And get this back up. So I'll go through each market one by one. Here are the S&Ps, so everybody can relate to that. And
these are the daily charts.
Yes, I always do my work off of the daily candles. All right, always. It's always been that way. I don't use candles on intraday charting unless I want to look at a 240 minute to see where the quote hole is, and I'll show you what that looks like. So I'll beware of the weeklies because sometimes you have this nice weekly pullback in an uptrending channel. There's the possibility that this could turn into a lower high, But I don't think about that. I'm not playing for that. It's just in the back of my mind, and we really have to see where this daily here is going to want to go. So now, mind you, CQG does not account for the holiday. My trade station will make a bar for the holiday. CQG merges this bar right here into the holiday as well. So that's,
Right.
We did gap down, and then.
Does that mess you up at all because they?
Fuck yeah.
'cause it's, yeah.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it.
I do too. I do too.
I've called CQG on it 1 billion times, and it's like they're like, "Well, this is the way we do things, and this is how."
Because yesterday wasn't a settlement day.
Like that. Yeah, I know. But the trade station does it. So I'll look at the trade station too. Sometimes I'll even be really, really careful how I trade on the day following a trading day. So it's like, yeah. So what I'll show you here is something that is an interesting pattern. There's several things that I look for, and then I'll show you 1 or 2 choice things that set up today. I really do my analysis on this higher time frame. I have to do it on the daily chart. So I've done this for years and years and years. What the heck? I accidentally hit the Spotify button.
Let's play some Who.
Yeah. Usually it's like chill out music, please. Let's calm the nerves down. So, it still works though here. So what you see here is on this torrid rally to the upside, we had what is called persistency of trend. That's a pattern. I do it a lot. I did a lot of modeling. It's not a mechanical system per se, although you could trade these things as a mechanical system, but you'll also see that with mechanical systems, they do have larger drawdowns than you might expect, but they'll always have a positive expectation at the end of the year. So this particular one is just, if you have 7 days right here that close above this 5 SMA, it suggests that you're going to continue on for at least 7 days more. All right. So the computer, I'll always say the computer would have gone long here and it would have exited somewhere up here, not very earth shattering. But you can see that here on the right side, the column, all these green bars are an extended run to the upside. And then the first close below is a super high probability buy pattern. Okay. So that's the 5 SMA buy that would have been right here. I'll always express it in terms of the computer bought on the close and exited on the close the next day. So that's how we do our modeling. And that serves as a thing for us to trade around. Now, something very important about my approach to the markets, it's very much a Bayesian approach. I take 1 day at a time, and that day brings new information. So I don't try to look out too far. I don't try to look out, and if we take out this high, we can go to here, and if blah, 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 and if this turns down on the weeklies, we can go down here. I refrain from doing that because it takes away all my flexibility. And my belief is very much influenced by the Taylor trading technique, George Douglas Taylor, who wrote a book, couple decades ago, before there were computers. He was originally a trader in the grains pit, and he's a little bit awkward to understand the gist of what he's saying because he's not a good author, but he's trying to describe his process of looking for the trend for the day. And that would be if it's a buying day. In other words, if you just had 2 days high to low, and it's not a downtrending market, you'd have a nice buy day setup. Sometimes in a strong trend, if you're into that, what do they call it? Price action analysis or something like that, and you've had multiple green bars up and you get that first red bar down, you would be looking for a buy in a strong trend. Here we had, this is not a strong trend at this point on the S&Ps, and you had up 1 day, up 2 days, 2 days, low to high, forget the holiday, and it sets up a sell short day. And I use this 2-period rate of change, which is something I've logged for years and years and years and years. And the reason it's a 2-period rate of change is because the signal to noise ratio is superior to a 1 period rate of change. And it does, more so than any of the other rates of change, 5, 10, whatever. There is a modicum of a statistical edge. Not much, but there is a modicum of statistical edge. And when you overlay that with some pattern recognition, all right, it's a very, very powerful symbol for me. Okay, our brain functions in terms of symbols, is really, how we work, not so much the words, or the words want to describe a symbol. So that's why if I said pinball buy, okay, pinball would represent a certain pattern, and I'd know exactly what that meant and so forth. So I could see, like, right here, where this has a dark 29 there, that's an RSI of
more
something.
bold.
Yeah, that would be a pinball buy. Okay, so and of course that was also, no, when was that, 822 or something, 822. It said, oh, right there was the pinball buy, which also was a 5 SMA trade. So they were the same with each other. So, but coming in today, we had and I have to go by my trade sheet, which is somewhere. Let me just pop this out here for you.
Linda, I've been doing this for a long time, and there's always more to learn. And you just kind of you're so knowledgeable about all these things that you've worked so hard on. I feel like I'm like behind the weeds in this, and there's so much to know.
No, it's actually not to downplay it, but it's very simple. I can teach everything that's 90% of importance in 3 hours. I could. And then the real learning is going to come from you doing it day after day after day. So my trade sheet right up here, you see this little NR7, and these on the Dow and the NQ and the Russell are 3-bar triangles, as I call them, where the high is below the 2 days high and the low is above the 2 days low. And if I said, look for these 3-bar triangles at the top or bottom of a move, and you did that for a sample size of 20 times, that's where the learning comes in. It doesn't come in from listening to me. It doesn't come in from watching my YouTube videos. It doesn't come in from taking courses. No, don't do the courses. This is so simple. It really is. And if you think in terms of what is the play for the day, that's what we want to do. We want to capture the trend for the day. Is it going to be a high to low day, or is it going to be a low to high day? And if we've just had a range expansion day, most likely it's going to rotate and form some early morning testing. An early morning rally would be a short. If there's an early morning sell-off, it's way oversold and it would be a buy, you see, but not for a long holding time, just for a trade. The difficulty is, not to make it sound so simple, is that sometimes these plays happen overnight and we can't trade 24 hours. I use the start time of the day as the Asian session, and sometimes the moves start unfolding in Asia. If I had a short day on my trade sheet and I come in and we sold off on Asia session and we sold off on Europe session, we can still sell off on the US morning session, but you're not going to sell off into the US close. Okay, so that will end that trend. If I come in and we had short, short Asia, short Europe, and now we're gapping way down, there's actually what Taylor would say, sell short day, but lows made first. In other words, because we're so far down, there could be a play to the long side into that gap area. And then I can short that lower high. See, so it might sound confusing with the semantics, but every day has a very specific play. And I bet you I could teach everybody. And if they practiced and practiced and practiced, you'd be able to get it right 75% of the time. You know, with experience, 85% of the time. If
Would
you're
you?
just starting out, if you're just starting out, 58% of the time, you see,
Right.
but 90% of the people do not do the work, you know, and it's sort of a product of the society that we're in, where there's so much information that we are expected to digest on such an immediate basis. And you can't rush. You have to have patience and breathe, and don't expect to pick everything up so quickly. And I feel like that's the culture around us that was not there 40 years ago when I was trading, you know? And I think people, as long as they are aware of that. Now, let me show you something else that's kind of cool. If I just go down to, for example, gold. Okay, I'll take this gold because it's funny. Every Sunday morning, I look at the commitment of traders reports. I don't use it to trade.
Right.
I don't, you know, but it's there in the background. I want to know if there's some gross imbalance in the market. I'm not trying to ever make a trade based off of
Based
that.
on that, right.
I just want aware of it. So I'll show you two more examples. So gold, for example, it's at the top of the trend line. Everybody, I've never heard of one bear in gold. For the last, century, I've never heard of a bear in gold. And it's true. All the funds are long gold, the CTAs, the traders. I've been trading gold to the long side. What the hell,
Sure.
But I stopped trading it to the long side a week ago. But here's our chart of the gold. And let me just get this up here. So I've got a tab up here for each market. You can see I've got my gold, my silver, my copper, my, what is this? Crude, and each night, maybe if I see something, I'll make some notations. Like this was the crude, this big triangle that we've been forming with the swings. I'm very big on the swing structure. So that's really price, swing highs, swing lows. I don't do Fibonacci, Gann, any of that kind of nonsense and stuff.
Okay.
That work for me. And I can quantify all this too. That's what's really important. You can't quantify Fibonacci. Paul Tudor Jones tried, I could never come up with anything. So I have to be able to quantify it because I, like anybody else, will be prone to cognitive biases. Okay. And if you don't think that you're not prone to cognitive biases, that's a cognitive bias as well.
There it is.
Get it? Okay. None of us are invincible.
No.
But this was a pretty cool example with the gold. If I go back here and I see on my homework sheet, see how we don't have any of, here's your big extended run to the upside. That's a markup period, a little correction. And then we start to go green, red, the shortening of the swings. And what that shortening of the swings shows, and you can also see here were our momentum highs. So this is the reading on the 2-period rate of change, plus 60, plus 48. These are very strong momentum readings for the gold, and it leads to some continuation. And then we're here, plus 33, plus 11. And what you see, this green line here is that 2-period rate of change. So you see the loss of momentum. I tend to process things more by the numbers and the data. Everybody processes things differently. Some people process things visually. Some people process things verbally and with words. And I'm a numbers person, and so I always like processing things with the numbers. So we had this little shortening here, and so I just looked for further, clues, and you can see this. This is a 240-minute chart. This swing here, this zigzag thing, It's a default function on CQG. TradeStation has one. Most software programs have this default zigzag function, and it's the same thing that is my red, green, red bars. You see, they overlay on top of each other. If I were to make this a bar chart, it's the exact same thing. It's just I'm simplifying it, with this line. And you can also do the same thing just looking at a line chart. So if I take that this zigzag function off here, you see, it gives enough of a feel, right? It's all about training our eye to see this. So we have a coil up here, a coil. And in my studies, I wanted to see where are the patterns that are preceding the moves where I can trail a stop? Because 80% of the time are signals, when we can see them between the noise, which is tricky, don't necessarily lead to a reason to trail a stop. They're better to play for a target or exit into Europe close or hold till the end of the day. But I was looking for those patterns where if, for example, I were to put up a trail stop, which I use God damn, how do you get all my frickin' secrets out of me here? Okay, pardon me, French, all right? But I like trailing a volatility stop. See, so like right here, what are the conditions that lead to this big green run up? You see, there's not that many. Where can I initiate with the volatility sell stop and cover with the volatility buy stop and have a positive expectation? I may not do that mechanically. I may enter early. I may choose to exit early. But these are the spots really that I want to be looking to capture, because the generous thing about the markets that we're in is that they're full of outliers. They don't behave like a normal standard deviation curve. All right. That's really important. That's why we're playing this game. You ultimately want to come up with some strategy or system or whatever words you want to express it, methodology that can capture an outlier, and we never know where they're going to come from. That's what volatility breakout systems do, even though they're very noisy and choppy. That's what trend followers do. There's certain ways in the market where we can see, can we capture that trend day or that outlier? Because, it's not a bell-shaped curve. If it were a bell-shaped curve and we didn't deal with the fact that the market gives outliers, then you're better off just hitting singles, hitting signals all day long. And that is absolutely, to be clear, where you need to start. You need to start hitting singles, hitting signals, learning to build up the account value, learning to manage risk, learning to execute properly, refraining from being reactive and making impulse trades. So you have to start off that way. If you have one particular pattern or play that works for you, do that and do that and do that. And don't try and be a jack of all trades. But now, as you've gained experience under your belt and you want to broaden your horizons and you're on your way to managing money, maybe it'll be managing your own money because you've built up your own account so much by now, right? But you have to think of that. You are your own best client. If I were presenting my program, what I'm going to sell to somebody else, okay, I do this type of trading. I do short-term discretionary with an average holding time of 2 to 3 days based on pattern recognition and momentum functions. Voila. That's what I specialize in. That's what I'm selling. You stick to that program, and that's what you do. And you do that for your own account, and you are your own best client. And you are not going to be able to do that if you allow too many distractions, too much stimulus. You start to think the grass is greener on the other side of the fence, and you keep on trying a zillion different things. And the learning curve is, we all try different indicators. Is market profile going to work for us? Is point and figure, et cetera, et cetera. And then we settle on one thing, eliminate all the other stuff, and then you've arrived.
Wow. Fantastic.
Oh, you know what? I got to show you one more thing. I was going to show you one more thing.
I knew there was something else.
No. I do have some positions on, and this is very rare. I put a position on maybe once a quarter at most, you know. So the way I go about the markets is with the S&Ps, short-term day trading. I try to make 2 or 3 trades a day. If I can capture a trend day like today, that's the gravy train. But I leave those for scalping and fun and killing time while I'm managing my other things that are with this 2-period rate of change. And then maybe once a quarter, maybe just 3 times a year, a market will set up structure where there's basis for a position trade. So I put on a long trade in all these grains. Initially, I liked this wedge right here that you see in the wheat. I put on a good position right there on that third push up, and it just didn't give much. You know, it went to the moving average, reversion to the mean. It wasn't ripe. Okay, it wasn't ripe. So I got out, and then I reestablished the position down here when I had this wide range reversal pattern. See, this outside up bar was sort of the first impulse, and we had overall divergences and loss of momentum, and I've been monitoring the seasonals. So the seasonals might be important with the grains, and usually at the end of harvest season, and when the contracts have rolled, we rolled from sep wheat to DC wheat, you know, that seems to be a pretty good cyclical low. So I put something on here, and I've pretty much added every day because they were clean low to high. So the structure was, there was not much price bar overlap. This represented urgency to me, and especially when we came back up above that previous low. Okay. So this morning, to treat that, I thought, okay, I'm going to be talking, you know, I'm going to be distracted all day. And I took off half of my positions right after we started coming down in the wheat, the corn, the beans, all of them. I exited half of them. And then I noticed it just pulled back. It was looking a little flaggy, and it started to go up again. So I bought them all back, you know. That's not over trading. You see, I had a plan that I was going to be distracted all day. And I thought, well, this might be a spot to take profits. But when you have this type of structure, what we've got here is a very rare weekly pattern and cycle behind us. And the weeklies are where the extended runs come from. So now we've had 4 closes above this 5 SMA. We'll see if we get 5 closes above. And then if I just go down to the beans and the wheat, this is a little bit different. Same thing. I've been looking at these because you've got this cyclical low, and they were just like grossly oversold. And I have another pattern. Sometimes it leads to a little, sometimes it leads to a lot. And that is if we have this close below the Keltner channels like this, I'll initiate on a buy above the bar that had the close above the Keltner channel, right? All right. Sometimes works on hourly charts, sometimes works on 5-minute charts. Guys, I know all the tricks. So, yeah, we had that lovely reversal right here. So I just put on a partial, and then we put in this higher low. Now, for me, structure is really important. I'm a classic technician, and in order to change a trend from down to up, want to get far, all you need to do is study classical technical analysis, gang. We've got 1 higher low, 2 higher low, sort of, you can see this ABC type of feeling there. This is a 40-minute chart. You know, we're loose with our terms. ABC.
Wyckoff.
Yeah, you know, this was even before Wyckoff. This was Dow talked about having 2 higher lows, you know, and then taking out that high. So at that point, once you have this second higher low, an aggressive trader will establish a position. A conservative trader will wait for the upside breakout. The conservative trader sacrifices trade location in exchange for more certainty and therefore should eventually end up with a higher win-loss ratio. Everything is a trade-off in these markets. There's not a right or wrong way. It's what's going to work for you. I like looking for these two higher lows, and you can play the time frame justification if you want. I find that if I look at a 240-minute chart or even a 120-minute chart, it eliminates a lot of noise. If I looked at a 5 or 15-minute chart, I just see nothing but noise, unless it's the first 2 hours of the day where you have heavy volume in the markets. This is showing impulse to the upside. Another little trick that I do, I'll just show you my last trick here. Put it here. I usually try and mark off where the single prints are. Okay, so if you're a market profile type of person, you'll see this is where single prints would have been, that need to be repaired. It's all a game of semantics, really. There's nothing new. It's just a game of semantics. So this here would have been single prints that got repaired. You see, they're areas of impulse. So now all of this has been repaired and then some. So I always go off and I mark those off as well. And so that was really important that we did knife through that previous, I call it a hole or a cave fill. I have a friend who used to call it a cave fill. He's no longer here, but I adopted that terminology that it's a cave fill. Yeah, so we'll see. This is a little bit of a climax bar. I imagine that because we're back in this sort of previous range here, you can see this little bit of a home sweet home. And if you don't have market profile, I don't use market profile. All I do is draw a horizontal line through the middle of a previous trading range, and you've got a previous value area or point of control, right? Sure. Don't need all that if you don't like it. So, and then this on the weeklies really did not have any stellar pattern. This is a weekly continuation chart, which is dangerous in the grains, the way that you calculate it. But the trade of the year was really this ABC on the weeklies. So anytime we have that weekly behind us, you are apt to get what I like to look for as the extended run. See the multiple, this type of thing where you have all those closes below that 5 SMA. That's because your weekly technicals are a driver. If you look at an 5-minute chart and it looks like it has a buy divergence that kind of just goes for 2 to 3 bars and then rolls over and down again, it's because you have a higher time frame that's swamping that. So just be aware of that. It's you can use 5 minutes to trigger if you want, but if it's not catching, it's because there is a higher time frame. And then lastly, this is actually my corn chart, which I thought was particularly cool because nobody cares about corn. And I always joke with people, all right? This is just to help people keep an open mind. Corn is very easy to trade. It's a well-behaved market in general. It's slow moving. And have you ever had a bad day where you just woke up on the wrong side of bed and you started to overtrade the indices going in and out and they're just going nowhere, right? But you still have that little itch, this is bad habits, but you got that little itch. And I tell people, all you got to do is trade one corn contract, because you're still going to lose money, but maybe you'll lose a fraction of the amount that you'll lose trading the S&Ps, and it'll satisfy that itch, And I do remember 3 times in my trading career, I calculate out the average dollar range of the individual market for my position sizing. Okay, so for example, there was a period in the past where the average dollar range for the S&Ps was like $800. It was a period of more contracted volatility. I think it was like in the, early 2000 or something like that. And And corn, the average dollar range was like $2,000. It was crazy, you know, just like when we saw during the Ukraine initial war there, and wheat was going crazy, the average dollar range. And so never poo-poo this little market because, you know, the average dollar range, okay, it's only up $7 today. That's $350 per contract. Whoops, I got the wheat up there. That's not very helpful, is it? What did I do here? I got to do this. Okay, so here we go. See, it's coming to life. It's coming to life, gang. And this here, I thought this was just a beautiful little wedge on these daily charts that I've been monitoring. Wedges, when they're well-defined and prolonged, and you must have a minimum of 5 data points on a wedge, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, who knows, you know, but it has to be a minimum of 5 data points, could then be called a terminal wedge, which means that that is the bottom of the swing, and it is one also, it's probably the only pattern, the only counter trend pattern where I can trail a stop. Okay. Until that trend has really reversed, like that soybeans, you know, making that higher low and that higher low, and then taking out that high. Okay. So that's a trend reversal. This is the only counter trend trade based off of that. And you can see we've got the weeklies behind us, even though this is a continuation chart. Even these little sucky weeklies had a little bidivergence down there. And you can see the real momentum here on this 2-period rate of change was to the downside, right? And I really try not to, when we're in this trail stop mode, I really try not to say, where can the market go? But we're always tempted to do that, right? And I'm a levels person. I mean, this is what I do. I believe in horizontal lines. Mark off the previous box areas, draw a line to the middle of it. That's your point of control or value area, whether it stays there for 1 day or 20 days and we start to rotate around here, you know. So I love, as a last parting thought, the one book I mentioned was Arthur Scleroux, Techniques of a Tailored Trading Technique. That's it, Tailored Trading Technique. If you can wade through it, more power to you. I've threatened for years to rewrite the damn thing because he's such a lousy author. You'll notice all about his tape reading skills and the price action around the previous highs and lows. All the advice he gives in that book is so similar to the advice given in that Reminiscences of a Stock Market Operator, which was based on a fictional character who was Jesse Livermore. It's not an autobiography of Jesse Livermore. People do have to understand that. But of course, it was kind of influenced by him. And so much sound advice there about using your own judgment. Very important. Building up your own confidence, which you can only do by using your own judgment, coming to rely on yourself. So I know that you guys are swamped with input from a lot of different speakers. You're in a great position of getting to see all these different styles out there and even get feedback from during the day. And you even have trading coaches. If you start to go on tilt or get a little bit over anxious, you know, which is easy to do with all the sensory data input, you know, and I don't meditate, but you know, there's lots of things that we can do just to settle ourselves down and chill out, and very important. So you're in a wonderful position, but in the long run, your goal is to make it as a professional trader. And you need to find the one thing that works for you. You need to do your own research and find something that you can repeat over and over with consistency. So easy, right?
just fantastic. You know, I mean, it's been so nice having you here. I love that you're trading grains. You can see this is my dad was on the board floor for 40 years, so he was a grain trader.
What was the name of your dad?
Richard Hoagland, RHH was his badge.
Okay, and what pit was he in?
Well, he was the hedge manager for Alston Purina, and
Okay.
he didn't spend a lot of time in the pits, but he was always in the markets. He just had a lot of friends who were brokers, and he would just give them orders. And if you traded S&Ps in the 90s and the 2000s, any of the good fills that you got were mine. Those were me.
Well, I have to tell you a funny story. First of all, you know, Mick's father was in the pits.
Yes.
In the grains. That's why
Yes.
Mick is as the best floor, you know, perspective. Always
Absolutely.
very important, even though we'll never see that environment again. And Mick's father used to execute a lot of my orders. And when I very first started doing the S&Ps, I had accounts through what was then Rand Financial. Okay. No, it was actually a different name before that. Gerald. I think it was Gerald, and then it became Rand, and John Welsh was there, and there was an old whole school there. And John Welsh took me down to the floor because we didn't have electronic execution in those days. You'd have to call down to the pits, right? And so I needed a phone where I could call down and place my orders and not have to go through the broker desk and then have them call them down. So I had my own little bat phone. I wrote about this in my book, Trading Sardines, right? You know? And so John took me down and introduced me to Damon, who had an operation with Steve Schuler and Dan, and there was another fellow, but they went off and formed Get-Go. So Damon stayed. So that was the people that originally were doing my orders. And at the time I had what was my golf system. This was before we had the overnight trading sessions. And I would buy or sell on the close, and I would buy or sell 100 lots of the big S&Ps.
That was you?
Huh?
That was you?
Yeah, that was me. So, you know, John introduced me to Damon. You know, I said, oh, great. You know, I said what I did. I'm sure nobody believed me, right? You know, crazy chick, right? Sure enough, next day I'm calling down. I want to buy 100 S&Ps on the close, you know, give me your best price. Cause you know, it was a little bit herky jerky in the first 1 or 2 minutes there.
Sure.
And that's what I did. I did that for 7 years until we hit that Asian crisis. You know how they say, well, you know, when you find the key, they change the lock. I called it my golf system because I could just put on the trade, put out the target and the stop and go play golf all day. Right. And I was going to retire off this. And, you know, but then we had that Asian crisis, and there was a huge dislocation in the markets overnight, you know, and it was like, you know, a sort of an outlier event. And I'm like, you know, this is not going to be a good thing to do anymore. And so I changed that. But ultimately, Damon executed my orders for the next decade. And then, you know, I got set up with their trading platform, the Photon platform that Mick's familiar with. And after about 12 or 14 years of the longest business relationship ever, he's now my husband. So,
well, yeah, I've known Damon for a long time, and it's been actually a wonderful pleasure to have you here. I don't want to take up much more of your time. You've been so generous with us already, but would you mind coming back like tomorrow or next week or next month?
Single week and tell you how to trade off the opening price, something like that. Okay, here's my trade sheet. Go have fun. You know?
And
but then you wouldn't learn, would you? Huh?
Right? Yeah, we just have you do it all, right?
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, and my pleasure, and I'm happy to do something for you. You know, my daughter worked for you guys for what, 2 years, and then Mick, who used to be my assistant before I decided to retire from my fund, went and worked for you. And I'll tell you, he just catches on faster than anybody than I know. And he's got the full array of experience. When he first came to me, he was working the night desk in the grains with watching spreads and spread trading. So he's done it all.
We love Mick. He's a great guy, and thanks for sending him our way. Right?
Yes,
absolutely. And your daughter Erica, I mentioned to you before. She's got a very special place in my heart. She actually probably saved my life. I was in the office.
I'll pass that on to her that you still remember that time.
For years I sent her a thank you on that day for my second birthday.
Oh my gosh.
So she was I didn't realize it. Nobody probably would have realized that she did, but I was having a stroke and she called it out and I was fine. I was talking. Nothing was really wrong. So they sent me to the doctor's office, which was in the building, and he said, yeah, there's definitely something wrong. And, obviously I was blessed and I've come back, hopefully 100%. But yeah, Erica is a wonderful, wonderful young lady. Damon, great guy. Linda, can't say enough about you. And please come back and join us soon.
Happy to. All righty. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you again, Linda. And we're going to be still, I guess, having group coaching coming up here soon. So, Linda, we really appreciate it. I can't say enough. Blessings to you. Blessings to everybody. And we'll talk to you very soon.
Okay. Ciao for now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Unfortunately, I am not Linda Raschke, but we're here with Ben, who is the next available person on the list. Ben, how you doing today?
That's funny. I kind of wish I was her after that segment as well. I'm doing well. I'm jazzed up. Really, I love LBR. Have her book. Big fan of her trading and her longevity, and it's a real blessing that we were able to get her on the program. That was a kick-ass segment and a great way to start the week. So feeling good. How was your weekend, Jack?
My weekend was just dandy. And now we're back to try and throw out what meager nuggets of knowledge that we can about our traders. Getting a bit of the hammer drop today. I was watching that interview like everyone else, but down 475 in the NASDAQ. Oh, inching towards the triple dig. 10 points to go in the ES. So a lot of red in the general markets. How are our traders doing today?
Not nearly as red on the live boards. Quite a few people were able to profit off of the sell-off today. I know that we're down a bit in the house account, down 5,500, but Rips is up $4,600 today, which is great. Great to see. I understand Rips was in a little bit of Twitter beef over the weekend, so he came out swinging on his first day back and put up $4,600 in the live account. So good on you, Rips. Deanna's up about $400 as well. Nick for a tick ended up hitting DLL earlier. David A's up $5,800. Powell is daily loss limit after being up this morning. He's someone that we'll talk about in a trading card. Nathan B up $5,000, giving back considerable amount of gains from earlier, so made sure that he got those locked in and is done for the day. So he's locked in at $5,000 profit. Luis B up $5,000 as well. Landon up $4,500, and Rafa is up $5,100 in real time. So some pretty good first days back, and some of those traders have combined trading data from the weekend, so some of the profits were actually cemented yesterday, or a portion of them. So just to give some context there, but when I was listening to Linda's interview, and one of the things that always stands out when you listen to her is her professionalism. She knows exactly what she's talking about. She spent a lot of time and effort to know what she's talking about, and it reminded me a bit of the feeling that I get when I mentioned on Friday, Jack, talking to Rafa about his trading, his plan. If when prompted, like, hey, what is the exit strategy? How do you take profits? What's the game plan here? Calm, cool, and collected response with the exact thought out trading plan. So that's what professionals do. And Rafa is profiting in a professional way today also. So we can leave that there and move on to the trading cards if you're ready.
Yeah, we'll go to those. I mentioned I kept the PJ from Friday in the reversal challenge. I'm in the PJ because I'm up $220 live right now. We'll see if we can grow that with Mohammed. I also just noticed I have on a golf shirt for an old, an extinct trading firm, RIP Chopper Trading.
I don't know if that's a bad omen or bad juju. If they go under, do you have to stop wearing the polos?
What do they say? What is dead cannot die. From
wonderful, excellent
Song
retort. Let's pull up the trading card for Powell Wasowski. Powell is up. Powell is in a position where made a considerable amount of money in the XFA and has transitioned to a live account approximately 22 trading days ago, and has not done nearly as well in this live account since the transition. So the account balance at one point was rather high. Powell has taken a payout in this account, which we like seeing always. $6,400 in the account. Take out over 20 trading days is great, but overall the account balance is significantly lower than where we began, and that's reflected in the average daily P&L being a negative number. That means on average you're actually losing money per day. Only 20 trading days that we're looking at, so it's not a perfect reflection. It's not a giant sample size to review, but certainly we can't continue on this type of of a trajectory. I did a deep dive here, Jack. I was going through all of the information, every bit that I could find on Powell and the performance in this account. And you'll notice that the Japanese yen is kind of the standout product there, trading the yen futures is in concert with equities. Only traded the yen for 4 days and was very profitable across those 4 days in that product. So Powell had stopped trading that, I believe it was on the 22nd of August, and hasn't traded it since. So might be worth revisiting. I don't know if there was a particular setup or a situation, that drew Powell to the yen as opposed to what looks like normally just equities trading, but might be something to look at or a product that you dig deeper into. So that was something kind of interesting, as well as the relationship between the intraday P&L low and where this trader is finishing on the day. You'll see from the trade reports, we've got a little bit of club DLL going on here, hitting the daily loss limit a number of times. The profits are not eclipsing the daily loss limits in the size and frequency that they need to be profitable, right? That's the easy way to boil it down. But I think a lot could really be done to right the ship on almost immediately in this trader's situation, because I noticed that the daily loss limits that are hit usually, kind of in a straight line fashion, whereas the days that are profitable, there's very little drawdown at any point on those days. So that's something to review for your own trading. What is the trajectory intraday of that P&L arc? Are you getting positive and staying positive and walking away green, or, getting negative and staying negative and going all the way to that daily loss limit? It looks like a little bit of that type of behavior from Powell. And I kind of back tested this. If Powell had set a $1,000 personal daily loss limit, which you can do in this account because they're on TopstepX, you set a personal daily loss limit of $1,000, you would have only given up one of the 7 top performing days. So top 7 best daily P&Ls, all of them would have remained intact except for one. There was one day where we actually went below $1,000 loss before coming back into a significantly profitable day. So that means you keep most of your best winning days, and you would have stopped the losses from running away from you. You would have saved, $2,000 roughly on a per DLL day basis, which would equate to about $22,000, give or take, slippage and things like that, of savings in the account where you would have lost less money. So that's a beautiful part of what we do. A monkey can put on a winning trade. It's really about how you manage your downside, so that you put yourself in a position that you can eventually get those winning trades and ride those out. Really managing your downside, I think, is an appreciated and certainly underutilized element to adding to your profitability. And it would be a massive win if Powell were to reduce the daily loss limit, cut it by 2/3, and then continue the exact same trading that we're seeing. There'd be significantly more profits going forward. Of course, that's with hindsight, but that's all we have to review is our trading performance in the past, and try to tweak, formulate, strategize, and implement changes that are going to create better positive expectancy for us into the future. So that's what I've got from this card, Jack. Anything standing out to you from what is a kind of an interesting trade report?
Yeah. If Pavel wants to become Daddy Pavel, as we'd say, or I believe I looked this up. I think Daddy is Tatus in Poland. Andre, back me up on that in the chat. You're watching. I think that sometimes people take that daily loss limit as, well, my work's not done until I've hit it. And there's a little bit of that going on here. All of the losing days except for one in this account are loss limits, 3,000, and then a little bit of slippage, where I bet, I don't have it in front of me, there's just one day where Pavel lost 1,400, but with a slippage on the other, I bet his average losing day is close to 3,000, if not a little bit more. It's not, you don't have to use every last piece of your daily loss limit to stop trading for the day, would be my advice here. We talk about this a lot, but this is something that just comes frequently with the cards that we show on this shoulder tap, is how many people just don't stop trading unless they are forced to stop trading, which isn't a good way to do it. Just the way these things are distributed, we should see some days where you lose 700 or make 200, right? It's very skewed data going towards these daily loss limits. So that's the maximum you could lose. It shouldn't be your normal loss. That's the max. Okay. I think that's what he's got to pay attention to turn this around.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jack. And back to the point of, the personal daily loss limit, there are some structural pieces you can implement for yourself. And I encourage everyone to do that, as you're learning, as you're getting comfortable with enforcing discipline upon yourself, there are some mechanical ways to do that. You can always turn the computer off as well as another one of those. So set the personal daily loss limit. I think that'll do a tremendous amount for the performance in this account. So let's move on to the next. We've got David A. David is an 150K account and has a positive average daily P&L, and has also had excellent day thus far. So listed the performance for today's P&L as 59.25. Last check, that was flickering around a bit. So keep that in mind. You have to actually walk away. You have to turn your computer off, or at least close the application and let the session expire to have it count as a winning day. But so far, unrealized, we're at the best performance to date in this account across 10 trading days, today being the 11th day. And I really like these statistics. It's not clean. It's not the prettiest set of statistics, but what it is profitable. And I think when oftentimes I'll see something like this, I'm really inclined to find ways to help the trader, encourage the trader, because there is more meat on the bone in this performance to be significantly more profitable, which is great. You're in a spot where you're making money in the account. You're doing it across, albeit only 11 trading days thus far, taken $9,000 in payouts already. Already taken a payout. It's qualified for an additional payout, which I'd very much like to see David take, particularly after a big winning day today. But there's ways to dissect your performance, do some real reflection, some journaling. Linda was sharing the extensive reviews that she does after markets, and then as well the preparation. That stuff is vital, and if you're really pouring into that, it's going to pay off in these statistics, and you're going to see an uptick in the overall profitability, whether that's through win rate, reward to risk ratio, or a combination of the two is ultimately what matters. So hold times, longer hold times on the winners compared to the losers, that's excellent. And taking 7 trades a day, not necessarily a lot, given this is day trading. So focus on a single product. There's a lot that I like and can take away, but ultimately David's got to pop the hood, so to speak, and figure out what exactly is going on and where we can inch out some improvements. What I'd like to see is probably squeezing more out of the winning trades. Is there a way that you can leave on a runner? Kind of have stratified profit targets, trail the runner, whatever it may be. Even increase size on a higher grade of setup. An A setup versus an A plus setup. Maybe you allocate a little bit more risk to that, or give it some more room to breathe and go in your favor. There's a ton of different ways to go about that, but I find in these types of situations, usually it's easier to figure out how you can really lean into those winners, since that, okay, I've got positive expectancy with 44% winning trades and currently a 1.6 to 1 reward to risk. So always room for improvement, always, elements of, whether that's diversifying products or giving yourself new setups that you back tested, or just leaning into the ones that you already have that you know work and adding to the profitability. So those are my takeaways here. Really, it's just a good work, David, and wanted to encourage him live format to lock in the winning day while you're up $5,000 plus and take that home so you can take another big.
Well, if you ask me, friend, what a fella's to do, that was the best. I was trying to think of a Galway girl reference for about the last 5 minutes there. Great part of Ireland. His best day until today was the second day, $4,600, and was risking a lot less. He's been ramping up the risk a little bit, so I would just be careful. I mean, obviously, you said he's up what 50 something, 5,500 today.
5,900 and change, but that's likely changed a bit because of an open position.
That is a great day. I hope that Dave locks it in. But once again, he seems like he was risking, under $1,000 maybe for the first 5 days when he had that 4,600. As you expand it, first off, credit where credit's due. Only one daily loss hit. That's great. That's awesome. But if you're going to use all that, just be careful that your winners are big enough to sustain that, right? You can get the 6K or even higher because you're doing pretty well when you weren't risking much. So there's some great trading here. I definitely see some discipline. This is not the daily loss, daily loss, daily loss. It's good stuff. Hopefully lock in that profit today and look forward to see what happens.
Indeed. That's what we got in the way of trading cards. Jack, I'll leave it to you as to what we've got time left for.
We don't have too much time left right now before we're not doing group coaching today because Linda kind of held her own group coaching that was pretty damn good. So maybe if anyone has a quick question in the chat, we can hit it real quick. But otherwise, after this, fan favorite Mohammed is joining us with me and Andre to trade the 1 o'clock hour. So we'll be doing that. And let me see. Crushing the top jet. Yeah, I am in a jet. Incredible soundproofing as well.
I'm gonna have to work my way into the reversal challenge if it means private jet time as a reward.
100%. Checking back in. ES still down about 90. Nvidia is getting crushed to the tune of 8% right now. Someone asked, anyone know why NQ is going up? It doesn't look like it right now. With that, we don't have much time here, so we'll take a quick break. We're going to be back in a few minutes with me and Andre and Mohammed. Stick around for the rest of the day. Ben, thank you as always.
Thanks, Jack.
And we'll see y'all right after this break. Talk to you then.
Welcome back, everyone, to Back to the Futures with everyone's favorite from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Mr. Mohammed. You guys just saw Jack on shoulder tap. Let's get right into it. The sellers are still in control. Mohammed, you have a position on. Tell us about it.
Yep. Actually, I'm being short in the market since this morning. Actually, I didn't anticipate this strong move. However, with proper trade management, I'm still short one from 19,174 plus in the day 7,350 XFA.
Well done. Very well done.
Very nice.
Yes. Jack, we are.
But to be honest, I don't know where we are going from here. I just want to get out.
Are you just trailing at this point, or are you waiting for something to happen to get out?
Yeah. Actually, when I sold first time, it was around this area. Okay.
What price?
Around this area. Yeah, around 9,500. Very early in the day. Okay, before the opening, I exited because of the news from my short. I enter again around 19,300 ish. Looking for breaking another low, and then I exited around this area with this pullback. Okay, and I come back again here, not early, around noon, 11 Eastern Central Time, and I'm still in this short until now. This short was here. My stop was around 19,231. I added in somewhere here and there, and still my entry looks here. However, in fact, it should be up higher than this level. My stop loss at exactly this pivot, this one, at my entry. I don't want to lose. Maybe you can see here, I'm trying to lose only minus $10 as a gift to the market. If they want to take it.
Short from 174 in the NASDAQ, letting it run. Last trade in the NASDAQ, just putting some new low. Our last trade, 19,070. Let's trade in the S&Ps, 55.58 evens. Slow the day, 55.54. Jack, any thoughts, any catalyst behind this sell-off? Are you seeing anything?
Well, looks like... I mean, if you look at like the day chart or something, I mean, it's not like we're down.
Right.
We've been going up a long time.
Yep.
Long time. So I'd still be looking here for some sort of consolidation and then seeing if there's a chance to buy it later. I don't know if I want to get short this far in the hole, but I wish Mohammed the best with this trade.
Yes, yeah, actually, as I said, I'm not sure where should be the target in. Because you can put so many level of support here. The only thing that we can look at is the daily. I see this level is very strong, which is 18,900. So it's about 200 points from here, 250. Maybe this level will hold for today. However, if you look at the daily candle, it's engulfing for 1 to 3 days, which is very bearish on the market. That means the only thing that we need to see is a follow through of this one, and it will be very ugly looking for this low, which is 17,600. So looks like the market will close very bearish. Because the buyers are not taking this very serious, because if you are avoiding to buy it this low, where is the jump is coming in? And there is no liquidity in the market. We don't see any even the short side. It's not that huge volume actually. So we'll see. Maybe we'll have a rejection tomorrow, a big candle rejection tomorrow. Everything is possible to do today and tomorrow because we don't have the volume. So don't just drink the Kool-Aid and coming tomorrow as a short guy and forget about there is no volume.
Agree with that. Some people in the chat are saying Nvidia's down big. Yes, Nvidia is down big today. Jack, is this the whole sell in September? I remember we were getting warnings from everybody saying September, and it's a rough month for stocks.
Interesting. Everybody woke up today and decided that the future discounted cash flows of Nvidia aren't worth nearly as much as they were, and it's down 9% today. That's a big move, especially since its earnings were just last week and we didn't see, it happen then. Yeah, that's what's leading this. I mean, that's a huge down day. Some might even call it an illegal down day for Nvidia to have right now, but it's trading well below. What's Nvidia at? 108.78 right now.
Yep, so 108s. Wow. Nvidia taking it on the chin today, down 9%. My goodness, what a way to start off the fall trade. All right, Mohammed, you just mentioned the level 18,900 in the NQs. Would that essentially be your target if we could get there? Obviously, you would love to see that. It'd be over. Oh boy,
yeah, actually,
a 200-point winner.
I'm looking to this 1,000 tick chart.
Okay.
The market didn't even make any pivot because I cannot trail my stop lower. If I do, I'm just asking to get, to get stopped out. I wait for the market to go higher and make another low so I can trail my stop somewhere there. But the market is not. This is a very small pivot that is. I don't know. Should I? When I think about it, my worst thing that could happen today, if the market goes to my stop loss, I will be plus 7,300, and will make me just sleep fine. So what will happen if I trail my stop in here and I exited, higher than 7,000 or something, and then the market tanks? I will look at this and they say, why the hell did I take my stop loss down? So because I don't have anything to lose, and there is still the momentum that we see in the market to the downside. So this is like a gift that's given to you by the market. Why I reject it? So just keep it as it is. We'll see if we see a higher high, something that will let me think that okay, I might go long, then I will do it. However, there is no sign of any bullish move, or even if your basic Dow concepts, the market is making lower low, lower low, lower low. So what Dow said, market stay as it is until proving otherwise.
Correct.
So there's nothing proven yet. So exiting because the market hit a target. It was hitting a target all day long today,
Yes, it was.
So,
all right, question here, Mohammed. Question for you in the chat here from Mixed Beans. You guys asked Mohammed about how he adjusts his psychology when going from a small size trader to a large size trader. Mohammed?
I refer to Hogue saying that day. He said it's like a net underneath you. If you are in a high place and you are walking on a stick or something, and there is a net underneath you, you will be fine because you will fall on the net. If you have a bigger size, which means that you are the net is smaller, then there is higher risk on you, which means that you will start to be worried. You will start to be anxious and do overthinking. Why? Because the size is whenever you feel that way, it's one of two. Either you are oversizing your position, or you have a very huge stop loss. One of them. So if you would like to move from small to larger size, you do it gradually. Maybe it's a good idea to do a micro instead of the mini, because when you do a micro, then you will hit 10, but that's fine because it is equal to 1. But your subconscious will not understand it is a micro or a mini. It's 10. for your subconscious. So maybe you can practice that in the micro, then you go a little bit with the mini from 2 to 3, then give it some time. Don't rush to the 4th until you see a good performance, because you want to give some peace to your subconscious.
That's right.
To feel that what you are doing is right. I'm just adding one, and my portfolio is bigger now that can handle one more contract. So never go to higher because you have a good day. This is a very wrong strategy to do it. If you have a good day, it's better to go lower, actually. So don't give the market the chance to take whatever you made. You only increase your size if you have a bigger portfolio, and you do adjust that on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, maybe monthly basis. After one good month and you have a big nest egg, now it's the time to go higher.
Jack, you often talk about if you're losing sleep over the size of your position, it's probably the position is too big or something to that effect, right?
100%. There's no other reason to worry about it otherwise. Right. Like you're just over leveraged at that point. And with futures, especially if people are swing trading, most people are over leveraged because that's the nature of the game.
Yeah, basically bite off what you can bite off what you can chew. Don't bite off more you can chew, as they say. There's always a cliche somewhere in this industry. You just gotta think about it a little bit. There's definitely a cliche, but hey, we're still trading around the lows here. In the Nasdaq, I got 19,050. Last trade low. The new lows just put in 046. Nasdaq, look at the S&Ps. Basically chop around the lows, keep putting in new lows. Low day 55.54. Last trade, 555.
By the way, Andre, is there any way in XFA, because we know we can put personal daily loss something. What about if I am, for example, 7,000 now, and I don't want my day today to be less than, let's say,
6, you want to lock in. You want to lock in the overall profits on the day.
Yeah, can I just put minus 6,000? Oh, it doesn't accept minus.
I don't know if we have that capability. Do we, Jack? I don't. You just want to make sure you lock in. You don't want to lose more than $1,000 on a day, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because this is always minus.
Right.
I believe.
Yeah. That's a good question. I'd get back to you on that. Maybe I can get you that answer here shortly. But essentially, okay, your question is your account balance, or you're up $7,000 on the day, and you want to make sure that you finish the day at least up 6,000 on the day. How could you love that feature? Yeah, chat loves that feature.
Yeah.
Well, we can put that in there. I don't know that we have.
Because I can tell you, I have done it before. I was around 11,000 on the day. It ended minus DLL. I have been
just
there
done
before.
Lock it out.
Exactly.
Trailing loss.
A
trailing loss. That would be interesting. Yes. Make that. Wow. Chat really likes that. Yes.
I pinned. It says 500 points is just the start. Nas will close down almost 800 today. Pin it. And I have pinned it to the top of the chat.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. They're asking the answers. Yes. That would be rad. Great question and feature. Okay. Well, if you do like that, go click on the gear. I'm sorry. Click on the question mark. Go to feature voting. Chart up. Go to feature voting and put that in there. And we can vote on that and perhaps move it to the top of the list. Yes. How many people really like that? You could just do a trailing stop, too, for the time being. Yes, that's very good. Okay, but Mohammed, in the meantime, we continue to make new lows, so you're in good shape there. Last trade in the NQ, 19,048. So keep breaking. You should be okay.
Let me go to the 1 hour. Maybe we can find some levels over here. Oh, nothing. Yeah, we already at spot here.
New lows.
New lows. You know, Andre, this is the area too where we can ask around for levels and stuff, but this isn't the type of price action here where I want to be like, oh, someone's got a level below here. That's where we buy.
Exactly.
I think we just got to play the waiting game if I had to check here.
Yeah, taking a look at the top step daily levels, we've gone through every single level in the NQ. Last level was 19,070, and we're about 30 points through that already. Yeah, 070 is weekly kickoff low.
Maybe if we take this Fibonacci extension, maybe we can get something here. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe 18,800.
Well, you said 900. Are you revising that to 900 now? Or if you said 900, are you revising to 800 now?
Actually, it's only 100 points between them. So, because this is the extension of the recent higher move, 161 Fibonacci extension, which is 18,800.
Yep.
It confluence with this high 19. I think 18,800. Yeah, it's okay. much confluence with this high, this low. So, because to be honest, I don't see any. Maybe today we'll go to 127. Yeah, 127. This one
short from 174.
Yeah.
Buyers are trying
18,000. 900. Let's say 19,000. 19,000. It could be a nice level to go long if we see, buyers here. If we see a pattern or a setup around 19,000, it is a psychological level. It could hold for today at least.
Yep. Buyers did step in, bought it up about 20 points or so in the NQ. Last trade, 19,050. This is some short covering. Maybe some longs are trying to step in. Find out. But I was looking for a test of the 19,000s in the NQ. Jack, any trades today?
Yeah. Had one ES trade. So I was up $220 in a live account. Well, it was actually two. I was up 480, and then went back to the well with a position to be great now, but still up 220. Looking for something this afternoon, maybe.
Okay. Oops. All right. Sellers did step back in here in the NQ. It's hammered down about 10 points. I bummed with Bomber Shambles. Buyer stepped in? ? Laughing. Ever so slightly. Bummer. Is it Burner? Burner Shambles. Yeah. Watching the sell-off continue here. Take a look at the tilt. 50-50 in the NQ, about 60% long in the ES. 72% long in CL, or 72% short in CL. 50-50 in the YM, 50-50 in the GC as well.
Yeah. What I can see only as a trade opportunity, if the market goes higher to this level, which is 19,150, which is 100 points from here. This area would be a nice area to go short again, because it was acting as support for a long time. Okay, visited many times, tested. We can find some sellers over here. However, they will not make it easy. Even if this happen, it will not be just sell it here.
Right.
It will do some traps. It will be very difficult going 100 points from here. That means there is a momentum going higher. And a lot of people are trying to picking the low. They will not give up the support. So stay in hands. I mean, stay in hands. Buying is not a good idea today. Don't cry to me today buying the market.
Don't cry. I like it.
To be honest, I bought the market somewhere here. Okay. I didn't take my profit because I thought will be higher high. We'll make higher high. We'll go from there. However, the market punished me and took my stop here until I go short again somewhere, and I took my money. And so I already cried twice buying the market. So don't do it.
Who do you cry to, Mohammed? You know how you always tell people don't come crying to Mohammed. Who does Mohammed cry to?
I didn't find anyone.
Nobody. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Yes, more sellers, new lows, NQ, new lows, ES.
Dolby. No, they can cry if they sell the market and lose. Yes. I can give them a nice hug.
Excellent. Yeah, tilt, nothing really reflecting there. It's kind of just an orderly sell-off. Like Mohammed said, light volume's been rather thin. Look at the ladder here in the ES. Take a look at the ladder in the NQ. Oof, even thinner. My goodness. One on the bid, one. Wait, that is.
How about that, Andre? Should we take a vote?
Yes. What would you like? What would you like, Mohammed? Anything you want.
Should I exit or keep it at stop loss?
Okay. Ooh. How do we frame this? Mohammed wants to know, should Mohammed short, should he cover or let it run? Does that work?
Yeah.
Mohammed, short from 174, NQ. Cover or let it run? There we go. Some people in the chat saying trail.
Oh.
We didn't give them that option. We'll get that more question. Sell more, yes.
Yeah.
Cover, hold for 0. Okay, Nick for a tick. Jack has.
By the way, I have been doing that from the morning,
Yes, we'll get that pull up there.
Hold for 0.
Hold for 0, Mohammed. Yeah. Hold for 0. That's what I mean. That would be very nice.
Zero.
We have
zero price.
If we go to 0, we have bigger problems than where you cover your shorts.
Exactly.
Yes. 401k.
My money will be worthless,
Yes. Stocks will not matter at that point. But yes, Jack, you've entered. Please tell us your position. How many times?
Long 1 ZB. I typed it to them, so they got it up there.
Okay. Excellent. Mohammed, what are you thinking? I know you want to put up the pull. Let's get that pull up in the chat. Mohammed, short NQ from 19,174. Let it run or cover?
What I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the chat will. Dakota says, follow your plan. Good.
Okay, my plan is to trail every last 2 red candle. That was my plan. If you have a trade that's going to your favor, so the last 2 red candle. But today, I don't have plan for today. What happened today, it's something not in my plan. That's the trick, Dakota.
Yes. Get that pull up there myself. I am on chat, so yes, I got you. Okay, Mohammed. Mohammed short.
One has went broke taking profits. Yep, I did. Okay, let's wait for a long pattern. That my plan is okay with it. If I see higher high, that's the simpler long pattern, I will exit.
Okay. Well, pull's up. Pull is up. We'll see what the results are here. Run for a little bit.
And the trick here, my plan is to exit for the last 2 red candle that made a new low. But this plan means that I will take any next trade for the day. However, I don't want to take any other trade with this account, actually. This is my last trade today.
Okay. Well, early returns. It's close to 50-50, Mohammed. 250 votes in, 52% are saying cover. Not very decisive one way or another, but 53% saying cover now. It's close to even, almost 300 votes in.
I was planning to do the opposite. Now, how can I do that?
Oh, which is the opposite when you have 50-50? I don't know which one's opposite. 78% long in the crude. Just saw a bit of a pop there. $70.34 last trade in. Okay. This guy, Jack.
Yep.
That was always one annoying one. Okay.
I like that. Cover at 19,000. Yep. I like
that. Go. Still selling here.
Critical level. A lot of people will exit at 19,000 at least. So that means there's a take profit around that area. So let's do it.
Okay, what are you thinking here? Talking out loud here, Mohammed.
Yeah, I'm thinking to put my target at 19,000.
Okay.
19. Do that. 19,000 and a quarter.
Gotcha. All right. 400 votes in. 51% saying cover. Cover.
Yeah. Trail your stop at high EMA line. Yeah, this one. Yeah, that means we already break this last high, made the lowest low. That makes sense here. If I see buyer stepping here, I might exit. Yes.
Seeing some life here.
Yeah.
And a new low.
Yeah.
Yep. Just grinding lower. 50-50 in the ES, 50-50 NQ. Mohammed targeting 19,000. Downside, about 37 points from there. Let's hit it one time from Mohammed. Jack got in the ZB was that 30 year? Get along the 30 year. I love it. What's the ladder look like on the 30 year? What's bid ask over there?
Pretty thick.
Is it?
Got 1,136 on the offer, 837 on the bid. That's nothing compared to the ZN. Those are rookie numbers.
Love it.
Just holding that for now. It's nice as I don't even have to look at it.
Okay. This is a sign of higher high here. Little one. Higher low, actually, not higher high, higher low.
Saw Dakota in chat. Dakota says, follow your plan. At this point, the plan is, 19,000s.
19,000, or if we see higher high, I will exit.
Gold trading size. I recap the gold. Gold about a $34 range today. Last trade $25.19. Low today $25.04. High today $25.36. So kind of range there. Big movers today are the NQ and the ES. High today in the NQ 19,000. Overnight 644. We're trading 19,044. What's up, Mohammed?
The important thing that I will not trade tomorrow.
You will not?
Yeah, I promised myself, everybody here, if I have a good day, I will not trade the next day.
What's the reasoning behind that?
Because every time I do a good day, it ends up very dramatic next day. Very red. Very, it's not one time, two times. Every time I make a very good day, the next day turn down, very severe. And everything I have done to solve this issue, except not trading. So I will do it this time.
Okay.
To break this cycle. Because every time I say, okay, I will just do my 200 and, that's it. I never do it. Even that I get my 200, but I don't stop. So you should know yourself very well. Tomorrow I will not trade.
I'm holding you to that, Mohammed. I'm holding you to
that. Maybe combine, maybe something, but not this account. Okay, now we are making higher high.
Little bit of buy juice.
Am I allowed to say buyers have stepped in? Have the buyers stepped in or nah? I'm just
Yes.
Feels like they have. Yeah, so too.
Yep.
But you gotta run it by some of the peeps in the chat. Making sure kosher with them. Was all right, Mohammed. Talk to us.
Higher high. Yeah, this could be a nice breakout, even for a short term. It could go higher from there. So let's join the bid. And thank you very much, market.
Mohammed's working.
Now we can think about next trade.
Okay. You flat?
Yep.
Okay. What's your P&L? So we can update that.
It's 9,475.
Wow. Well done, Mohammed.
Yeah, just short 2,000 from my best day.
Excellent. Let's see what happens here.
Reverse.
Yeah.
No way. No way.
You have to, Mohammed. You have to.
I don't dare to do it even with micro, not only mini.
It's crazy. Nice, Dakota. Going up 20,000 today.
Dakota, you bad man.
Good job.
Okay, now the market is trying to take my legs now. You know?
Yeah.
It's telling me, oh, I got you, you know?
Gave one to the trading gods. We'll see what they do from here. Bit of is that
By the way, this is a very nice entry for a low risk. Stop should be only higher than 1980. Let's say 19,080.
Yeah.
Target, of course, new low. I don't have any more bullet today.
Say yes, that was a nice entry. Target new low last trade. 19,050, 19,050. We can see us going to test new lows. Low of the day in the NQ, 19,030, 19,030. Perhaps with the test of 19,000 evens.
Yeah. This is the only pullback that sellers can
longs are trying as we look at the tilt here. Almost 69% long in the ES.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On pickers.
They will come they will come crying.
Yep. Don't come crying is right. They try to call the bottom here. Very thin. The spread bros are back as I look here, Jack. They're about 5 handles off last trade, at least to the bottom here. 55.50. I'm starting to see those algos kick in now.
Wow.
They keep moving it lower. Wow, look at this.
Yeah, Dakota was long today. I noticed that today is, but you are Dakota, you know, you can't buy the market. Because buying is not just buying, you know, and everybody knows you have to be maybe see profit, take profit.
Yes.
Strategy. Maybe you have very tight stop loss, because if you buying the market today, the game that you are playing is that if you are wrong, you exit quickly.
Right.
And that's the game. It's the best loser today is the winner if you are a buyer in the market. So if I said, don't cry coming to me buying the market, doesn't mean that everybody buying the market will lose. No, if you know what you are doing, it's easier. I mean, it's easier to sell today, not to buy, actually. Buying is very difficult. So if you are not sure, just do nothing.
I like that. Sometimes the best trade is no trade at all. Yeah, to Mohammed's point, yes, obviously it's trend day down. You are going to get long, see profit, take profit. So you're not going to get the home runs. Obviously not going to get the home runs a day like today. But you can. Yes, you can squeeze 20, maybe 20 points out of a NQ trade.
Yeah,
So
I can see some bargain.
Get out quick. Yeah.
I'm in very small size long the ES, like the MES. And I'll be out very quickly if not. Could see some, it's been a few full minutes since we've been making new lows.
Yes.
I will not cry coming to you, Mohammed, if it does not work out.
Yeah. This is maybe the best buy setup today,
Right here?
Yep. So I think, it's even though that I have a short setup, however, we are at the low of the low of the low. So this easily could, at least run the stops here. So same way, if you are short at this low, you need to be very careful placing your stop loss, because the market will let you off, because it will take some time. You will get bored. And then we said, you know what? The stop should be there. You start adding to your position and you do some stupid things. Don't do that. Right. Stick to your stop loss. If you are wrong, that's fine. I'm being wrong more than I'm being right.
We are seeing 70% long now in the ES. 70% long, average price from 55.56 in the ES. A little bit of heat. Last trade 55.55.
By the way, people when they do wrong things, stupid things, they don't do it immediately. They start the day disciplined. They put their stop. But what happened later on the day when they start trading their account, trading their profit, they forget to be disciplined. They don't want to be disciplined anymore. They want to make money. So don't think that you are outsmarting the market. You are disciplined. No, the market knows how to take the worst out of you. So it will, without you feeling that, the market stall, making smaller lows, especially here. You can see in this low how many times the market goes up and just go a little bit, then they go up and a little bit. So what happened here? The market is trying to make the buyers crazy, make them either add on the position or they put their stop loss there. So now it's the time to punish those undisciplined traders. Once they are all out, whether with DLL or margin call, whatever, the market there will go higher.
Yes, they try to get too cute. They try to get too cute sometimes, Mohammed.
Deserve to be punished.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the market loves to punish traders.
Oh, yes. Take a look at the ZB here. Last trade, 124.01. Man, rocking and rolling over there in that 30-year. Everything's moving a little slowly. We do have Power Hour coming up here. Andre A from Edgeful, Dolby, Hogue, myself. Chop it up in Power Hour in about 17 minutes or so. Did the shorts get back? Shorts may have gotten back in there. Just grinding right now. Very thin in the ladder. A whole lot going on.
Yeah. Now the market, I think, will start to do, stop run everywhere. They will stop run the buyers. They will stop run out the sellers.
Oof.
Yeah. If it's do this, similar to what happened here, you can see after this stalling low, what happened? They stop out sellers, and then it goes to the buyers. They do it here. Okay, they do it here. Always trapping people who are in the correct side of the market. Yeah. So until now, we don't see any trap. No trap. Yeah, there is a trap here, but you know,
Where?
it's
Where's the trap?
Yeah, this one, the one that
we just saw.
Yeah, we had took our decision to short the market, but this is not really, you know, this is an obvious trap. It has to be not obvious. So I believe that the market, even if it goes lower, maybe it will go a little bit, and then it will go to take stop loss of those sellers. This is a market behavior. I know it's not based on technical or anything.
Yeah.
Market did make higher high.
We need a Jensen Wang to get out there and torture some more people in the greatness at NVIDIA right now. Down 9.3%.
Man, what's going on in NVIDIA?
Wow.
The earnings crushed it. What happened?
How much NQ today down? 3% already, or or 2?
NQ is down 2.97%.
Okay.
Yep. Only if I have a runner.
Oh, yeah, I had a runner.
I had one.
You did have one, Mohammed. You did. It was a good trade. It was a good trade.
So the market always will make you unsatisfied, even if you have a runner, you know?
Oh, yes. Hey, Mohammed, question here in the chat. What are the 3 lines on Mohammed's chart? Can you please explain?
Yeah, those are only moving averages, exponential moving average. The middle one is the close of the last 21. The higher one is the high, and the lower one is the low. That's it. All are 21 moving average. I use them to give me a sense of direction. So if it is spinning down like this, that means, you know, don't be smart and try to buy the market. It's very hard to buy the market at this momentum down. I don't use them to buy at them or exit at them, because this is not how to use the moving average. I use them when I see the market turn back to them. They are a nice level to go short. If you see a reaction around there, the most important thing, it shouldn't be ranging. For example, you don't do it here. You don't do it here. Why? Because they are, you know, moving in sideways. You don't do it here. You don't do it here, even here. So only you do it when you see the market return back to them and it is going lower. That means you will sell low sometime
in the hole.
And it will also give me an indication if the market will turn back up. So if you can see here, it was moving sideways, and then this is a nice long area. So basically it gives me who has the control. The answer of that question, who has the control? Obviously there are sellers. Buyers could come in a minute, but I will not believe them until they cross them higher. And then I will buy the pullback to the moving averages. At that time, it should be pointing higher. So it's just simple way to keep me, you know, connected to the market. Also, I use this nice super trend indicator, but I use it on the 1000 tick chart. You can see what made me go short today is we started Asian session like this. The market couldn't go higher than this super trend, and you can see all day. It's always don't buy, don't buy, don't buy. And that's one of the easiest day. Sometime it becomes like this. Let's say Friday, green, then red, then green, then red. So it's very difficult. This is a range-bound day. So you can buy, you can sell, that's fine. However, when I see it like this, immediately I tell myself, don't cry buying the market.
Do not. Do not. All right, maybe we are seeing a bit of consolidation here, looking at the 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's trade 19,050. Yes, perhaps as well. About a point and a half off the lows. I know, Dolby. I listened. I listened. Mohammed says, don't come crying. I'm not going to come crying to him. I listen to you, Mohammed. But you know it's inevitable. The longs are going to try to step in here at some point, as they have throughout. And we saw it in the tilt, and we saw it fade. They might be trying right here.
Coach Jay, I think that will be a good, tool that we can add in Topstep X. So if a super
Sound
trend
effect.
like this, the sound will come. Don't cry buying the market. Don't cry buying the market. Keep repeating that,
Love it.
If it isn't
Jack,
free
you
fall.
heard him. You heard him, Jack. Looking at the ZB. Last trade, same as it was about 30 minutes ago. 123.31. Pretty much everything just moving sideways right now. Hey, it's been a great start to September. All right, new lows incoming here in ES.
So we see now the moving averages are in sideways. So maybe it's the time now to see some traps.
When you're talking about traps, you're talking about the longs that are trying to step in here and essentially call the bottom. And essentially they'll have to puke and just take the market lower.
Yeah, so when I say traps, that means we have this last swing from here to there, and the previous one was from here to here. Now we have people who's trading this sideways. They put their stop here, and the sellers, they put their stop here. So what the market tend to do will take out those stops and go to the other direction. So which one will happen first? I'm not sure, but it looks that because of this low volume market, it's easier to take out the seller's stop loss higher here. Very slow. Very slow.
Very slow. Yep. Volume light today. So sad.
But I feel that buyers are more under pressure than the sellers. I mean, who is comfortable right now? If you are a seller or if you are a buyer? I know it depends on your price, of course.
Right.
But who is more comfortable feeling trading? The buyers or the sellers? Usually it is the sellers. Sellers are of course, today, and especially now. So whoever bought now, you can tell me where are their stops. Everybody knows. Look, this low. It's very obvious. However, the sellers, their stop could be here or there. They're enjoying the market.
They're comfortable.
They have a lot. Exactly. Similar to me, I have $7,000 in the money today. I can go short here and my stop over there, and they will still be in the money. So buyers are under the gun, if we can, put it in a better expression.
Hey, Jack, ZB last trade 124.02. Uh-oh. Who do you Venmo, Jack? Who does Jack Venmo? If Jack has to Venmo.
I Venmo myself. I'll probably be with some money laundering thing.
Yes. Last trade 124.02 in the 30-year. You said you short ES as well?
No, I put on like 2 micros long on the consolidation that I'm just sitting around because I refuse to cry to anyone. But really, I'm just doing it so I pay attention to it and see if there's a consolidation coming.
Gotcha. S&Ps just
50-50.
Yes.
52% long S&Ps, 51% long NASDAQ on the tilt, 63% long crude oil.
We did see about 70% long in the ES from price of 55.55. You saw the tilt go from 70% to 50% as current price is 55.49. So something to keep in mind. Same, you do see a tilt above 70%. Note the price, note the average price that the longs are short heavy from. See what market does after that. Give you some valuable insight. All right, still pushing low here in the ES. New lows, 55.48.
Look at the reaction that we will see right now. If we see a fast, quick run of the stops and immediate green rejection candle, that would be a sign to go long and buy.
Go on and buy.
Because, but we need to see this trap first and then a strong green candle.
Keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Jack, you're going to hang on to this 30-year for into the close?
Yeah.
We'll see why not, right?
No, I mean, I may. I'm a little bit more interested. It's more interesting what's going on in the stocks right now, so I might take it off to focus a little more on that. I'll let you guys know during Power Hour.
Thank you, Jack. We've got about 1 minute left here. And back to the futures with Mohammed. Mohammed, any levels? I know you like the 19,000s, perhaps 18,900. For the time being, it looks like we've volumes flattened out, tapered a bit. ES consolidating. Obviously the longs are probably going to try to step in here, and it might be a trap, Mohammed. So, any advice going into Power Hour, the last hour of the trade?
Yeah, wait for a trap around 19,080 and this level 19,150.
150. Okay.
Yeah, I think this level could hold 19,150. So if you go short at any time in the Power Hour, make sure your stop loss higher than this level and you can afford it.
Okay. Right. I like that.
And please think 3 times before buying the market. I know it's juicy. It's yeah, you're always thinking, wow, we can go all this high. It's
called the bottom.
Exactly, but not today.
Not today, my friend. Not today.
There's no
Jack,
volume. No, yeah, you need
3
times.
The man. You heard the man. Ask yourself 3 times before buying this market. Mohammed, as always, thank you so very much. We'll see you again on Topstep TV very shortly. Meantime, we got Power Hour coming up next. We got myself, Andre A, the other Andre, the real Andre. I see him in the waiting room. Overtime and Hogue. But in the meantime, please click like, please click subscribe. Let's get to 117,000 subscribers before the day is over. Power Hour coming up next. Mohammed, thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. You know what time it is. It is Power Hour. Man, the lower left is Andre A. from Edgeful. The real Andre, as I like to say. Upper right, we got Hogan in the house. Lower right, we got Dolby Time in the house. Let's start off with Andre A. Talk to us. We're starting to see a little bit of buying coming in here in the NQ. Just overall thoughts on today's price action.
First thing comes to mind is shorter week. So there was a holiday. That's the first thing. Typically, I'm expecting lower volume this week, lower range. Up today came out swinging, to be honest. Not what I was expecting pre-market. But Power Hour, I'm looking at not a new low of day to be made. I mean, maybe now it might, but I just want to show you guys some of the stats here on Power Hour. There's two things that I'm going to show you. One of them is the
really quick. We got 76% long NQ in the tilt. Sorry about that, Andre. Go ahead.
No worries. And so looking at ES here, in the last year, so now I'm looking at the new low of day made. Almost 80% of the time during Power Hour, a new low of day is not made. So now we're right near the low of day here on ES. So obviously it could happen, but typically a new high or low of day is not going to be made during that last hour of trading or during the last hour from 3 to 4 p.m.
So by 50 is what I'm hearing.
50 ES, yes.
Yeah.
I like that.
500, 5.
Yes.
But so that's one thing that typically you're not going to see it. Now today, obviously, we've had practically no higher highs here or even like any higher lows. But the one thing I'm looking for is some sort of kind of like violent reaction in a certain direction, whether it's a violent move up or a violent move down. I'm looking to kind of wait on a spike in volume. I don't want to be taking a trade in this low volume right now. I'm waiting for something to kind of like step up, something to pick up.
All right, well, real quick, Hogue, we got a Delta update in the ES and NQ here at 207 Central.
Negative 8,100 in the S&Ps, negative 4,800 in the NASDAQ. So congruent, but not too deep. For as far as we've come off today, it seems like it would be a little deeper.
I see what you're saying there. Dolby Time's got the keys to the house account. House account down about $5,000 from Fast Markets. And let's look for a trade wound here. Yeah, a little flesh wound. But before we get to that, we got upper left-hand corner. We got the hashtag Power Hour. What is hashtag Power Hour, you might ask? Hit us up at Twitter. Hit us up at X. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Send us some cool submissions that you'd like for us to share. We'll turn that around to you all in about 30, 40 minutes or so. You know, performance dashboard analytics, cool swag, trader setup stations, whatever you got. Hit us up at Twitter. Again, hashtag Power Hour. What's up?
Feeling good, doing your own promo.
It's your promo, but I figure you got the house account up. We're hunting for trades. We are hunting for trades right now. So Andre A. told us about the 80% of the time. It's unlikely we'll make new highs, new lows in Power Hour.
It's already.
What will you be trading today? Yeah, what will you be trading today?
I'm looking at ES, maybe the micros, depending on the opportunity. The only really level that's close for me right now is this 55.61 and a quarter right here. It's from August 28th. It's the low made on August 28th. I mean, I would love if price can just shoot up there to look for a short entry for more continuation down. I just personally, I'm not a big fan of chasing these types of moves because now, like, where do you put your stop here? So now if I just zoom in a little bit, if I were to chase this move down here, I mean, my invalidation point, my invalidation criteria would be above this 55.61, which is this previous low. And then now I need price to move a pretty decent amount further down to get a good risk to reward here. So I need something. I need a little pop up ideally towards this area to start to look for shorts. But ES is the one that I'll be trading. I'm personally not a big fan of NQ for my personality. It's just a little too volatile for me. But ES is my sweet spot area.
All right, cool. So 61 quarter.
Yep.
Shoot up there. Obviously, last trade 47, 48 last trade. Hello day 46 half. We'll keep an eye on that. Hogue Thoughts? Look at the Topstep daily levels. We burned through them all, man. Look at the NQ weekly kickoff low, 19,070. What do we do next, Hogue?
Oh, it's just dragging along the bottom here, man. It's just dragging along the bottom. If we continue to push to the downside, I could see us kind of coming into this previous gap, which takes us down to 55.26 quarter, entering into that gap to the other extreme of that, 54.87.75. Don't see that really happening yet here. I'm kind of looking to see if there's any kind of reversal pattern that maybe we'll be able to get at least a scalp back to the upside based off of Andre's information. It seems like the market is just hanging on the bottom here, but it's not putting in a new low, at least not for now. And now that I've said that, watch.
All right, Dolby time. So Dolby, it sounds like we're watching the ES here for house account. Yeah, look at till 60% long. Yep, 60% long. Average price 55.52. We did see previous segment 70% long from 55.55. I think I squeezed to the downside there. Well, 70% long,
really?
yeah.
60% long. Yep. 55.52.
55.55.
Oh, I see long average is 55.52 on tilt, like right
Currently,
now?
yes. No, this is about
interesting.
15, 20 minutes ago, yes.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yep.
So it's still kind of there. It's close.
Yeah. Andre, I know you're taking a look at the analytics, you're looking at data all the time. Anything interesting that's showed up on your radar lately in terms of price action, where we've been, where we're going? Anything that's jumped off a page in terms of correlations or whatnot?
There's one more report that we have called Power Hour Continuation. And by the way, for everyone that's watching, I'm looking at Edgeful right now, but one more report, we just released it yesterday, Power Hour Continuation. So what this checks is if today, from the open of today, so from 9:30 to 3 is green, 89% of the time price is going to close green or close above that open at 9:30. So you don't want to expect price to reverse beyond that 9:30 open.
Say that one more time.
Yep, sure. So pretty much let's use today as an example.
Okay.
I mean, today's not the best example just for visual purposes because it's so unlikely to happen. But from here, let me just hide my drawings for a second, or actually I'll just switch to the micros so I get a clean chart for you guys. Okay, so looking at the open, right? Today's open at 9:30, right here, this green line. Now, power hour started right here, right? So, I mean, again, not the best example today, but pretty much because this is clearly red, price came down here to here, and this is where power hour started. 81% of the time, when this is red, when from 9:30 to 3 p.m. is red, price is going to close below that 9:30 open that day. So pretty much you do not want to be expecting price to reclaim today's open.
Got it.
So
that makes sense?
Okay. Yeah. So
clearly,
we're not gonna.
Today's not the best example, of course, but you do not want to expect price to reclaim today's open and kind of expect a V recovery in a certain direction. That makes sense.
Gotcha.
During power hour, basically.
Correct.
You don't want very unlikely for that to happen.
Very unlikely from the 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern time. So that last hour that market open, you do not want to expect price to reverse beyond that 9:30 open. I mean, again, today,
Fridays, taking out the high of the session would not count the same because it started long before power hour, right?
Exactly. So the power hour started, it was actually green at the start of power hour. So let's look at this example, much better example.
Yes,
here.
it was.
It was technically green at the start of power hour. So I'm gonna show you the 9:30 open right here, this green line now. And then the start of power hour was above right here. So this is the 3:30 candle. This was right here. Oh, it actually was very slightly red. Very, very slightly red here. So let's go down to the 6 month.
From the opening price then.
From the opening price. So from open to 3 p.m. open. So this was very, very slightly red. So this is actually one of the times where that 12% would fall in line. It was slightly red, very, very slightly red, and then closed green on the day. So very unlikely typically for this to happen. This day, I mean, if you were looking at this chart, it would make a little bit more sense. But typically, I mean, across the board, you're going to have a much better time following obviously the north of 80% stats than these close to single digit stats, for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's the other thing. The other two, those are the 2 power hour reports that we have. These are the ones that I kind of like to look at just to set the right expectations of the levels. So just as a recap, the levels would be the opening price, so that 9:30 open, and then the high and low of the day. So typically you don't want to expect price to break out of a new high or low of day during that power hour. Again, today is not the best example for either case, but this is typically what's going to happen. And in trading, you want to go for the averages. You want to be going for these singles and doubles. You don't want to be going for these home runs every day. You don't want to be going for these like single digit percentages. So
yeah.
Switch back.
So Friday was one of those days where, but it'll work today. Would have worked.
The reversal.
Yeah, I mean today definitely this I mean, I would be very confident the price is not going to reclaim back up to 56.
It's not going to do that today.
Correct.
Right? Yeah, definitely not. But yes, I mean we haven't broken new low of day yet here on ES at least, which is kind of hard to believe. But I mean,
it's
stats
just
don't lie.
We're right there. Yeah,
we're right there.
So we don't like longs. Is that what we're saying?
I mean,
or we do?
I don't know. I
really good 5-minute range. I'm just putting that out there.
I'm seeing.
You want? I mean,
good.
If you want to go for it, I would like to see pop up to take a little short trade, but I'm not sure, honestly. I mean, I don't like chasing these moves down. Sorry?
He's long? What price? What price Dakota long from?
I think he's long NQ. Long this baby for a break above 19,100s. 19,100. I mean, if we're not going to make a lower low, but we aren't going to make a higher, get back to the open.
Yeah,
there's still a lot of upside there. There's some points to be had.
Definitely a lot of meat on the bone right here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put on my volume.
You have what is this? 55.45 as the middle of the range from a cluster, from a daily range cluster back in June. So maybe we might get some support. Something I've been experimenting with is like these old time frames, like the middle of the old time frame range. Yeah, so that's the middle. The 55, 40, 45. 55, 45. So maybe
45s.
we do get some, 55, 45. Maybe a bounce.
Coach Paul is saying he's got 55.42 as an ES 50-day simple moving average, critical long-term support. It's in the
twos.
That might be on the daily chart. Let's take a look.
55.42.
You can get some check marks.
I'm looking here.
Yeah, I've got it at 46.17, but yeah, that's an interesting spot there. We do have that 50-session moving average right near the lows here.
Yeah. All right. Well, you got Paul's got what you say 42s. You got 46s, Hogue.
Yeah, he says his 50 days at 42. He may have a back adjustment or something on it.
Okay.
And we know that this one does. This is not all of the September contract.
I guess the question we have to ask is there enough volume? I mean, volume's been light today, so there's enough volume to completely turn the sucker around because the volume's been light to the downside. We need volume to come in and push.
There could be some liquidity below 42 evens. That was kind of a spot that's sticking out to me on the 4-hour chart. Kind of dipped below there and then found a little bit of support and bounced. So it did hold this blue line, 55.45. Maybe that holds. Maybe there's some stops down there. Shoot down there. Maybe even 55.36. It really wants to run some stops. I mean, there's probably something sitting down there, and maybe we can shoot back up after running the stops down below.
Mm-hmm.
What's down there?
What is down there?
537s, not a ton. We got 180 at 37s, another 300-ish, maybe another 500 around 43, 44.
Yeah.
So there's some size coming into this area that we're talking about. I can mark it down on this chart, actually.
Yeah. So Andre, the longer we trade sideways here, or I guess near the lows, does that impact your trading decisions at all? I mean, longs are going to try to come in here and let's try to call the bottom, so to speak. But the longer we don't go higher, I mean, it just puts pressure on the longs to take it lower. No.
Yeah, the volume is really important to me, and the consolidation. I feel like sometimes, depending on how price is kind of developing, and there isn't really quantifiable way for me to explain it, but sometimes I feel like when price consolidates in a little bit of an area for a while, it's kind of like cocking back. Like if you were to think of like a bow and arrow, maybe you're like cocking back, waiting for a move to kind of like blow out of this little range that you formed. So, I mean, right now is a pretty decent one too. This 5-minute consolidation that's been kind of forming. I mean, I'm not really opposed to the longs right now, to be honest. I just, where's my invalidation point? Where's my stop going to be? So is this 55.42 going to be my area where I should place my stop loss, which, as we were just mentioning, I mean, can be invalidated from this. I mean, it's a pretty tight. I mean, not really anymore, but it's a
stops going to be where everyone else's stops are, just beneath the lows.
Yeah.
Oop, 47s.
Yeah.
We like a short, perhaps. Well, that's the thing. The 80% not making new lows.
We're 73% long right here, right now.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing too, you have to think about, like when you are contemplating like a reverse, like a trend reversal trade like this, like you're not buying it because it looks good. You're buying it because it looks cheap. Like if you bought it because it looks good, you'd be going short with the trend. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
We got tilt us. Yes, 72% long in the ES.
How do you guys normally look at that? Do you follow that typically, or do you wait kind of when it spikes in a certain direction? If it goes to that 70 or 80% area, do you wait for something to kind of play out and take an opposing trade? How do you guys look at that typically?
I think MP was actually looking at it a lot this morning on fast markets. He's really been getting into it quite a bit and marking it down on the charts.
Yeah. Some of the thought process is you're going to beat, all right, so the 70% call them the majority, and you kind of know where the majority's next move is going to be. You kind of beat them to the punch.
Yeah.
The 70% is going to have to cover, or they're going to have their stops in, or, get out. So obviously, if everyone's long, they're going to have to sell. So how much pain do they take? It's kind of like the old pit mentality. When Hogue would walk into the pits, he'd say, "What's the pit?" As someone, are they long or short? And he's flat. He's just coming in. Majority of the pit's long. Hogue's not looking to get long. He's going to be looking to get short because he knows the pit's going to have to sell. I kind of think that's kind of similar to what the overall thought process is behind the tilt.
Yeah, and sometimes you can see that with the Delta, but not today.
No. So this little 50 there.
Anne Marie's looking for, if we take out the lows in the S&P, she sees a little flush down there. Anne Marie, it's hard for me to see the level on that. But I can see what you're seeing, I think.
Still have.
I'm looking.
Nothing's really changed a whole lot as far as like the liquidity has gone. Maybe it's moved up a little bit. So now we probably like buying like maybe 800 or 900 sitting around 55.45. Maybe that's come up a little bit. Yeah, I mean it's sitting right in that middle range I was talking about earlier. Really good 5-minute range. If y'all want to know what a 5-minute range looks like, pull up the ES and go to the 5-minute chart because it looks amazing. Picture perfect 5-minute range.
Yeah.
So it is kind of interesting though. So long average price and tilt is 55.52. Long average is 70%. We were there last candlestick ago and we did reject, and tilt did come down like 2 or 3%. So I wonder if longs were maybe covering there. Maybe they're starting to feel uneasy, so that's starting to push price down a little bit.
I mean,
short average 57s. They're in a way better price.
Tilt short from 57.
For a flush below this down to around 55.30ish, she says.
Got a check mark. So we got a check mark in the ES then.
For longs or shorts?
Shorts sounds like.
Shorts are good. 55.52.
Coach Paul says 55.42s ES 50-day SMA, critical long.
For long.
42 or 40. Yeah, they're targeting 40.
42 is the 50 SMA.
Yeah.
Short 50. Checkmark short 55.50.
Area.
55.50? Okay.
Yeah.
Longs 40. Okay. So we only have a check mark for a short, right?
Yeah, we got Henry the tilt as well.
$55.50 also kind of a round psychological number too, as in terms of a key level.
Yeah.
Maybe not so key just because we're crossing up and down it, but 55.50 is not. Kind of that psychological numbers. I don't really love going based off of psychological levels unless it's like 5,000 or 20,000 on NQ or 19,000 on NQ or any of these like more round levels. But
big
sometimes
fat
it
round
works.
numbers.
Yeah, I always prefer the big fat round numbers, like a short at NQ 20,000. Beautiful, kind of like psychologically.
Maybe we pull it here. Hold Dolby trade off.
Coach Paul is a check mark short for a scalp.
And Market Stalker D's asking if we're sitting on our ears here.
Sitting on our ears.
Trying. Although I am hounding Andre for check marks. I do want to get some.
Wait, it's all good. It's what I'm here for. looking for these check marks. All good.
Look for trades. You're going to find one.
Yep.
I would love to
we're
see
attempting a trade with 20% probability. I mean, there's a valid point. Very valid point.
I would love to see a spike in volume right now, either to the upside or to the downside. I don't really care, but I would love to just see some activity just so price can kind of pick up. I wouldn't be surprised if it starts to pick up in this last 30 minutes, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Or like now, we're starting to get some wiggle.
Yeah.
New low.
Lows.
A little bit of wiggle.
Henry has a comment. Looking at this oversold formation to flush, then potentially holding as the shorts unwind into the close of the day, both for ES and NASDAQ. Thank you, Emery.
Well, it hasn't made a new low yet, so technically, I think Edgeful is still right.
Even up.
Yeah, it's matched the low. But what's nice is that Edgeful is not right or wrong, which is great. We just show you the probabilities.
I like that lane. I like that lane you found. I like that. Edgeful, not right or wrong.
I like that.
Yeah,
it's
we
just
show you
data.
the probabilities. You can take a trade based on what you're comfortable with. That's the way that I like to say it, at least. Keeps me safe.
Yeah, where'd you learn that one? I feel like you learned that one somewhere. It's a good line.
At Goldman. I used to work at Goldman Sachs.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. Not financial advice. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah.
Like trained into my mind. But yeah, no new low just yet. We're waiting, but I mean, this is I'd love to see that volume pick up now. But even on Bookmap, I'm not sure how many of you guys use it. These just something that kind of stands out to me here as I zoom out, looking at the last hour and a half. Big green bubbles to the upside, like a lot of aggressive market orders with no continuation is a very bearish sign to me. So you see one giant green bubble here and then a reversal, another one, reversal, another one, reversal, another one, reversal. And you can see there's just 5 right here, which means to me, the way that I interpret that is to say there's not really that much more continuation. Maybe there's more aggressive passive sellers, but this
iceberg sellers.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So if price can reclaim these trapped buyers, that would be great. But looks like we're going to go for that new low of day here. But yeah, I mean, this is just some consolidation here. There it is.
There's some stops.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully we
a
get
big
a little
one.
pick up in the volume
Little
here.
teleport, little ES teleport. That's rare.
Yeah,
Just witnessed.
Those look like stops for sure.
That was all stops.
Yeah, I knew they're gonna be right there. So
I always find it. I'd never like to put my stops one tick away from a recent high or low because of this reason. Because now The longs here were stopped out.
We're pulled, Dolby.
I haven't had orders in ever.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Go ahead, Andre.
No worries. Even regardless of what price does here, I feel like a stop just below 1 or 2 ticks below this low right here is just not enough room to breathe. Now, some people, they like a very, very tight stop, and they like to have their R multiples to be much higher, and their win rate could be a lot lower. Personally, for me, I'd like to give this a little bit more room to breathe. If I was in this trade, which I'm obviously not, I'd ideally like to see some more volume come in, but that's the way that I'm looking at this right now in these stop runs, because I'm sure that I'm not the only one, but when price stops you out, then goes right to your target. It's happened, I'm sure, to everyone, but it's kind of taught me to give the trades a little bit more room to breathe and to put my stops where my trade is invalidated, not based on my P&L.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yes, up to 72% long. Average price from 55.50 was 52s. Then we saw the price come down, probably based on those stops. Now, so you saw the average long price come down 2 points to 55.50, make new lows.
Here they come.
Yep.
Yeah, it's via 45. Hold.
Putting a new low in the NASDAQ now.
Sure. Where is it? Where's this going? Man.
There it is.
And say lower.
And Ray's looking for the flush.
Mm-hmm.
Good call.
45 still holding. 42s might be an interesting spot as well. There's some more liquidity down there. There's probably like 1,000 contracts between 40 and 42. Things really coming down. 52s would have been a really nice short off of that 5-minute range high. Kind of a nice little stair step. That's what you kind of want to see if you're
tilt
doing shorts, or longs. It's just the whole stair step becomes support, vice versa.
NQ flipped 63% short, 64% short in the NQ average price. 2,048. I like that.
Yep. They're in the money.
They're in the money. Yes. Trying to figure out what to do.
Just putting a poor low in the S&Ps.
Yeah, it was.
Still 66% long. That's incredible.
Unlikely the downside auction is over with that poor low in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
Unfinished downside auction.
Does that mean go down there and fill it out some more?
Yeah.
And then
yeah, there's no excess on that. It's likely to be revisited soon.
Seems like volume is picking up now. We're getting some more momentum.
There you go, downside.
Downside.
Yep. Let's see where the sucker goes. It's picking up. Got about you see the lower right hand corner of the screen. You got the countdown clock to the closing bell. 26 minutes remaining in the session. Well, 16 minutes or so. We'll get those MOCs turn around to you. Man, Eddie. Prowl for those. Got some. What's up, Hook?
One thing we didn't get done was the fast market hashtag things, if there were any.
Oh.
I don't remember. But
okay. Well, maybe we can put those in
check
here.
Those out in a little bit.
Yeah. Just grinding here.
Here they come.
Take a look at the, yep.
Wow. NVIDIA down 11.
Damn, is it really?
Yeah. That's what Jimmy C says. That's a big one. That is a big one.
Yep, new lows. Here we go. New lows. NQ new lows. ES. Yeah, NQ last trade. 19,022. They test 19,000 evens.
Should have gone short. Hindsight Capital says go short 55, 52.
Mm-hmm. Straight 55, 44. Lows of the day.
There no one in chat is trying to get long. Isn't that a sign that no one wants to get long? Other than
put up a poll.
We have chat tilt, and then we have tilt.
What's confusing is in the tilt here we got S&P 64% long. In the Nasdaq, we got 62% short.
Yes. More lows here in the ES. More lows. Here we go. 19,000 incoming. 19,000 incoming in the NQ. Yep.
Break on through to the other side.
New lows. Broke beneath 19,000. And we are selling. We are selling hard here now.
You just sell 10 and then just figure it out.
So they're
check marks. Gotta get check marks.
Getting that
check marks at 50.
Getting that swoosh that Anne Marie was calling for. You know, and I like it down to that.
Targeting.
I think it was 33.
Anne Marie targeting 35s. Yep.
26 quarters down to the gap.
Selling off here.
Can we sell them here? Is the question.
Take a look at the tilt here. ES went 50-50. NASDAQ 60% short. Made the tilt. Andre from Edgeville, you asked. Being the tilt. 70% long from
everybody
55.
in chat. Can we do a poll? Who can sell it down here?
I don't know.
55-38
down here. Yes or no? Let's get a percentage.
Yeah.
What's your target? 55-26. Hope's gap.
Is that it? Gap close. 55-26. Gap close. Cool.
Yeah.
You talk about a move today. Wow.
Yeah.
Really good price action.
Coming off a holiday, I mean, that's crazy. Usually these weeks, the shorter weeks are lower volume, but I mean, this move is just from even this ES is, I think, close to 90. 90.
We're on the 30
ES, Hogue?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure. Anne Marie says, okay, whose money are we going to use to sell it?
Anne Marie, nice call.
Is anyone interested in longs here?
I don't think anyone is. I mean, I'm down to like the 30-second chart trying to find like ranges to short. Because there's just nothing. Like you have to, everything is just straight down, all long candlesticks. And that does happen if you like range trading and you really need to find an entry. Keep on going down to a small time frame. Just make sure. Make sure you have perspective. That's all.
Yeah, we got to pull some levels.
We got the 50-session moving average here at 32, 33,
32. Okay, 32. Yeah. Got check mark for 32.
That's on the daily. That's on the daily chart.
Andre from Edgeville, 32. Check mark for a long, or it's just sellers in control here.
30.
All good. Yeah.
I feel like I can't short at these levels though. This is just so far extended. Right? Am I the only one trying to? I just can't sell down here.
Coach Paul says no trade for me at this level.
No trade. Who can sell here in ES? Me, not sure. Bull is up. 142 votes. 48% not me.
Get 200 here. Let it cook. Get your vote in.
Thank you, Eddie. Take a look at the tilt. 61% long in the ES. 70% long. That was the tell.
I mean, you can't buy it here.
All right, we got over 200 here.
What is it?
I wouldn't.
We're looking, who can sell it here? 53% said not me, 17 not sure, and 30% said, yeah, I'll do it.
Anne Marie, long from ES 32.
32.
Long. 32.
You can't buy it
Check
here,
mark?
I said.
Check. Where's the risk, Anne Marie? Where's the risk, Anne Marie? 32.
Anne Marie. Where is she?
I mean, I would
poll longer or ES house account long 5532 long. Yes or no?
30s are interesting.
26 quarters.
26 quarters. You like?
Yeah, it's the top end of the gap. If you look at the high last week, it was the bottom end of a gap. Then we go down to the top end of a gap. Maybe we find some support there.
Yeah. And Hogue, that lines up with a range high that I see
26
from
is?
late July. Yeah, that
All right, so we got
26
check.
to like 29 area. Yeah.
All right, check mark. We got one check mark for 55.26 long ES. All right, put up a poll. Long from 55. How's the count? Long 50 ES, long 55.26. Yes.
We have one.
Yeah, we got one check mark for long from 26 is.
Is that's a 5 lot, right? Or are we
Correct.
waiting for more? 5 lot?
I mean, if we get into this gap, the other side of it's a long ways away.
Where's the risk? Where's the
54.87
risk on
quarter.
this?
That's the question. We don't want it to go into this gap at all.
Get your vote in. ES long 55.26. It's a yes or a no.
Okay. 5
This
lots
daily
into
candle
26.
looks. This daily candle looks nasty to get long.
Yeah,
right
it does.
now. This is just talk about like a death candle, just straight down.
Okay,
white
we're
knuckle.
going to be long 5 very soon. Okay, now we're long.
I just told you pull it.
We got 200 votes.
I'm waiting still. I'd love to
got
see a
no
move back
check on
up
this.
first.
Trade off. What's the poll?
We got a
Trade
64%
off now?
no.
That's trade off. They took the check mark out. It was well over 60%. 64% said no.
Yeah, take that off.
Trade off.
Okay.
Good job, chat. Don't do it. Don't do it. Chat.
In hindsight, this looks so easy to trade because it's just been going down all day. But when you're actually watching this happen and there's just a new low and a new low and a new low being made, it's just so much harder to trade because how much more meat is there left on the bone down here to get short?
Oh, it's the gap,
You could
right?
say that all day, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it was like, when's this thing going to turn around? Where do we buy it?
Chat said no. Chat pulled it.
Yeah.
Okay, gap. Okay.
Nice conviction, chat.
You should ask those that did say yes. What's the reason behind that? Obviously, we can see why not.
Last trade 55.27 in the ES. Man, sell off about 23 points here in Power Hour. Emery sitting one long, but definitely not adding here.
No. It's getting pretty late here. I mean, if there's going to be a pullback, it's going to happen now.
Yeah.
Anne Maria's diamond hands.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hold this one.
She does.
MP. Yes, on daily 50 SMA.
Is what? Yeah. That's where it was. The 26 is MP?
Yeah, that was 23s, I think, was Paul was saying.
23s was
And that's on the December contract. So that's on a different
These?
chart.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 is.
Oh no, I mean the September contract. So he's looking at that on a different chart. It's like 36 on Topstep X. But on the December chart, it's at 30, 50, 30, 32 approximately.
All right, we got ES 73% long again. 73% long ES.
pullback.
Average price 55.33. Check marks 55.33. Throw it up on the poll.
So
Check mark
let's
on
think
a
about
short in house economics. Would you put up?
We were just looking at that long down there at 26, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had it. We weren't looking.
The problem was there was very little areas to limit risk on that. But it turned out to be a pretty decent level, right?
You just go you go 1-to-1. You could risk 1,000,
little
make
pop.
1,000.
Indeed.
I mean, we could have found some areas.
Yeah,
there is you're not wrong though. There's a pretty big gap once you get under with that 22s.
Quick,
but you're not buying it because it looks good.
Andre, do you want another poll up here?
Yeah, it's well, I was gonna go off of we're gonna go off of tilt. Tilt's now beneath 70. We're gonna do shorts from was it 32s? Shorts on 32s based on the tilt. Sells off. Yeah. You see the triggers.
55,
Just watch,
32?
Yeah, it's all. We're trading 27s now. It's all good. But basically, we gotta keep an eye on tilt. Once tilt gets above 70, especially the long side, it's just sell it. That's what it's been.
It's moving.
Those 50s. Yep. 26 last trade. Low of the day, 24 in the ES. New lows in NQ.
There it comes right back off again. All the buyers just keep getting squished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's Delta, Hogue?
S&P is minus 7,100.
Oh, it's hanging in there. Yep. Growing.
I mean, we've already put in one low here, basically like on the 5-minute chart. There's no sign of reversal on this yet here, though. Yeah. I mean, you could use that previous 5-minute bar as your risk on this 24 even. But I mean, look, we're headed for it already. I mean, you don't want to just do that. You don't want to pick bottoms just because you've just put in a new recent low. How many recent lows have been run through today?
Yeah, exactly. Andre from Edgeful, anything showing up on your radar with this price action?
I would love to see exactly what's happening right now, and then buyers step in to get long. It sounds kind of crazy, honestly, but I like how the volume is picking up. But I'd love to see price now buyers to step in right now to get long.
Hammering it.
I might take a stab at it, to be honest. Even though
we got 77% short, 77% short in the NQ right here, right now. 18,930. 18,930. Let's go around the horn. Any check marks, Andre? If you got your eye on perhaps taking a long down here.
I know it sounds crazy, but maybe it's just something that's like in my head about chasing low after low after low. But I don't know. See, like now the sellers are clearly in control.
Oh yes,
not what
they are. Wow.
Yeah.
And tilt flattened out a little bit.
By the way, that would not be a long. Expecting a massive reversal, it would be a scalp for sure. If I were to take it, I mean, it's already invalidated, so I mean, I can't. But that would be a scalp for sure.
He's going to clear the whole gap down to 54.88.
I mean, what a move!
54.88. Wow.
Well, Dia's talking about if we get a price reversal, then the longs will be back on. Keep that in mind.
Above like 22s, maybe. Maybe they come popping back in.
26, yeah.
Shout out to Marie likes the 21s.
21s.
A lot.
One's a lot.
Does that count as 2 check marks with the capital? A lot. That might.
Short or long? She likes them short or long. Sorry.
I'm thinking she likes them long.
55.21.
We'd have to go like right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jabari. Yeah.
Eddie, go ahead. Well, let's throw a poll. Eddie, throw a poll in here. Eddie, throw a poll in here. House account. Somebody check mark for ES 55.21.
Okay, what was that again? What price?
21s, 55.21.
Okay.
Yeah, she was talking long. She's still holding the 32s.
Ooh.
I mean, if your size is small
Move
enough,
it, baby.
You can kind of average down into some stuff. Very tempting for bulls right here. This is very cheap.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Look at the tilt here. 65% long in the ES. Sitting in the hurler.
Does it sound crazy? It doesn't. This tempting long right now. Does that sound crazy?
Not for power hour. Not
about 30 seconds here on the MOC.
I don't think anything is crazy during power hour.
No.
Almost anything can happen. Which is why we love power hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
They could easily bounce, 10, 15, 20 points.
Eddie's got MOC.
Minute.
We go watch this.
Maybe they're profit taking now.
Dude, remember MOC on Friday, Hogue?
Yeah. It's like 7 billion.
Yeah, 10, I think, yeah. Go ahead, Eddie, when it
More than
comes
that?
in. Yeah.
All right, coming up.
There goes the 30s.
Here we go. Coming in here right now, S&P 3,194,000,000 buy side. I thought these would be way lower. NASDAQ, 1,893,000,000 buy side. Dow, 1 million straight up buy side. Mag 7, we're clean here. 949 million buy side, no sells right now.
No sells. All right. We saw the check marks for 21s. Take a look at what's the poll saying here, Eddie, in the house?
Right now, we got 269 votes here, long 49. 49% long.
No check mark
I
there.
just took a very quick short.
You're short? You're from what price?
On 55.2750. Gonna put my stop right over here. Not going fantastically right now. I wanted to get a little scalp. Let's see what happens. This pop up with the green bubbles going through these orders is what kind of triggered my entry, triggered my thought to get short right here. Is typically this is something that kind of triggers a reversal. I mean, very, very short term, of course, but we'll see. I mean, profit taking for the rest of the day might be in play right now, so price might move up, but see how it goes.
Update S&P, 2 billion, 1 million, 2,200,000,000 buy side. We just sort of cleaned out a billion there.
We can pull the poll, kill the poll here. 47%.
Pull it down. Yeah, coming up.
Yeah, I got 400 votes. Thank you.
Doing a lot here. And pull.
Let's trade 55.30. She's like 21's a lot. All caps, a lot. See why?
That was a good one. That was like 10 points right there, real quick. Great level. Oh, type of shenanigans you can expect from Power Hour last 10 minutes. Let's see. Why we love it.
There's my.
Everything we got. I think we get up to 52. So
there it is.
That's a good question. I don't know.
We still like 20. Well,
this thing is just ripping people apart.
Both ways.
Yeah. What it likes doing. We just can't see the anguish on everyone's faces like we can in the pit. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Tricky.
Yeah, it's just ripping everybody up.
Volume did come in.
We got the volume we were asking for at least.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Big time.
72% long here in the ES. 72% long at 55.32. One more poll really quick. House account check mark for short at 55.32. Basically, it's purely going off of what we see here on tilt. It's a level, I guess, average long price in the average on 55.33. So we can get that poll up really quick, Eddie. Check mark for the house account 50 in the ES. Short 55.32s.
What we're looking for? That'd be fun. That'd be a good trade.
55.32, correct?
Correct. Where would the risk be? Where would the Hogue? It's just it's tricky right here. Where would the risk be, if anything? It's just everyone's just getting shredded right now, Hogue.
They are.
Yeah.
I mean, the last 2 5-minute bars have had some pretty long shadows. I don't want to risk the low of the day, but I could see risking down to 25. I mean, that's pretty tight. But we're trying to pick bottoms here. We got to keep it cheap.
This would be a short based on just perhaps a short just based on tilt, fading tilt, or opposite tilt. We're going with the minority.
Sorry, I misunderstood that. So 535.
I mean, chat's off
36.
too. We're not going to be able to get any confirmation from chat on this one either.
That's gonna create a 3-bar reversal if it gets up there and closes up there.
Ooh.
Just can't seem to make new highs right now in this candle.
Struggling. Definitely struggling.
Yeah. Maybe my stop was a little bit tight.
%64 long ES still average price long from 55.33 last trade 55.32 33's trade. Can they push it higher? 34's trade now.
20s, man. That was such a good call.
So back up.
And Marie with team higher highs. Teammate. Team higher highs right there. Excellent work. Excellent.
68% long. Average price from 34s.
So we were looking at a short of 32.
It was just a poll in the chat based on going off of tilt. What did the chat say?
Short 32s, no. 65%.
No.
Ixnay.
No. Okay.
Where do we think we close? Above 40 or under 40?
Great question.
I don't even know. I think we close above 40. Close above 45, 40.
I think we close above 40 after a trip down to 20.
What is this? NQ, Hogue?
Man, yes.
Crazy.
Look, yes, it is. All right, 55-34 last trade. 3.5 minutes left in the session.
I'm surprised so many people didn't enjoy today's trading. I thought it was pretty awesome. Straight down. Right? Isn't that awesome? Isn't that what everyone wants, is a trend market? You finally got a trend market, chat.
Yeah.
Complaining about range
so hard.
days, complaining about trend days. Straight down.
Trend days are so hard to get into.
Yeah.
If they're already underway, if you're already in it when it turns to a trend day, you're okay. But trying to get into a trend day is a whole nother thing.
Last trade in the NQ, just cracked above 19,000s.
Here's your 40s.
Bounce. Yep.
Do we break 40s?
A lot of orders sitting in those 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Put a late spike to the
A lot of
downside.
orders.
Really.
Yeah, that late spike that flushed out everyone there. That was the one last, and here we go. 55-39.5 last trade in the ES. NQ pushing higher here, just above 19,000, 19,011 last trade.
Nice job, Anne Marie.
Yep.
Getting the 39s.
Anne Marie's
20s.
flat at 55's 37.
Well done.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
See, you get long not because it looks good. No part of buying 20s or 21s looked good. But it was the right decision. It's a cheap trade. Easy to identify risk. High upside.
Just under 2 minutes left in the session. If we want to, Gabe, let's go ahead. Let's do some power hour submissions here. We got 2 minutes left. Eddie's going to take us out, but Gabe, we got to see a 600 lot here upside in the S&Ps. That might be part of the algo. Yeah, Gabe, if you want to do it, let's go ahead and let's do it, man.
Yeah. All right. Trying to hit the buzzer, beat the buzzer. So let me run through these here. We have a tool. Day 6 in a row. Major kudos to Rafa and Chung. Incredible trading. Seeing himself on the leaderboard. Great work, everybody that are on the leaderboard. Absolutely. We have Rush Hour with Trade X, Topstep. Nothing like trading on the Apple Vision Pro while watching a big screen of Topstep TV. Interesting.
Cool.
Wow.
There's Hogue
that would
and
work.
a kitty.
Oh,
Hogue and a kitty.
Heck yeah.
Kitty.
All right, continuing to move through with the fast markets. A little NASDAQ short because I woke up late, couldn't nab the open. Thanks for the tradertainment. Thoroughly enjoyed the show on a daily basis. Cheers. Nice hold.
Cheers.
Nice hold on that trade. Yeah, Gregory. Coach T is pretty funny. Now, granted, this screenshot is a little blurry. I cannot see the actual comment from Coach T, but Coach T does have some pretty funny remarks in there, and he will get after you if you're doing some incorrect things. So let's keep moving here. We got Lost Trader. One last check mark meme for Andre there. RIP to Chadwick.
Andre, I do have to say, your face going anything.
Yeah, for real. Bear goes long with the Topstep 5K hat. Gear has arrived. Shout out to Topstep. Great work.
Awesome.
There. Bear goes long.
Bear goes long.
And last but not least, to beat the buzzer, we have MNQ Killer Trade. Micros do pay. Great work on that. There's Savage. Back to you guys for this close.
Awesome. Last closing bell. Ding, ding, ding. Andre from Edgeful, thank you so much. Appreciate the time.
The hell?
It was a wild trade. Wild trade. Anyways, Dolby time, Hogue. Awesome day today. But for right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here on this Tuesday.
Oh, my. How was your day today? How was your day? How was your trades today? All right. We are closing up shop here. I just want to let you know, we're going to be doing Roast My Trades on Thursday. Okay, so we're hosting a special edition of Shoulder Tap, Roast My Trades. Up on top, I have pinned the link, Roast My Trades. If you're interested in getting your trades roasted, barbecued, smoked, fried, whatever you'd like, fill out that form, okay? Also, let's also remember about our off-hour segments between now and starting of opening call. Coming up here next, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. Not only are we covering the New York Open, New York Close, as well as the Asian and London Open. So Coach Dakota tonight, 7:30 p.m. He'll be doing slow markets right here on our YouTube. Also catch Deanna tomorrow morning, 3:30 a.m. For the London Open. And I mentioned Coach Jay at 3:15. Tomorrow, we do have, tomorrow's going to be already Wednesday. Yes, it is already Wednesday. And who we've got on Wednesday? Well, coming up here, we've got Deanna. We've got Nick for a tick going to join us. Sean Sawyer. We got our famous Ben coming up here. And hey, I just wanted to say that Brett has passed to Series 3 also. So I tell you, that risk management team, they are jumping on it, getting things done. Congratulations, Brett. Also tomorrow, David Green. We got KV going to join us, Coach Dakota, and David Green going to end it out, Power Hour with Andre and Hogue. And I think that is it. So I'd like to thank everybody that participated today, asking for levels, helping each other out, being the tradie buddy in the chat, being the best you can. Now it's your time. All right, your time right now. So go relax, get yourself ready for tomorrow, and we'll see you around 8 a.m. Central Time with opening call. What do you say? All right. So until we meet again, this has been Top Step TV, and I'm Eddie Horn. Take care.